What character would realistically learn magic in Marvel? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 The So-Called Savior. Just as the spider was about to explain to him, the roar that had been gradually moving away approached them again. There is no time to explain these things, human. If you want to live, follow me. The spider's mouth parts crossed each other, and the white hair on its legs became hard and stood up, just like the hairs that stood up when Peter triggered the spider sense. He noticed this, but did not say anything. The spider turned around, and Peter jumped up and jumped onto its back. The two quickly disappeared into the depths of darkness. It was obviously the first time to cooperate, but they cooperated very well. Not long after, a monster with a black body and skin like moving mucus appeared here. It had limbs similar to humans, but they were more slender. There was nothing on the face where the eyes should be. There was only a ferocious huge mouth with fangs on the empty head, which was constantly roaring. From behind it, there were several more roars, and the monster stretched out a long red tongue from its mouth and licked the ground. The secretions left behind corroded the ground into deep pits, but it seemed to be intoxicated, licking the place where Peter had stood with its tongue. It stopped moving only after the entire piece of ground was corroded by the secretions in its mouth. Those slender limbs were now expanding wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and so was its body. The monster lay on the ground, trembling constantly, and from time to time it let out a low roar from its throat, as if it was enjoying it. Peter knew nothing about what was happening in the depths of darkness. He just lay on the spider's back, trying his best to hold on to its white fur to maintain balance. The speed of this huge spider's full-strength movement made him secretly frightened. It must be faster than him, maybe even the same speed as Quicksilver. Every time its limbs jumped hard, it could fly far away, but the surroundings were still dim and dark. Where are we going? Peter couldn't help it. He lay on the spider's back and shouted loudly, "Hold on, human." It didn't answer Peter's question, but signaled him to hold on to the fur on its back. Then, the giant spider began to emit a pure white glow, and the next moment, they disappeared. The strong light hurt Peter's eyes. He had been in the dark for too long before, and the light was so bright. But he didn't have time to care about his eyes now. Peter grabbed his mask and began to vomit. All the pizza he had eaten and had not yet digested was vomited on the ground. The spider said coldly, "It's useless." Peter wiped his mouth and stood up from the ground. He put on the mask again and ignored the spider's ridicule. Looking around, he keenly discovered that they were in a building similar to a coliseum. There were only a few complete seats in the audience seats, and they were full of broken eaves and broken walls. The sand pit under his feet was still dark red. Peter kicked the sand pit, and the sand that was raised was still wrapped with knocked-out teeth. Peter shuddered, and he thought, "I am now standing on a pile of dead people's teeth." This thought made him shudder. The huge, hundreds-meter-high black rock wall surrounded the arena, one of which was full of cracks. The sun shone from the sky, and the heat made him squint. Peter wailed in his heart, "I should have known not to wear this suit." Damn polymer material, sweat can't be washed out even with a washing machine. The spider didn't care what he was thinking. It turned around and stepped on the ground with its limbs to make many pits. Its limbs stepped very deep. When it pulled out, it not only brought up sand, but also rusty weapons and other things. "Follow me." "Where is this?" "The refuge," it answered coldly, and its tone was full of self-abandonment, as if it had no hope for the future. "It is also the place where the savior in your prophecy will arrive." "Wait, what savior?" Peter asked in confusion while following its footsteps. The spider stopped answering, and Peter had no choice but to follow it all the way. They stepped over the hot sand pit where countless people died and walked towards the cracked rock wall. Peter looked around as he walked. He had never been to such a place before, and had only seen it in movies, such as Way of the Dragon. "I hope I can see the classic fight between Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris again before I die." Thinking this, he and the spider passed through the huge rock wall, and what appeared before them was a quiet little village. Wood and a huge yellowish plant leaf that he could not recognize were the raw materials for most of the buildings here, and the residents inside were even more bizarre. Some walked on 4 legs, all black, some stood upright on 2 legs, and even had a huge spiral horn on their bald heads. They didn't seem to notice the arrival of the spider and Peter, and were still doing their work in an orderly manner. For example, weaving baskets, fetching water, and plowing the land. The spider shook its body beside him, and the pure white glow spread again, and then the huge white spider shrank a lot. It jumped onto Peter's shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Go to the center of the village. Do you see that stone building? Go in and someone will tell you what you should do." Peter followed its instructions and began to walk into the village. The villagers all noticed the spider head in red and blue tights. Most of them nodded and smiled kindly. No one thought there was anything wrong with him wearing this. Peter nodded in response, feeling extremely embarrassed. He wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom, 1 living room house with his toe. The spider whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, they don't know you are the savior." As it spoke, it laughed twice in a mocking manner. "Otherwise, I guess you would have been surrounded by them now." This group of ignorant believers, what do they believe in? Peter asked in a low voice. "You," the spider answered impatiently, while raising its forelimbs and tapping his cheek. "Hurry up." He soon saw the square stone building in the middle of the village. The raw stone that had not been polished made the building look rough and primitive. The surface of the stones was covered with alien characters that Peter could not understand. Peter observed it and found that he could not recognize it at all. Then, he walked to the door of the building cautiously, knocked on the wooden door, and asked politely, "Is anyone there?" "Come in," an old female voice answered him. He pushed the door open and walked in. It was very dark inside, and a torch was the only source of light. A faint smell of incense filled the room, but Peter was not used to this smell, and he coughed twice. A woman in a robe sat on the ground with her back to him. Her long white hair was tied into a ponytail, but it could still touch the ground. Peter closed the door gently. He was hesitant and didn't know how to speak, but the woman had turned around and looked at him with a smile. She was very old. For a moment, Peter thought he was facing Aunt May. The similar kind smile made him relax unconsciously. The woman stood up. She was very tall, 2 heads taller than Peter. She stretched out her hand. "Hello, young male human." Hello?" Her adjective made Peter even more at a loss. They shook hands, and the woman introduced herself. "You can call me Amira. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a human?" "And an earthling." Peter blinked, not understanding what she meant. The spider poked his face with its forelimbs again, and said angrily, "Where are your manners? Tell her your name." "Don't be so impatient, Spider." Amira smiled gently and said gently, "It's natural that he doesn't understand the current situation." "And you are also very rude to him," the spider muttered, jumped off Peter's shoulder, and jumped on Amira's head. "This human is stupid, not like the savior you said God helps those who help themselves." "Spider," Amira replied. "Besides, I never said he was the savior." "What, did I save an idiot?" "Excuse me, ma'am." Peter ignored Spider's sarcasm. "I want to ask, what is the situation?" "Oh, I forgot again. Sorry." He took off his mask, revealing a young face with a bitter face. "My name is Peter Parker." "Yes, I know." She smiled again. "Young Peter Parker, please don't panic. You just need to wait here for a while." She lowered her head and looked into Peter's eyes. A kind of power calmed him down. According to the prophecy, he will be here soon. Who? Peter was even more confused. "Is it the real savior?" Spider asked above her head. Facing their questions, Amira just smiled gently. Her old face seemed to suddenly become much younger at this time. Neither. Amira didn't say anything else, but just warmly entertained Peter, asked him to sit down, and brought some stone tablets that were said to record their history for Peter to see, but he didn't recognize their writing at all. According to his observation, Amira should not be human. There were fine scales around the corners of her eyes, which reminded him of the dragon in myths and legends. Sitting on the cold ground, Peter was a little dazed. He thought, prophecy? What if the person in the prophecy didn't come? Then, what would happen? But he didn't dare to ask. He had to wait quietly. "You are here," Shenyan was floating in the universe, and a voice said to him, he had broken through the barriers of the world. Compared with the resistance or habit of other worlds, the attitude of the barriers of this world towards him could almost be described as welcoming. In front of him, there was a huge spider floating in the dark universe. It was so huge that it was unbelievable, and its body was shining with starlight. It was more appropriate to say that it was a spider pattern composed of stars than a spider. It gently raised its forelimbs, as if to say hello, and countless nebulae changed their original trajectory with its movements. Did you have a smooth journey? I met something interesting, the wizard replied calmly. Can I ask, what is the purpose of giving me this mark? He raised his right hand, revealing the small spider totem. He retracted his forelimbs, rubbed them together, and spit out spider silk made of starlight from his mouth. After just a few rubbings, a brand new planet was born. He pushed gently, and the planet floated out of the world barrier and went to other worlds. Just to show friendship, I don't want to accept such a gift without reason, and I don't really need your power. Shenyan put his hands behind his back. This was the first time he had seen the process of a real god creating a world so intuitively. Although there was nothing he could learn, he had to at least take a closer look. His 6 pairs of pale blue compound eyes flickered for a moment, as if thinking. Then, he said, then, can you help me do something? I can think about it. By the way, what is your relationship with Spider-Man? It shouldn't be difficult for you to understand. Mage, you have surpassed him by a lot. You should know this kind of thing at a glance. Projection of power. Yes, of course I know this kind of thing. He shrugged. But what I don't understand is why an existence like you would tirelessly and persistently share your power without expecting anything in return. Because I'm lonely, he answered. In countless times, you are the first human being to talk to me. I need them as my window to observe the world. Why don't you just leave here? Because it's my duty. He shook his head. I must stay here just like you must protect your world. Do you know me? In your world, there was also a Spider-Man. He met you once. The wizard narrowed his eyes, did not respond to this sentence, and changed the subject. So, what do you want me to do? Save a world. But you don't seem very willing. The wizard sighed. Of course. I'm allergic to the word save the world. To be honest, I have 2 worlds waiting for me to go back and save. Obviously, I just wanted to go home at the beginning. There was a smile in his voice. The capable will do more work. It's always like this. But since you don't want to, I won't force you. You'd better tell me. Shenyan said quite honestly. It's always a good idea to build a good relationship with beings like you. Interesting. You want me to owe you a favor? You know this word? I know a lot about your human society, he said. Well, are you sure you want to listen? Are you willing to owe it? He laughed. You are so humorous. Then be prepared. And Chapter 352 Thunderstorm. The birth of the world, the destruction of the world, the division of the world. In just a few minutes, the big spider showed Shenyan an alternative version of Genesis. The reason why it was alternative was that under its hands, the world could still divide. It was outrageous to the extreme. But it didn't matter. He was actually more concerned about the main point, such as what he was asked to do. Unfortunately, the spider wanted him to read the whole story. Shenyan thought, let's just watch it. Anyway, I don't have much to lose. Just like that, in the dark universe, 1 planet gradually became 2, 4, and 8. Then, in a certain advancement process, 1 planet suddenly disappeared. He said, that's it. I still remember. It was stolen. Who stole it? A thief. Who else? Of course, a thief would do such a thing. There was a weird sense of humor in his tone, and he didn't seem to take it to heart. Who can steal from you? Ah, mage. I'm not omnipotent. He simulated the situation at that time and said casually, if I were, I wouldn't have stayed here alone for so long, without even anyone to talk to. Gods can be careless sometimes, right? Since you can understand, that's of course the best. The stars continued to shine, and the world developed as usual. When all the planets had grown up, I mean, when there were lives on them, the spiders gently pushed them out. They floated out of the world barrier and went to the endless sea of stars. Let me guess. So, all the worlds in the endless sea of stars were created by you? Not entirely, he replied. I only created a small part of them. I guess there should be many poor people like me, or maybe some of them were born naturally. Interesting. This trip is worth the price of the ticket. Shenyan narrowed his eyes and thought so in his heart. He has never simply given up the exploration of the endless sea of stars, such as why this place exists, the principle of the world barrier, etc. And the most crucial point, who created these worlds? God? He didn't have the answer, and he hoped he could find the answer. In short, curiosity is very important, especially for mages. He stopped simulating the scene, and the universe returned to its original appearance. The planet was stolen, but the mark of my power is still on it. You may find it a little funny to say it, mage, but I do regard these worlds and the creatures on them as my children. I understand. Shenyan nodded gently. I met a goddess, and her idea is similar to yours. Oh? He became interested. Who is it? A lake fairy. So it's them. Well, that's interesting. I really hope I can travel between worlds like you. That must be very interesting. Meeting is not all about the interesting parts. Shenyan replied expressionlessly and made a gesture. Mind getting to the point? In short, I hope you can find the planet back. Let me say this first, he said a little seriously. It has been out of my sight for too long, and there may be some unexpected things on it. If you feel something is wrong, you can leave immediately. I won't blame you. After he finished speaking, the spider totem on Shenyan's right hand flashed a radiance. You are quite reasonable. With a chuckle, the wizard waved his hand and left his prison in a burst of white light. The spider stared at the place where he left, as if waiting for someone. Not long after, a golden light appeared there. A cold golden sun emerged out of thin air. Ah, a strange visitor. Hello, hello to you too. The sun turned into a man and stood in front of the spider. He looked ordinary. Interesting, interesting. Are you human? The spider looked at him and suddenly asked in confusion. I used to be. Well, the spider fell into deep thought. So, you are the god they are talking about? No, I'm not. The man chuckled. On the contrary, I hate all kinds of religions. They chatted in the universe like that. And it can be foreseen that this conversation will last for a long time. Peter had been staring at the stone slabs for a long time. Amira was right next to him, talking to the spider in a language he couldn't understand. Peter thought to himself, well, at least they are willing to learn English to communicate with me. He rubbed his hands, not knowing how long he would stay, and not knowing if he could go back. You know, he hasn't avenged Maguire yet, and there's also Jonathan Harlan. Thinking of this, Peter closed his eyes in pain and covered his face. I just wanted to investigate. How could I suddenly be teleported to another world? Amira noticed his movements, reached out and patted his shoulder with concern, and whispered, are you okay? What? Oh, no, I'm fine. Peter shuddered and quickly replied, just a little, you know, uncomfortable. Also, I heard some roaring sounds in the cave before. What was that? That's a long story. Amira replied a little sadly, they were once one of us, but unfortunately, they became monsters because they were too eager for the attention of the gods. God? Yes, the God who created us. Amira reached out and took out a piece of the slate in front of Peter. She pointed at the old black slate and patiently explained, this is a very old myth. Some people think it is a fantasy. However, I actually believe it. Just as she was about to explain the myth to Peter, the ground began to shake. Amira stood up immediately, and she pulled Peter up from the ground and ran out of the house with him. The villagers looked up at the sky anxiously. The originally clear blue sky had now become turbid. The unpleasant black color made Peter feel physically disgusted. He couldn't help but frown and spit with disgust. Amira's reaction was also solemn. She murmured to herself, the sky will fall into darkness. The next step is the cracking of the earth. As soon as she finished speaking, the shaking of the ground suddenly became stronger. Peter noticed that not far away, the place where a villager with a bull's head stood was cracking. He himself knew nothing about it. Hey, be careful, he shouted, swung out his right hand, and the spider silk stuck to his back and dragged him back. The Minotaur was tall and strong, but Peter could still pull him. The Minotaur who escaped death stood up in panic and said something he couldn't understand to Peter. Spider-Man could only hum and ah awkwardly. But That was just the beginning. Peter's mind suddenly began to pierce. He knew that this was the spider sense reminding him of the danger. He immediately put on the mask and looked around, but there was no other danger except that the ground was shaking more and more. Peter took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He couldn't just sit there and watch these villagers die. Whether it was out of Peter Parker's kindness or the arrogant sense of heroic responsibility as Spider-Man, he couldn't abandon them. Although these people actually had nothing to do with him, just as he was ready to fight the upcoming attack, his spider sense suddenly stopped. Peter scratched his head in confusion, and then the sky, which was originally filled with darkness, suddenly became bright. A thunder fell. Boom. He looked up and found that a golden lightning had penetrated the darkness, and it was it that illuminated the dark earth. With the help of his excellent vision after mutation, Peter could vaguely see a figure floating in the sky. He rubbed his eyes and thought he was seeing it wrong, but he was right. There was indeed a person there, and not only that, the person raised his hand. The golden lightning gathered in his hands, and countless loud noises resounded through the sky, making the villagers tremble. He saw the figure holding the lightning and throwing it out like a javelin. Then, a terrifying scene happened. The lightning disappeared in the sky, sank into the clouds, and lost its sound. The scene of thunder and rain did not make Peter relax. He widened his eyes and the spider sense in his mind exploded like never before. It was almost as if someone was stabbing his brain with a knife. The pain made him scream. At the same time, millions of lightning bolts exploded in the sky. When they all subsided, the sky was completely clear. Peter's battlesuit was also completely soaked with sweat. He was panting and found that other people were not much better than him. Most of the villagers knelt on the ground and trembled. Amira was better, but she didn't dare to look up at the sky. As for the pure white spider, it hid in Amira's hair early. Peter looked at the cloudless sky in horror and couldn't help but make a joke. I really should let Thor see this. Are you on good terms with the son of Odin? A man's voice interrupted. Peter looked up and his spider sense was stinging again. Who are you? He shouted sharply. Calm down, Peter Parker. Your spider sense is just overactive. I have no ill will towards you, the man said calmly and gestured. Peter suddenly calmed down. The oppressive feeling that almost bent his spine disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented calmness. He stared at the handsome face of the man, and was actually a little fascinated. Why can I see the glory of the universe in his eyes? The man looked at him in surprise. Oh, you have some magical talent. Not bad, but now is not the time to talk about this. He smiled and stretched out his hand. Hey Shenyan, the wizard. Peter shook hands with him lightly, still immersed in the beautiful scenery and unable to forget. Peter Parker. But you seem to know me. Do you know me? I know many Peter Parkers. The mysterious wizard who claimed to be Shenyan smiled and turned to Amira and said, So, you are local residents? Amira trembled all over, and the fine scales at the corners of her eyes began to peel off layer by layer, and so did her face. This terrifying scene gave Peter goosebumps all over his body. However, after this somewhat disgusting process, Amira appeared in front of them with a young and beautiful face. She said respectfully, Yes, sir. There is no need to wait so long. Why are you kneeling down? Shenyan frowned. Amira lowered her head, knelt on the ground and answered, Because you saved us. This is to show respect to you. Shenyan sighed long and long. He turned his head and said to Peter as if complaining, You see, I knew things would turn out like this. I owe 0.7k. I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 353 The war is about to begin. Get up. After the first time, Amira still did not move, so the wizard emphasized, Get up. Finally stood up. A man over 2 meters tall, he stood up but still bowed his head. Obviously much taller than Shenyan and Peter, he looked inferior. The wizard calmly put his hands behind his back. Why are you kneeling? Amira looked at him blankly, and then quickly lowered her head. You are the savior. No, I'm not. But you saved all of us. It's just a deal. He said it lightly and without any emotion. Peter felt a little uncomfortable for some reason after listening to it. He had a hunch that the wizard seemed to be deliberately distancing himself from the matter. Don't have any unnecessary expectations of me. The wizard said this lightly, stretched out his hand and placed it on Peter's shoulder, and smiled at him. Get ready. What? Get ready, Spider-Man. You're going back soon. Wait, Peter said hurriedly. There are still many things I don't understand. What do you want to understand? Peter breathed a sigh of relief and said with some complaints, finally, someone is willing to explain it to me. He asked very quickly, for example, why was I brought here? Where is this place? Who are you? Why do they call you the Savior? And who are you fighting just now? And why do you seem to know me? Shenyan nodded. There are a lot of questions, but I can answer them one by one. Cough. Listen carefully. He coughed seriously, and Peter suddenly found that the scene in front of him began to blur. He widened his eyes, and the expression on his face changed from confusion to sudden enlightenment, and then to some kind of helpless frustration. How can you lie to me? Shenyan spread his hands at his gradually fading figure. It's not good for you to know too much, Spider-Man. You should go back and be your good neighbor in New York. Amira stood quietly aside, and the spider hiding in her hair also ran out, and was now lying on her head, staring at him with 6 compound eyes. As for the other villagers, they still hadn't stood up from the ground. The wizard didn't like this kind of scene very much. No one had to kneel down to others. There were more than one way to express gratitude and respect, so he clapped his hands, and the villagers all stood up. Sir, Amir looked at him with panic, like a pet dog that saw its master angry and didn't understand what it had done wrong. Do we know each other? Shenyan asked abruptly. Amira was stunned. What did you say? I'm asking you a question. Do we know each other? His eyes were normal and his expression was calm, as if he was really just asking a question. No, we don't know each other. That's right, we don't know each other. Why do you call me sir? And why do you kneel down to me? You're even panicked because I don't let others kneel down to me? Because you saved us? Amira's confusion at this time was obvious, and she even turned a statement into a question. There is always more than one way to express gratitude. Shenyan looked at her with a look she couldn't understand, and said softly, you are not happy because I saved you, but because the prophesied Savior has finally arrived. This makes you realize that the years of waiting and suffering are not meaningless. The reason why you kneel down is also because of your relevance for the gods, not because you really express your gratitude to me. As he spoke, he actually laughed. You know, this reminds me of a joke. A doctor saved a critically ill patient, and when the patient was pushed out of the intensive care unit, he said, "Thank God." So the doctor said to him, "I am not God." Amir looked at him blankly, as if she couldn't understand what he said at all. "I am not the Savior." Shenyan repeated it again. "I saved you because I made a deal. It has nothing to do with the God you imagined. Understand?" As he spoke, he sighed. "Forget it. I don't expect you to understand it for a while." Damn, why am I saying all this? He disappeared on the spot with a flash. Shenyan knew very well that he was talking to a cow. His words were nothing but a fairy tale to those people. Why not kneel down? Kneel down to show respect and relevance to the gods. The Savior was sent by the gods, so we should naturally give him the same respect. But the truth is that the God they imagine does not exist at all. He is a forgery. It was the big spider that shaped this planet and the life on it, and it was also he who found Shenyan and wanted him to save these stolen children. With a flash of blue light, he appeared in the dark underground. A blue light spot lit up above his head, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. The situation of this planet had been scanned by him with his mental power as early as when he entered the ground. The surface of the entire planet looked very peaceful. Large patches of plants covered more than 80% of the ground, and the remains of a few civilizations became embellishments. The real threat actually came from underground. He gently raised his foot, and then put it down. Boom! The ground trembled, and the rock wall above his head began to tremble. Roars came one after another, and a black monster rushed out of the darkness, as if it had grown out of the darkness. It was like those deep-sea fish, because no one could see each other, so they just grew a little bit for show. It looked very sloppy, but its body structure was not sloppy. It rushed towards the mage and was stopped in midair by an unknown force. Shenyan squinted his eyes and looked at this thing, feeling disgusted for the first time. He even cursed. Fuck, everyone has seen shit, right? If a monster made of shit rushed towards you, well, that's a different situation. It's not quite right to say that this thing is shit, Shit is not that disgusting. Shit is just the residue of food. At most it looks disgusting. Crops and land can't do without them. But the monster in front of him is a complete chaotic energy structure. The demons in hell will not choose this kind of thing to cast spells. They prefer human blood and souls, or use dark magic. Chaos energy is a completely different matter. It is poison to all living creatures. Even demons avoid it. If you are infected by this energy, you will not die. You will go crazy. You will no longer be yourself, and you will lose all your reason and ambition. Creatures that should eat grass will like to eat meat, but their bodies have not adapted to it, and their minds will only become confused. In this process, the body will die, and the chaotic mind will become a moving source of pollution, enveloping the original body and continuing to pollute more creatures. If a person becomes unlike himself, what is the difference between him and death? For mages, losing self and reason is unacceptable. Although for Shenyan, these things can't pass through his protective magic circle to infiltrate his soul, but it's still disgusting, really disgusting. The corners of the mage's eyes twitched. He didn't understand which bastard would be so crazy to use such disgusting energy to create such inferior and twisted creatures, and he made so many of them. He turned his head and looked behind him. A flash of red light passed by. The tide of flame swept through the empty underground. Screams sounded in the darkness, and a burning smell spread. Fortunately, I have set a constant air filtration array for myself. With this thought, he took a deep breath and immediately vomited it out. Damn, it was still disgusting. The monster was struggling in midair. Its epidermis was constantly squirming, and there were protrusions under the skin, like a low-quality plastic toy that was poked into a shape by a stick. In its wide-open mouth, the spiral fangs began to fall off bit by bit. The teeth fell to the ground. Shenyan took a step back without leaving a trace, watching the teeth take root and corrode the ground into the same black color in just a few seconds. No, this is not shit. This is biological weapon shit, the kind that is contagious and can even turn inorganic matter into disgusting monsters similar to them. With this feeling of disgust, he burned the monster to ashes, and then left here neatly, blasting a huge crack in the ground, and began to disinfect the planet. Shenyan brought the planet back with a dark face. To be fair, this scene was very funny. A small figure flew in front, and the huge planet followed closely behind him, like a babbling child following his father's footsteps. The big spider was very happy to see him. The giant beast across the sea of stars waved its forelimbs again. "Hello, wizard. I noticed that you have brought my child back. You are really efficient." Shenyan shuddered. He didn't know what to say, just stuffed the planet into the forelimbs of the big spider, that is, the swaying stars. The spider's huge head drooped, and when it raised it again, a rage had filled the universe. When this ancient existence gets angry, the scene is very scary. It's not that they want the scene to be scary, but they can't. Just like the wind and rain, the big spider has become a kind of law in this world. When it gets angry, all the stars in the universe spin wildly, and the entire universe begins to wail under the heavy burden. Shenyan swears to the sky that he heard the sound of glass breaking. "Calm down, calm down." He waved his hand to signal him to calm down, and the big spider barely stopped the horrible scene. His voice was trembling. "Who is it?" "Good question, but to be honest, I want to know this question as much as you do." He lowered his head and looked at his lost planet. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was just a group of stars hanging low, all slowly spinning around the strange star, and the scene was extremely solemn. "After a long time," he whispered, "the power I left on it has been erased." He raised his head and looked at the wizard. Those huge stars of different colors were spinning, and he said sadly, "It is no longer my child. The fun was a bit too much," and Shenyan raised his hand and scratched his cheek. He originally just wanted to have fun and gain knowledge, but he didn't expect that the fun he saw this time was too big. It was like the ordinary people who went out to watch President Reagan in a certain month and year, watching the gentleman with a friendly smile waving at them in a convertible, and then, well, everyone knew about it. They were so happy. The big spider stuffed the planet into the nebula beside him, and he disappeared. The stars no longer deliberately arranged themselves into the shape of a giant spider. and only his voice was still echoing in the wizard's ears. "That child, that Peter Parker. Part of the power I gave him was absorbed by those things," he whispered. "They left a mark on him." Shenyan narrowed his eyes. "The mastermind behind this needs your power?" "Yes." He thought for a while. "Maybe, but I don't know why he did this," the big spider said puzzledly. "There is no reason for this." Shenyan knew why he said that. For a god like him, his power itself has become a natural property. There is a Spider-Man in many worlds. This distinctive mark cannot be replaced by others, because his power has become a law recognized by the world. A being of the same level as him is taking away his power. This doesn't make sense. Having come this far, there is no need to strengthen oneself by devouring the power of others. Not only is there no benefit, but it will also cause some problems for oneself. To put it in an analogy, this behavior is like the emperor waking up one day and suddenly feeling that he is not in a good mood today, so he ran to knock on the door of Slanesh. That afternoon, the custodians discovered that the emperor had 2 more arms. How could it be so simple? The empire would be completely corrupted from top to bottom that day, and everyone would start to have a party. With the current knowledge reserve of the wizard, he couldn't figure out the answer to this question. So, he just asked the spider, "You just said that they left a mark on that Peter Parker?" One of those monsters licked the ground where he had stood, marking him with the power that belonged to me. He said so. I traced back the time of that planet and only found this one suspicious thing. Shenyan curled his lips. "Then it can be confirmed now. The other party is at least at the same level as you. This is not something I can interfere with." "Yes, I know." "Oh." He seemed to remember something and said to the wizard, "The Golden Sun asked me to tell you a message." Shenyan raised his eyebrows. Why didn't he contact me himself? He couldn't get away. Shenyan frowned immediately, and he heard the spider continue. "He said that the war has begun." I know. The war has begun. No, the war has never ended. In the dark galaxy, a huge spaceship floated quietly in the universe. It was more like a fortress than a spaceship. The luxurious and solemn spire decoration made it look like a huge church, but the huge black muzzles around the spaceship also showed another thing. This is not just a church, not to mention the huge ram at the front of the spaceship. "Brother Ariento, we have received orders." Anistartes stepped forward. He was not wearing power armor, but a black robe, with 4 golden service spikes on his forehead shining. "What orders, my brother?" The speaker turned around. He was also wearing a black robe, and his huge body made the robe bulge. He was blind in one eye, his face was full of scars, and his voice was very soft, but it was reminiscent of steel. "Attack." The Astartes who spoke had a cruel smile on his face. "Of course we attack, Ariento." "Yes." Ariento also showed that smile. "We have waited too long, haven't we? Today is the day to kill the traitor." Ariento turned around and observed the dark and cruel galaxy outside through the portal. A long-lost desire to fight roared in his heart. He immediately recited the Emperor's teachings, trying to suppress the hatred and murderous intent that he had suppressed for hundreds of years. "We are the Emperor's angels of death. We sow the seeds of death for him." That face with gritted teeth was so terrifying. The overwhelming hatred gathered in his single eye, almost turning the entire eyeball scarlet, and a trace of blood dripped from between his teeth. He bent down and let out a terrifying roar from his throat. There was no need for the Astartes behind him to speak. The waiting servitor immediately stepped forward, and the long mechanical arm injected a tube of injection into Ariento's neck. After a while, Ariento's body stopped shaking, and the Astartes behind him stepped forward, patted his shoulder, and whispered, "Wait a few more days, my brother, revenge is just around the corner." Chapter 354, Insist on Visiting. The flickering white light made the space vibrate like fragile glass, and Shenyan's figure slowly emerged from it. He was now on top of a giant tree. Where else could it be if not the White Tower? Instead of returning to his room, Shenyan opened the intranet of the White Tower Council on the spot, clicked directly on the library area, and began to search for a special world. C1789K5. It is the world of Earth-like civilization with the highest technological level discovered by the White Tower Council. The White Tower has a special mark for this world. Not only can you not click on the column to search like other worlds, but you have to enter the library to see the detailed information." The intranet responded quickly, and a white page appeared, but it was not the detailed information about C1789K5, but a line of bright red warnings. "We do not recommend any mage to go to this world alone. Please know that we reiterate that we do not recommend any mage to go to this world alone. If you insist on going, please be prepared to reincarnate or leave a soul backup. Note: undead mages such as liches are not recommended to enter. You may be chased and beaten by everyone." There was another line of small words below: "The number of dead mages in this world, 387. Oh, now it's 388. Shenyan looked away expressionlessly and clicked persist in visiting firmly. The warning disappeared in 2 seconds, and a brand new page appeared. "It is unknown who first discovered C1789K5. This world is extremely dangerous. Magic is greatly restricted in it. According to the investigation of the Council, it should be related to a special dimension of this world. This dimension is called subspace, and 6 evil gods have been discovered in it. The Council speculates that the essence of the subspace should be the projection of the subconscious and emotions of all intelligent creatures in the universe. Unfortunately, everyone in this world is not very friendly. The 6 gods born in it are not good things. They are not only cruel and cunning, but also cunning and cruel." Shenyan quickly skimmed through this long introduction to the evil gods in the subspace. He already knew enough. As for the 2 green-skinned big guys, Shenyan decided to pretend that he had never seen them. It was too outrageous. The style was completely incompatible with the other 4. The reason why magic was affected was discovered by a tree mage in the 87,954th year of the Council's calendar. At his request, his name is withheld here. Below is a video clip, in which a guy who looks like a tree is talking to the camera. He didn't say his name, but he didn't blur his face. "I died there 17 times, and I'm basically sure. There are many factions of people casting spells. I've seen people who use spell slots, people who call themselves blue bar mages, and people like me who are halfway through and know a little bit of everything. Of course, it's also possible that you are just a simple reality warper, extremely powerful, but you think you are using magic. Then you are. No one will say anything." The tree man nodded, "But I must remind everyone who is watching this video, due to the special nature of the subspace of this world and the special energy called Genetic energy, it is almost impossible for mages to cast spells normally as before." For example, he raised his hand, and a small pea-sized fireball appeared in his hand, which came from the fireball spell of the spell slot system. You can reach out and specify the distance, length, height of the spell, and even the explosion point of the fireball. This inconspicuous fireball will explode into a very large fireball after arriving at the location, and then cause a violent explosion. If it hits something else during the process, it will also explode immediately. The spell slot system is different from what Shenyan has mastered. This system requires strict theoretical knowledge and calculations to engrave the spell model in the mind. There will be no mistakes, but you have to remember it before using it. It is troublesome, but powerful, accurate and controllable. It is a system that even people with no talent can remember many spells by rote. Shenyan learned it differently. If the student's talent is not good, he will never learn these things. It is useless to have a high IQ alone. You must also have a sense of magic and a crazy heart. The last point is often the most important. After all, if you are not crazy, you can't do things like swallowing pocket dimensions and robbing dimensional demons. The tree man said, "Look everyone, originally, according to the classification of the spell system, Fireball is a 3-ring spell, which is very powerful. According to my current level of mastery, I can make this little guy last as long as I want in my hand. Unfortunately, it doesn't work now." He clenched his fists, and a ball of fire burst out between his 5 fingers like branches, which quickly went out. The tree man said helplessly, "Due to the existence of the warp, the stability of spellcasting has been greatly affected. Simple destructive strike spells may not be a big problem, but teleportation spells are a big problem." Speaking of this, the old tree man couldn't help but swear. 12 of my 17 deaths were due to long-distance teleportation. In short, after my tests, If you don't want to be thrown into that damn warp after you die to deal with a bunch of weird things, and it will take hundreds of years, I suggest you not to use long-distance teleportation spells. After my personal test, carrying people in short distances are okay. He shrugged and said, however, how many people you can carry depends on your level. In addition, let me digress, the succubus in our White Tower and the succubus in this place are really very different. The tree man couldn't help but say, it's fucking hell. If there are any staff members of the succubus hall who see this video, please remember me. Can you give me a discount next time I come? He pointed to his face, and Shenyan suddenly understood why he didn't blur his face. But you are a tree. The mage frowned involuntarily, imagining the scene, and couldn't help shuddering. It seems that the matter is very clear. He casually broke up the intranet of the parliament, and the magic light curtain was smashed to pieces, which seemed to be very relaxing. The light blue light spots that escaped were absorbed by the branches of the giant tree under his feet, and Shenyan sighed. He could no longer contact the emperor, and the middle-aged man was probably too busy now. It's time to add fuel to the fire for him, at least bring him some wolfberries. The human mind cannot understand the nature of the subspace. The size of the universe is immeasurable, and the Milky Way is just one of the tens of millions of galaxies. In this human home, there are thousands of stars and hundreds of billions of worlds. In so many worlds, no human can fully understand the nature of the subspace. It is neither understood by humans nor by the machines made by humans. The technical masters of Mars could not understand, the think tanks could not understand, and even the cultists and monsters who fell into chaos could not understand the nature of the warp. The reason, perhaps no one could explain it clearly. Because of this, in the warp, the conversations between gods may not be as terrible as people imagine. Do you think your plan can succeed? You miserable corpse! A malicious voice chattered in his ears, like a noisy bird, which made him uncomfortable and angry at the same time. He was used to this kind of anger, since he had to sit on the golden throne. This damn bird has been chirping in his ears every day. He is like a conscientious reporter, always wanting to bring news to the ears of the emperor. Of course, those that are unfavorable to him. Those are about the death and depravity of mankind. Tzeentch is extremely keen on this kind of thing, not only because of his chaotic and corrupt nature, but also because he finally found an opportunity to humiliate the emperor. For beings like them, this humiliation has lasted for a long time and will continue for a long time. Plan? He replied coldly, no, I have no plan. No matter what you want to do, you are doomed to fail. Tzeentch. Ha! The voice called Tzeentch laughed sharply, and the aftermath of this laughter caused a manic storm that stretched hundreds of meters in the warp. He laughed loudly and flew around the cold golden sun, his heart full of joy. I will wait and see, Carrion, but there is one thing you are wrong about. I don't want to do anything. Tzeentch paused, at least not now. I just want to watch it for fun. Do you think it would be exciting to see your son who just woke up and another fallen son fighting each other? There was no emotion in the emperor's voice, which was completely different from the humane performance when talking to the mage. His voice was old and decayed, but still cold and frightening. Shut up, or I'll make you shut up. Oh, someone is angry. Tzeentch laughed again. You are always like this, Sunday. That's why you are not liked by all of us. Even those two stupid greenskins don't like you. Now, everyone wants you dead. How long do you think you and your toy empire can survive? Your words have not improved at all, Tzeentch. The brilliance of the golden sun is still constant and stable, without the slightest wavering. It has even regressed. You said it so bluntly, but you don't show off your old tricks of mystery. I guess you're afraid? Tzeentch said ambiguously. You can think so, son. You can think whatever you want. I'm just a little impatient. What do you think? His meaningful words made the emperor snort coldly, and the storm formed by Tzeentch's power in the warp was dispersed by the sun in the next second. The emperor said coldly, can't wait to die. How funny. It's surprising that a vegetative person sitting in a chair and unable to move would say this. Tzeentch was not angry at all. He smiled, but his words were chilling. You know, Sunday. Soon, you will see everything. Your people die one after another in the infighting, even the most loyal among them, and before they die, they will even call out your name. Your stupid empire claims to own millions of worlds. Humans are so arrogant and ridiculous, you actually think you understand everything. But the fact is, you understand nothing and you don't understand anything. To the universe, you are just a group of babbling children. Sinch's voice was as soft as a whisper between lovers. Considering his current distance from the Emperor, it would be a bit blasphemous to say any more. Of course, I may just be telling you lies to tease you, who knows if it's true or not. I don't know myself. Anyway, you never take my words as true, and I appreciate that. Keep it up, Sunday. He left. Temporarily, the Emperor was silent, and the cold golden sun still steadily radiated its own brilliance in the warp. Compared to humans, he was too tall, like a mountain, and like some ancient natural phenomenon. His face was handsome, but no one would care about that. Compared with his appearance, his temperament was more eye-catching. Angren did not wear any armor, and he floated in the universe with his flesh. If the Inquisition saw this situation that violated natural phenomena and all human cognition, they might be bold enough to send inquisitors to capture him and question him, provided they could survive. Angren knew they dared, but they could not pass through the world ruled by the World Eater safely. Thinking of this, his two broken hearts warmed a little. At least, my descendants are still loyal. Throughout the Imperium, the World Eaters are the most revered of the 9 remaining loyal legions. They carry the blood of their Primarch, and their anger at injustice and innate sense of justice mean that these warriors are more than just about slaying heretics and demons. They value human life so much that they sometimes come into conflict with other branches of the Imperium. The Inquisition is the worst offender, so much so that the Inquisition won't even allow its ships to pass through a star region where the World Eaters are stationed. But everyone else knows one thing: if you make a World Eater angry with you, then you are the one who is wrong. They discipline themselves to the utmost and demand the best of everything. They do not offend the worlds they are stationed on, and it is rare to see an Astartes walking down the street without attracting a crowd. The people of those worlds see them as heroes and protectors. At the same time, they also see them as people like themselves, loved, but not too far away from the crowd. They love each other. Angren was quite satisfied with this. Unfortunately, this might be the last time he would think about this. Angren turned around resolutely, wearing only a robe, and the Primarch's eyes were painful and determined. Yes, I must do this. I must enter chaos. Tomorrow I leave the hospital seems to have a million words. 3 updates tomorrow. Just for the sake of words, I can only write this much. Sorry. Chapter 355 Question: Who am I? Ah, damn, it's so hard to find you. Before you run into that place like you are committing suicide, can you stop and listen to me for a moment? Angren turned around abruptly. A pale-faced man was floating in the universe, right behind him. He coughed again as if complaining, as if he was in pain. The strange, suspicious, handsome man looked at Angren and nodded. I have to confirm first, you are Angren, right? The Primarch of the World Eater? Who are you? Angren asked calmly on the surface, but in fact he had already tensed all the muscles in his body. In the vacuum, he couldn't move as freely as he did on land, but the things of the Primarchs didn't need to be explained so clearly. As long as he wanted, Angren could launch an attack in the next second. Who I am can be left for later. Ahem. The man coughed again. He covered his mouth, and the overflowing golden light flowed out from between his fingers. Angren's pupils shrank slightly. Did you recognize me? Very good. I think I don't need to explain my identity anymore, right? That's his power. Angren was puzzled. Who are you? The man sighed. I don't have that much time to explain to you who I am and where I came from. In fact, Angren, in the time we have been talking to each other, countless humans have died, and the number is rising every minute and every second. I can't believe what someone who dares not tell me his name said. You are right. The man nodded and stretched out his right hand. It's too troublesome to talk. It will be more convenient this way. What do you want to do? The man smiled and disappeared on the spot. When Angren realized what happened, a hand had climbed on his shoulder. Then he fell into a coma. Shenyan stood there, gasping for breath. Just now, He crossed tens of thousands of worlds in one breath and came here through Angren's message. The Emperor didn't just leave him a message. He also left a little fragment of power with the big spider, and he hoped that this could bring some help to the mage. It would indeed help Shenyan, as long as he could fully absorb this fragment of power. But he didn't have time, so the huge amount of psychic energy belonging to the Emperor spread wildly in his body every minute and every second. The last time I did this was when I was fighting that purple potato spirit with the Infinity Stone. It's really nostalgic. He coughed again and snapped his fingers. The psychic energy belonging to the Emperor himself helped him cross the universe in an instant, bringing Angren all the way to the holy terra of this world. That is, Earth, this cradle of mankind. The ancient planet has become very different from her original appearance. From the perspective of the universe, the blue color of the past has completely disappeared. The entire planet has been transformed into a global city, with all kinds of magnificent buildings, temples, administrative buildings, and of course, slums. You can find the richest and poorest citizens here at the same time. Terra has become completely different from what it was before, but there is still a mountain that survives. It can even be identified from the universe. It is the Himalayas, or rather, the remains of the Himalayas. This mountain was transformed into a palace the size of a continental plate, with the most stringent defenses in the entire galaxy. The mage's tiny figure flashed by with Angren, breaking through the atmosphere and the heavily guarded defenses. He entered the Golden Throne within a minute without alerting anyone. The complex psychic detection instruments and various sentinels and monitors were of no use to him. Only one person noticed his arrival, and even withdrew the guards around his throne in order to see him. Looking up at the corpse, the mage's eyes were a little complicated. "You are a little thinner than I thought," he joked. The corpse sitting on the towering golden throne did not speak. He had long lost the ability to speak. His tongue was no longer there, and his entire head looked no different from a skeleton. Various complex instruments flashed around him, and he was able to communicate with the mage through psychic energy. There was a smile in his voice. "My weight may not even be as heavy as a chair now." The wizard coughed again, and golden light particles flowed out of his throat. A force appeared from the air and gently pressed his shoulders. The Emperor said, "It seems that he is really desperate." "Thank you." Cough. "But he is not at that point yet." Shenyan knew what the Emperor was doing. He was helping him to sort out his power and completely assimilate them into the magic power belonging to the wizard. He closed his eyes and coordinated with the Emperor's psychic power, and said, "When did you find me?" "Since you came here, I have known your existence." "He borrowed the fragments of power in your body to bring me a message." Shenyan stood up straight. The Emperor withdrew his psychic power and asked, "So, what do you want to do by telling my son the history of another universe?" "Trade," the wizard replied. "I noticed that your situation here is much better than his. I want to borrow your son to fight a war. When things are over there, I will come back with helpers to help you finish things here." The Emperor said, "No, I don't know what you want to do, Master. I just think that there is no need to let Angren know what the other one did over there." Shenyan was a little puzzled. He didn't say it, but the emotion did not hide from the Emperor. "I already know what he did. But, frankly speaking, the fall of Angren is all my own fault." The mage felt a little absurd. The Emperor's counterpart, who always said that he was just a tool and the Primarchs were just tools, was actually so humane. He was more like a living person than a god, with real joys, sorrows, anger, and emotions. The Emperor was silent for a moment, and he sighed at what his other self had done. "I don't understand. How could he do this to his own sons?" "You treat them as sons, but he doesn't necessarily." "So, do you agree?" The Emperor said calmly. "I never said I would refuse. Aren't they human?" Shenyan smiled. "Well, in this respect, you two are exactly the same, but you have to be careful." The Emperor's psychic energy swept through the palace, and the reality of Shenyan coming here was blocked from the timeline by him. The Emperor said, "They may find you, then, we will face 8 enemies. I think they will beat each other to death first." "It's not impossible." The Emperor's voice was filled with a hint of laughter again. "Then go, mage. I look forward to the day when you come back with help." Angren was confused. He couldn't understand what form he was in now. "Am I dead?" He tried to lower his head, trying to move his arms, or legs, but they all seemed to have disappeared. No matter how he thought, his body did not give him the answer he should have. He could not see anything either. There was only a deep darkness in front of him. Then, a little golden light slowly lit up in the darkness, sunlight, but it was not warm. Angren stared at the sunlight, and then, the darkness around him instantly changed into the universe. His consciousness floated in front of a planet that he was very familiar with. Nucria, his hometown. Angren stared at this familiar planet, and then, a fireball flashed in the universe and quickly approached Nucria. It was a landing capsule used by young Primarchs. His perspective followed the landing capsule all the way to the ground, the barren mountains and snowy ridges. The scene was not much different from what he saw when he walked out of the landing capsule, but what happened next became very different. A group of Eldar surrounded the young Primarch. Strictly speaking, he was not even 1 year old, but his body had grown mature enough in the landing capsule and looked like a toddler. Facing the brutal attack of the Eldar, the Primarch displayed extraordinary fighting skills and killing will. Angren watched in silence as an unarmed child killed hundreds of times more Eldar warriors than he did. Finally, the scarred child stood between the corpses in the snow, blood staining every inch of his skin, and then he fell to the ground. This is not right, Angren muttered to himself. He could do such a thing now, but could he have done it then? Angren did not know that his past was completely different from the scene in this vision. There was no Eldar attacking him. He fell to the snow and then wandered alone in the mountains for several months, relying on hunting animals to survive. When he finally walked out of the mountains and began to communicate with human settlements, he was already a strong young man wearing animal skins. Angren continued to watch. Not long after the Primarch fell to the ground, a trembling slaver approached. He was a native of Nucoria. When Angren first saw him, he snorted coldly. He abolished all slavery in Nucoria and executed all related practitioners, especially these hateful slave traders. The slave trader licked his lips and approached the Primarch little by little. Then he took the child away. He didn't know who he was in contact with, nor did he know how big a mistake he had made. He simply sold this child who seemed to be not simple to an arena, or a slave arena. Angren was silent. He watched himself gradually recover under the care of the arena's high-level people, and then he was thrown into the arena as a child to make up the numbers. Accompanying him were hundreds of equally weak slaves, no warriors or young people, only children and decrepit old people. They stood in a deep pit full of acid, trembling with fear. He was no exception. Angren stared at his young self, his face full of fear. This was normal. He couldn't even speak now. A heavy bell rang, and the fight began. The slaves began to fight each other, and the young Primarch huddled in a corner, watching everything in front of him in horror. He was not able to hide until the end, and soon, an old man was staring at him. In self-defense, the young Primarch was forced to kill him. Then it was out of control. A kind of physical rage filled his eyes, making the child a little crazy. In pain, fear, and pain, he was forced to kill all the other slaves, and then climbed up to the platform in the center of the arena by instinct and survived. This is why I want to abolish slavery. Watching all this, Angren felt a flame burning in his heart. This flame burned for a long time and never went out. He watched the child being brought before the owner of the arena and his family to receive the so-called honor. He had a name like him, and watched him undergo rigorous training in the arena. He watched him become an excellent gladiator in a few years, and also watched how he suffered from nightmares. The hateful arena master asked him to fight the man he regarded as his father, but he refused and was taken to be implanted with the butcher's nail. If Angren could still feel his teeth at this moment, he would have bitten them until they made a clattering sound. The cruel technology of the butcher's nail was one of the reasons that made him determined to kill all the slave owners on Nucoria. At this moment, a younger version of him with the butcher's nail implanted was in front of him. Wailing and rolling in the mud pit, he covered his head and banged the stone in pain. Next to him, there was an old man chained with iron chains. Angren looked at this old man. He didn't know him, but he was familiar with that look. When the emperor was still conscious, he had looked at him with this look. It was the look of a father. The old man was dying, and there was a thick chain around his neck. The chain prevented him from moving too far. The old man sat by the wall, and the young Primarch was wailing beside him. He looked at him sadly and silently, and said in Nukorian, "Son of the mountain, kill me, so that you can live." The eyes of the son of the mountain were already covered with scarlet, and he smashed the hard stone on the ground with his head, and blood gushed out. The young Primarch roared incoherently, "No!" The saliva with blood dripped from between his lips and teeth. His face was hideous, and his eyes were wide open. He used his willpower to fight against the ancient cruel technology in his mind, not allowing himself to get close to the old man. But this resistance was useless. An evil voice chuckled in his ear, and then he went crazy. With a roar, he pounced on the old man. The old man's last look was satisfied and happy. He knew that his child could survive. Angren wanted to close his eyes. He didn't want to watch anymore. But he couldn't do it. He could only continue to watch, just like the other him in this illusion could only continue to fall into nightmares. There are 2 more updates. It will be a little later. Chapter 356. Another Angren. He continued to read. Uprisings, fleeing to the mountains. These were things he had never experienced before, and this younger individual looked completely different from him then. This Angren was quiet and silent. He seemed to be grinning all the time, because of his butcher's nail. He had to suppress himself at all times, otherwise he would go crazy and kill everyone around him. They fled with no food, no supplies, no clothes to protect them from the cold. Hundreds of slave gladiators died from cold and hunger alone. This Angren led them to the mountains for several years, fighting many battles with the armies that came to capture and kill them. More people died, so he became more silent, and so did everyone. No one would say hopeful words or dirty jokes around the fire to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone was silent. Everyone was desperate. He looked around and couldn't find a face that still had hope, not even his own. But no one blamed him. No one said that they would rather stay in the arena. They seemed to have made up their minds long ago. Even if they died, they would die with this young man. Angren knew that this situation would not last long. The ruling class of Nukoria was called the High Cavalry, a title that had no reason or honor. Just like the slave trade they loved, they would not allow Angren, an exception, to live for too long. Sure enough, the scene of the illusion jumped. 7 well-equipped and large armies surrounded them. Angren rubbed a knife on his wrist. The man lying on the ground had bronze skin and scars all over his body. His lips were pale and bloodless. Angren knew that this was because he had not eaten or drunk water for too many days. Everyone was like this. He frowned, and a small gesture made the nail in his brain feel a sharp pain like a needle. Angren gritted his teeth, exhaled softly, threw the knife on the ground, and bit his wrist with his teeth. Blood gushed out, and he carefully held his wrist in front of the man, but he stubbornly refused to drink it. Angren looked at him, and the other man would give the same firm eyes, and the stalemate continued. In the end, he gave in. The man sighed and shed tears. "You don't have to do this, it's not worth it." "No." Angren put his wrist to his mouth and whispered, "It's worth it." There were only about 40 people left in the cave, and 13 of them had lost their fighting ability because they were too weak. Angren used his own blood to restore their fighting ability one by one. He didn't know why his blood had this effect, just like he didn't know why he was taller and stronger than the others. But he didn't care. A few words in Nukorian dialect came from outside the cave, all of which were insults. Angren closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his hand was already holding a spear leaning against the rock wall of the cave. He looked around at the trembling but determined people and whispered, "Let's." He didn't finish his words. With a flash of white light, some strangers appeared in the small cave. Their stature made the already crowded place seem even narrower. A group of tall warriors wearing brass armor and bright red cloaks guarded a man in golden armor. Angren stared at his face, which was noble and rational beyond the mundane world, but he felt a burst of anger from nowhere. "Who are you?" Angren asked in a deep voice. The godlike man looked at him and smiled, just for a moment, and then returned to his expressionless face. "Your creator. Your father." "My father is dead." The man's eyes flashed with golden light, and he said lightly, "It was just a gladiator, an ordinary mortal." "Come, return to me. I will give you a legion that acts according to your will." and we can conquer this universe together. Angren just felt absurd. Absurd beyond belief. If he hadn't known that the man was not lying, Angren would have shaken his head and said calmly, "No, I refuse." The warriors in brass armor changed their stances, and a sense of threat made Angren also take a posture ready to attack. The man shook his head and said unhappily, "Do you know who you are refusing? Do you know what future you are refusing? This is for the future of all mankind." "I don't care about the future of mankind, my lord." Angren smiled mockingly. "Go away." The man was indifferent to his insulting words and just left here with a group of warriors in a similar white light. Angren noticed his eyes and knew that the matter might not be over yet. But he didn't care. He grabbed the spear and nodded to the brothers around him. "It's time to die, my brothers. What do you think?" "Stop talking nonsense, Angren," a one-armed warrior replied with a smile. "We will not let you die before us." Angren raised an eyebrow, the nails digging deeper and deeper into his mind, but he showed no anger at the warriors. "Well, I will wait and see." The battle was over quickly. The hungry men were no match for the enemy, and even though Angren was extremely brave, without any armor, he was able to go in and out of the battle array with only a spear. When the enemy pressed the swords to his brothers' necks, Angren had to throw down his weapon. The soldiers insulted him and even spat at him. Some kicked his legs, trying to make the big man kneel down. Their attacks were like tickling to Angren, and he was indifferent. Then, an enemy officer smiled, raised his sword, and the head of one of his companions fell to the ground. Angren's face twitched. His flesh, his bones, and even his soul, every part of his body and mind was throbbing. The butcher's nail created countless cruel visions for him, the faces of 1,000 dead souls and his brother and father roaring at him. But Angren held them all down. "No, I cannot fall into madness, or they will all die." He knelt. The officer smiled smugly, and he came in front of the giant, intending to look down on him. But he was shocked to find that even when Angren knelt, he was as tall as he was standing. He slapped Angren in anger, and his palm hurt. The officer angrily took the sword handed to him by his men, and just as he was about to pierce Angren's eyes, there was a flash of white light. He was gone. No, the first second he saw the man, Angren understood everything. He roared as if he had lost everything, and anger quickly attacked his heart. A voice smiled at him with satisfaction, promising him endless power, but Angren didn't listen carefully. He rushed at the man with his bare hands like a madman. Then he was surrounded by warriors in brass armor, each of whom was skilled and physically not much weaker than him. But the anger that drove him still allowed Angren to kill a warrior with his bare hands. Seeing this, the man narrowed his eyes. The air became sticky, and an inexplicable force pressed Angren to the ground like a dog, unable to move. He burst into tears and looked at a screen not far away, where his brothers were being killed one by the enemy. The man walked in front of him. Angren couldn't see his face, and didn't want to see it. "You obviously have the power to end this war." "Yes, I do." "Then why don't you intervene? Can't you see who we are? What do you mean for the future of mankind? Aren't they human beings?" The man didn't answer. He squatted down so that Angren could see his face. A disappointed, cold face. "You will understand later." "There is no later," Angren whispered, staring at the screen. "I am already dead, and I am dead with them. One ghost is enough for the plan I have for you." Angren closed his eyes, and the vision faded. It was hard for him to empathize with the man's experience. There was no such thing in the world. He just felt sad for him, a heartfelt, deep sadness. He and this man had experienced nothing like him, not surrounded by the Eldar, not implanted with the butcher's nail, and not besieged. But he had experienced similar anger. When Angren first saw the arena in Nokoria, his anger almost froze the blood of everyone present. He opened his eyes, and an old man stood in front of him. He was old, thin, and short, not much different from a skeleton. Angren knew who he was the first time he saw him. "So," he asked in a low voice with anger, "why did you do that?" The old man closed his eyes, looking like he was in pain, and he did not answer. "What happened next? What did he do next?" The old man opened his eyes, tired and sad, and said, "He betrayed humanity, turned his offspring into bloody killing machines, and finally completely turned to the side of chaos. He became a monster of corn. As it should be. You get what you want. Angren's voice was still calm. Is this the plan you made for him? No, it shouldn't be like this. The old man lowered his head. I originally expected him to be strong and unyielding to conquer that world. He is a Primarch. If he can't even do this, how can he face the dangers from the entire universe in the future? He's just a child. Angren almost lost control. What he had just seen until now had produced all kinds of complicated emotions. Angren suppressed them with his strong willpower and pressed them on his heart. But at this moment, all of them broke out. He was just a child who was treated as a slave. You can't be so cold-blooded as to demand that everyone be born with a good sword. Even if he is a piece of excellent steel, it still needs to be forged by a craftsman. The silence lasted for a while. The old man said slowly, I was blinded at the time. He was the fault of my own hands. His pain and sorrow are directly related to me. I admit this. Go and talk to him face to face. Angren said coldly, I am not him. It is useless for you to say these words to me. You are not my father. My father would not treat everyone so coldly and regard us as tools. He may not be human, but at least he is willing to tell me about his ideals. The old man sighed tiredly again and stopped talking. A sense of weightlessness came over Angren, and he knew that he was about to leave this illusion. The old man floated in the universe. He was lonely and hunched, looking at Angren with regret and guilt in his eyes. An emotion hit his heart. Angren wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. He opened his eyes and found himself in Terra, with the golden throne and his father in front of him. He was startled. The mage stood beside him, leaning against the wall, looking at him leisurely. Noticing his gaze, he even smiled. After glancing at him, Angren looked away. The Emperor's psychic energy vibrated in the air. You are awake, Angren. I know. Angren lowered his head, his chest heaving. I can't understand it. Then don't understand it, the Emperor said calmly. Even I can't understand him, let alone you. Let's get to know each other, Angren. This is Shenyan, a mage. Well, different from the psychers. Did you bring me here? Facing his question, Shenyan nodded. I did. You let me see his experience? That's debatable. It's true that I let you see the knowledge of another world, but I didn't expect you to talk to him face to face. Shenyan's eyes were a little strange. If you feel uncomfortable with this, I can apologize. No, there is no need, Angren said stiffly. It is also a rare experience for me to see another self, and considering that we are about to go to that world, it is worth it. Shenyan raised an eyebrow. I haven't mentioned this yet. It's not hard to guess. Angren nodded to him and turned to look at the Emperor. His eyes swept over his skinny and corrupt body. Are you still holding on? Don't worry, Angren. The Emperor smiled. Your brother is fighting in the warp. How can I stop here? Go ahead. I look forward to the day when you return with support. To be honest, I am actually looking forward to a Guilliman who has not rebelled. Wait, what? Angren exclaimed. The Emperor's laughter became louder. We were just discussing this issue, and you will be surprised at what happens on that world, my son. But don't worry, I'm by your side. The Emperor in the official history is often inconsistent because the screenwriters of GW always change people, and there are many secret operations. Angren is a typical example. The Emperor of Guilliman's heresy is much more humane than the one in canon. No, I should say that the Emperor in any fan fiction is more like the Lord of Mankind than the one in GW. Anyway, there is one more update. Chapter 357, Unyielding Expedition. He's crazy. 12 Terran High Lords chattered around the round table. The madman they were talking about was Robert Guilliman, who had just been resurrected. Indomitable Crusade? He did have a good name. A High Lord sat on his bloated chair and said gloomily. He was very old, almost unrecognizable, but implants and life extension surgery still ensured that this old bone could sit here in a dignified manner, sitting at the highest peak of power in the human empire. We can't tolerate his behavior. It's tantamount to suicide. The current empire can't afford a war of this scale. How to stop it? That's a Primarch, a living Primarch. They quarreled with each other, cursing at each other like shrews, shouting loudly, trying to find a suitable solution. A dark shadow stood in the darkness above their heads, silent and full of contempt. He raised his hand and absorbed all the light sources in the room. This scene made the 12 High Lords fall silent. They knew very well that this was impossible. But the impossible happened. A high-ranking lord roared, "Guards! Guards! No more guards!" A voice said softly in the darkness, "Who are you?" "Me." Bang! Like a heavy object falling to the ground, a flashing red light came on, and a tall black shadow stood on the round table. He lowered his head, and the bat pattern on his chest was so fascinating. The flashing red light illuminated the faces of each of them, and their expressions were different, only he always had contempt. "Good evening, fellow high-ranking lords of Terra." He made a gesture, and the person who wanted to continue speaking could not speak. He said, "Do you still remember your duties? You coordinate and manage all political decisions within the empire in the name of the emperor. Your own duty is to interpret and execute the emperor's will. The 12 of you have been selected through layers of selection to sit in this position. The chair you sit on concerns the lives of countless civilians, but according to my investigation, you don't seem to be doing your job." The shadow said calmly, "There are an astonishing number of chaos cults, aliens and mutants in the lower levels of the Terra Hive. They have even evaded every search in the past 40 years. Based on some of your unfinished work, I noticed some interesting little evidence. Last year, Inquisitor Valisa was executed in the lower levels of the Hive for trying to contact the Chaos Cult, but your internal rhetoric seems to be a little different. He wanted to report your condoning of the cult, so he was executed, right? This is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm too lazy to read out the numerous crimes you have committed." A man dressed in black was sitting on the chair, and the man who had just continued to listen silently stood up. His face was hidden under his robe. "This is a very serious accusation. You must produce evidence." The shadow turned around and looked at him. "Grand Master of the Assassin's Court, Fadix. Hello. Do you want evidence?" "Yes." Fadix looked at him, not retreating or avoiding. "If the evidence is true, my subordinates will work with you to kill these termites hiding behind." The shadow smiled. "Minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs Ertuhemantri, Ambassador of the Imperial Navigator Rulanan Rama, spokesperson of the rogue traders Kania Danda, and Pope of the State Church Bardos Lester, please explain." "Okay, explain what?" "Who are you to ask us to explain to you?" The minister of the Ministry of Internal Affairs slumped in his chair with a pale face and cursed. He couldn't move, and his life depended on the bloated chair. The shadow snapped his fingers, and the lights came on, illuminating his face. It was a strange face. The tall and muscular stranger said calmly, "You don't know me, and you shouldn't know me. I shouldn't exist, but since you asked." The next second, he appeared behind the Minister of Internal Affairs and whispered to him softly, "I am your nightmare." The parasite lying on the chair was twisted before he could scream. His neck was broken. His body twitched on the chair and finally collapsed completely. "You killed a high-ranking lord without investigation, and the other party was the Minister of Internal Affairs. This is a very serious matter." The Grand Master of the Assassin Court looked at him and said calmly, "Yes." The shadow replied, "I know." Fadix stared at him, and there was something else in his voice. "He sent you." "No, I came voluntarily." The shadow said so, and then turned to look at the other 3 people. Gilliman stood on his flagship, Macrag's Glory. Next to him stood another man, who was also tall and blonde like him. They both had almost divine handsomeness. They looked like twins. The only difference was that the man didn't frown like Gilliman. He completed his work very quickly. Gilliman suddenly whispered, "I haven't known him for long, but he sent him here." The man said, "So, I trust him." "I haven't seen the he you are talking about." Gilliman raised his head and looked at the murals on the ceiling of the room, narrowing his eyes in displeasure. "But I'm looking forward to meeting him. He must be a man of noble character." Steve Rogers laughed out loud. "Well, you may not like him too much. He is not as old-fashioned as us." Gilliman also smiled. "Your description reminds me of some of my brothers." "It doesn't matter. We are all fighting for the same ideal. What are the small differences in personality?" "By the way, have you met him?" Steve Rogers knew who he was referring to. He nodded and said calmly, "I have met him." "What do you think of him?" "Unlike you, Gilliman, I am not his son. I am a halfway monk, in your words, a prime arch." Steve said, "So, My opinion of him is insignificant. No, your opinion is very important, Gilliman insisted. The two looked at each other for a while, and finally, Steve said, an unqualified father, a qualified leader, a lonely person. Gilliman nodded and said no more. The glory of Macragge was floating above Terra, and they were just waiting for an opportunity. A perfect time for him and his descendants to enter Terra, completely eliminate the evil and darkness that grew during his 10,000 years of sleep, and then launch this expedition. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, World Eater. The Grand Master of the Court of Assassins had some blood on his face, which was stained when he killed the Pope of the State Church. Such a major event involved the lives of countless people and even the political situation on dozens of planets, but in this room, his life and death were insignificant. Sombra and the Grand Master of the Court of Assassins killed them in a childish manner. The other high-ranking lords did not seem to react much. Only the head of the Astronomican Academy, Leopus Frank, frowned. We have no evidence, which will make the people of the State Church desperate. Foraging General, would you deal Lasky? This tall woman with half of her body covered in steel, said in a synthesized voice. The Son of Al-Messiah has returned from death. What evidence do we need? Her murderous synthesized voice sounded extremely uncomfortable. If they dare to do anything unwise, then the Mechanicus will charge at the front line. The Grand Master of the Court of Assassins, Felix, who had just killed someone, looked at all this with an indifferent attitude. He had realized one thing from the attitude of these people: he was the one who was kept in the dark. The Terran High Lords Council is not without its own security forces. They have an independent Astartes Codex. Although they have been criticized for their morals due to their work style, some people even call them dogs of the High Lords. But the combat effectiveness of this Astartes chapter named Minotaur is unquestionable. They have a full staff of 1,000 people. With the support of the Terra Lords, equipment and personnel security are not a problem. In addition to a sufficient number of heavy weapons and warships, they even have many dark weapons from ancient times. The speed at which this chapter replenishes its troops is even more astonishing. Generally speaking, the speed at which an Astartes chapter replenishes major losses is between 1 and 2 centuries, but the Minotaur chapter often only takes a few weeks. This speed makes it difficult not to suspect that they privately maintain a staff of far more than 1,000 people, so that they can replenish their troops anytime and anywhere. However, from the beginning of the Shadow's attack to the present, no Astartes warrior of Minotaur has appeared, except for the 4 idiots who are really plotting rebellion. The other High Lords have undoubtedly known about this. They may even have communicated with Gilliman himself. Fadix was thinking quickly. As the leader of the Assassin's Court, he had to consider whether this was a signal from Gilliman. What did he want to say? Soon, a mechanical servant entered the sacred room. After dragging the 4 bodies away, the mysterious black figure who started it all finally emerged from the darkness. He was wearing a strange-looking helmet, hiding his face in the black. The helmet had sharp corners on both sides, and with the bat pattern on his chest, it was hard not to think of another long-dead Primarch and his fallen legion. None of the remaining high-ranking lords said a word about this. The man's figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness. Then, a heavy footstep was heard in the corridor outside the room, and not long after, a man pushed open the door. He was not wearing his own armor, but was wearing a robe. His resolute face was tired, but it still couldn't hide the extraordinary charm emanating from his eyes. The resurrected Ultramarines Primarch, Robat Gilliman, stood in front of the remaining 8 high-ranking lords. "Good afternoon, everyone." His opening remarks were brief, but the greetings were unusual. Words like good afternoon, good morning, and good night have lost their meaning on Terra. Most people never see the sun in their entire lives. They are born and die in the lower levels of the hive. Gilliman ignored everyone's expressions. He stood at the door, not even wanting to step into the room. "I already know what happened on Cadia. The Great Rift split the Empire in two. and the territory was shattered. People are constantly threatened by chaos and traitors. I can't sit idly by. He didn't look at anyone, but seemed to be looking at everyone, his eyes like swords. As the regent of the empire, I request to launch an expedition. I want to save the people of the empire from the threat of those terrible monsters. Who objects? No one objected. Very good. Gilliman nodded expressionlessly, not even bothering to say anything more. Only a cold smile flashed across his face. It was unusual to take Angren across the world. He was a Primarch, and what was a Primarch to the Emperor? He seemed curious and restrained, but he couldn't help asking a question as he drifted with the mage in the endless sea of stars. How many of these worlds are controlled by humans? Shenyan glanced at him. Many. Angren, why do you ask this? He stopped talking. The mage snorted and laughed. Be prepared. Angren immediately gritted his teeth and prepared for any possible impact or something else. In his mind, just landing from space to the ground would require some impact, not to mention crossing the world with the body alone. However, to his surprise, a flash of white light changed the surrounding scene. All those magnificent and magical stars wrapped in bubbles disappeared. He was now standing on the ground with a deep night sky above his head. The mage stood beside him and shook his head. Angren heard him say, "Relax, I have a few questions for you, just as a routine check. Do you feel any discomfort?" Angren took his question seriously. He carefully checked himself, and nodded after confirming that there was no problem. Shenyan rubbed his wrist, and Angren noticed that some starlight was dissipating between his fingers. It seems that we are not in a good place. What happened? The mage raised his head. His face was unusually gloomy. We are in an encirclement. Angren narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? In short, we are now in the upgraded version of the Eye of Terror, next to the Great Rift. Shenyan's face was full of sneer, and he didn't know who he was mocking. Are there any Imperial troops nearby? How should I know? The mage spread his hands. I am not omnipotent, Angren. In fact, I feel very bad now. Shenyan did not lie. He felt really bad now. It was like a marine creature coming to land. The magic power in the body was still huge and easy to control, but the connection to the pocket dimension failed, and he could no longer extract magic from it. Moreover, the sticky feeling in the air around him made him very unhappy. This feeling of being tied down made the mage a little irritable. Angren frowned. Is it because you took me across the world? It seems that you are still somewhat similar to the Psychers. You need to rest for a while. No. Shenyan waved his hand and took a deep breath. He quickly adapted to the current environment. Marine creatures evolved into land creatures within a minute. The sooner the matter is resolved, the better. Let me see. If you have nothing to do, please help me keep watch. He sat cross-legged, his body floating in the air. An invisible big hand drew complex patterns on the ground, and a huge magic circle with blue light soon appeared, covering him inside. Shenyan closed his eyes tightly. Considering the existence of the subspace, he did not use his mental power to scan the surrounding planets directly as before, but took a safer way. Although it was a bit slow, it was safe enough. At least he didn't have to worry about being disgusted by those four omnipresent bastards. He didn't want someone to talk nonsense in his head while he was relaxing. Angren stood beside him and began to observe the surrounding environment. The Primarch's perception was extremely sensitive. He quickly estimated that the gravity of this planet was about 1.12 times that of normal Terra, which was negligible for him. They were in a wilderness, with a forest not far away. Angren sniffed the air, and his sense of smell told him that there was no trace of humans here, but he still needed to be prepared. Angren tore off his robes, tore them into long strips, and stood them up at his waist, revealing his extremely strong upper body. He stood a little further away from the mage, ensuring that he could step back to his side at any time. Then he punched the ground, and the dirt flew everywhere. Angren's expressionless face created a miniature earthquake with his fist. He stood in the deep pit and soon found what he wanted, a stone that was thick enough. Angren moved it out and began to carve the stone with his fingers. In the end, he made 3 stone spears. He didn't need weapons to deal with mortals, but if there were chaos traders, he would need weapons. Even if it was just these things that were better than nothing. When he finished all this, The mage's investigation was over. He opened his eyes, and a blue light flashed in his eyes. The magic circle on the ground disappeared, leaving only traces of burning. One good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Carrying the stone spear, Angron used drags to tie them tighter on his back and asked, "Bad news, there is a Chaos Tarts warband nearby." "What about the good news?" "Good." The mage laughed slowly and said something that almost made Angron's heart stop beating. "If I'm not mistaken, they should be called World Eaters." Angron's eyes twitched. Gaivildarin, restraint. He looked at the face that was neither human nor ghost in the reflection of the helmet's eyepiece, and silently prayed to restraint in his heart. Considering his status, this behavior is simply incomprehensible. He is a Chaos Tarts, and a member of the notorious World Eaters. How can such people exist in this pathetic and corrupted legion, which is full of madness from top to bottom? Yes, there are. Not everyone is willing to fall to the dark side, and not everyone is fanatical about the Lord of Skulls sitting on the brass throne. Most of the World Eaters initially just wanted to follow in the footsteps of their Gene Father, but in the years that followed, few were able to maintain a rare sobriety. Carnage, blood, and skulls. These three words are their norm. Gaivildarin sat in his room. His armor had lost the right shoulder guard due to old age, and was covered with scars. For Chaos Tarts, this is a common thing. They have no concept of maintenance, especially the World Eaters. You can't expect a Mechanicus or a Tech Marine among these madmen. If they need to replace it, they will rob it. But Gaivildarin is different. He refuses to do it. There were no blasphemous heretical decorations on his armor, just painted red. Gaivildarin could describe himself like this. He was a madman. Surrounded by a group of traitors, he was entrusted with the virtual snake, but he still hoped that one day he could die as a war dog, not like this. Unfortunately, he knew that his dream might never come true. The butcher's nails in his mind began to hurt again. Gaivildarin trembled and took a brand new metal rod from the wooden box beside him and stuffed it into his mouth. Then he began to howl in a suppressed way, and soon, the sound of metal being bitten came from the room. He restrained his desire for killing in this way, but it was not permanent. Over the years, Gaivildarin has lost count of how many innocent people he has killed. Some he had to kill when he was sober, and some he killed by mistake when he fell into madness. Either way, it was hard for him to forgive himself. Deep in his heart, Gaivildarin knew that he was longing for death. Just when he finally got over the pain of the butcher's nail attack, the alarm sounded frantically, and Gaivildarin stood up and put on his helmet. If he didn't want to die, he had to pretend to die. At least he had to kill a few people to pretend when facing the attack. Fortunately, most of his brothers were crazy and didn't care about anything once they started killing, which allowed him to stand in the shadows and watch everything coldly many times. Like a coward, he opened the door of his room and put his hand on the chainsaw sword, but before he stepped out of the door, he was blown away by a huge force. The eyepiece of the helmet was still working steadily, helping him lock on the attacker. Gaivildarin saw an incredible scene. A shadow shuttled through the corridors of the spacecraft, wielding a crude stone weapon. Each blow could kill one of his fallen brothers. Their armor had no effect on this man and the stone spear in his hand, and was not much different from cloth. Staring at his back, Gaivildarin suddenly felt a throbbing. What's going on? When the attacker turned his face, Gaivildarin began to doubt whether he was really crazy. He took off his helmet. Gaivildarin barely stood up. The blow he just received shattered his breastplate and broke at least a few bones. He gasped, and the butcher's nail on the back of his head began to ache again. "Who are you?" The attacker didn't say anything. He stepped over the corpse on the ground and threw the broken stone spear down. He came to Gaivildarin and lifted him up from the ground so that he could see his face clearly. "Did you see it clearly?" the attacker asked. Gaivildarin's eyes turned pure red in the next moment. The butcher's nail broke out completely, and this time, he had no intention of suppressing it. He pulled out the chainsaw sword at superhuman speed. The violent weapon roared and drew a perfect arc in the air with huge force. It was about to chop the attacker's neck, but a big hand pressed hard on the rotating blade. Gaivildarin seemed to have not noticed, and continued to attack the man with all his might. His moves were deadly, but they were all blocked by the attacker. His eyes were complicated, but his expression was unwavering. He was simply defending his attack. The roar of the World Eater echoed in the broken corridor. Broken cables hung from the ceiling, and the sound of electricity and muffled sounds mixed together, which was particularly terrifying. Then, another man walked slowly from the other end of the corridor, with his hands behind his back, as if he was taking a walk. He came to the attacker, looked at the crazy Givadorn, and made him unconscious, and then said to the attacker, "What do you think?" Angren was silent, not knowing how to start. Sad? Yes, there was, but more of it was anger. Some were sad for his misfortune, and some were angry at his lack of struggle. After seeing Givadorn, this alien, his anger subsided a little. In his own universe, Angren's Legion has always been known for its strict discipline. Their fighting style was extremely efficient, seeking to strike with one blow and achieve the greatest results with the least casualties. However, before he arrived, the Legion was once known as the Dogs of War. At that time, their fighting style was bloodthirsty and ruthless, and some even called them butchers with fear. After boarding the small World Eater's warship, everything Angren saw made him feel unspeakably painful. Human skulls were everywhere in the ship, and some were even cut off not long ago. If he could barely accept these, then what he found next made him furious. There was a huge slave area at the bottom of the ship. This group of World Eaters fell into chaos, but still raised a large group of slaves to maintain the daily operation of the ship's logistics and maintenance. This was perhaps the most unacceptable to him. As everyone knows, the thing he hated most in his life was slavery. The mage shrugged. "I don't know whether your luck is good or bad, Angren. Not everyone can have such an experience as you, but..." He squatted down, looking at the Astarte, who was still twitching and making a terrifying expression even though he was in a coma, and said to Angren, "I have to ask you, are you going to take this responsibility?" "What responsibility?" "You may not believe it, but, Angren, this guy is still loyal to you." Angren, standing there, fell silent again. After Givadorn woke up, he found himself tied and kneeling on the ground. He did not rush to move, but began to think about the scene he saw before he fell into a coma. He was very sure that it was the face of their Primarch Angren. It was just that it was before he fell. This scene puzzled him. At that time, he even thought that it was the followers of Tzeentch who were deliberately fooling him, so they created this illusion. But he is not dead now. Givadorn carefully observed the environment with the corner of his eye. He must find a way. Wait. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. "My head doesn't hurt anymore?" The butcher's nail that had troubled him for 10,000 years, the curse that had coexisted with him for 10,000 years, disappeared at this moment. He no longer felt restrained and painful at the back of his head, and the urge to chop, cut, and mince everything left his brain. He could even think normally, just like the days when he was still a war dog. Normal, sober, thinking. It had been a full 10,000 years. Givadorn looked up, and there was a man in front of him, sitting on a wooden box. He lowered his head, as if in deep thought, and the half of his face that was exposed made Givadorn's heart pound. He spoke with difficulty, and was startled by his own hoarse voice. "You." The man raised his head and looked at him with a complicated look. "It's me." Givadorn's lips trembled. He had imagined this situation countless times, but when a normal Angren was right in front of him, Givadorn was more and more certain that it was just his imagination. How could someone escape from his clutches and return to normal? "I must be crazy." The feeling of being freed from the curse just now and the current one intertwined, prompted the warrior to slam his forehead against the ground, trying to escape the illusion with pain. His crazy behavior did not last long, and a pair of big hands pulled him up from the ground. Angren looked at him, saying nothing, but it seemed that he had said everything. After a while, they walked out of the room together. Givadorn followed Angren closely, and when he saw the corrupt skull decorations in the bridge corridor, the Astartes felt extremely ashamed. Angren seemed to know what he was thinking, and said without turning his head, "Your atonement has just begun, soldier." He paused. "What do you think of the name, World Devourer?" Givadorn puffed out his chest and whispered, "It's a good name, Gene Father, but it's not a name I deserve." "Who can say you don't deserve it?" Angren turned around and stared at him. "You have persisted in the traitors for 10,000 years without falling. There is no decoration of corruption on your armor, and your mind is still normal. But I killed innocent people. That's right, I never said you were innocent. Your atonement has just begun. Angren turned around again. Follow me. This tragic fate must be stopped immediately. They walked all the way to the main control room of the spacecraft. There was still blood here, but the bodies had disappeared. A man of normal size stood here with his back to them. Are you done? He asked casually, as if he knew they were coming. It was just a simple greeting, but Givadorn seemed to have suffered some great humiliation. He immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Do you know who you are facing? Take back your words and face him with due courtesy. Otherwise I will make you understand what anger is, mortal." The man turned around, smiled at him, and then looked at Angren. Are all your children so irritable? Angren sighed with a headache. Chapter 359 All Tactics Jump Gang. I apologize, Master. Givadorn sincerely performed the Sky Eagle salute to Shenyan. He had not performed this ritual for 10,000 years, but it was still as accurate as muscle memory. He crossed his hands in front of his chest, meticulously and tightly. He already knew who had helped him to understand the butcher's nail. It was no exaggeration to say that this was a blessing for Givadorn. He could finally think rationally and calmly. Although he still didn't know Shenyan's identity, he could see a clue from Angren's attitude. So, no matter what, he needed to express his gratitude and respect to Shenyan. It's just a small matter, don't worry about it. The wizard turned his head again, with his hands behind his back, looking at the desolate and broken galaxy in front of him, with a blue light flashing in his eyes. From just now, his spiritual power was sinking into the spaceship under his feet little by little. The blasphemous decorations on it were disintegrating and shattering under the pure magic. The ship was being restored to its original appearance little by little. The appearance of a ship that had never fallen. If this ship had an organic soul, it would probably cry out of gratitude. Shenyan closed his eyes, and Givadorn suddenly found that the deck under his feet began to shake slowly. He immediately stood in front of Angren, looking around vigilantly, guarding against various possible attacks, intending to block the first attack for the Prime Arch. Angren put his hand on his shoulder. No need to do this. He knew what the wizard was doing. This was what they had discussed long ago. Although it was another universe, he could still see it. This was a Cobra-class destroyer, the smallest ship in the Imperial Navy. It was 1.5 kilometers long and could carry up to 15,000 crew members. The most common use of this type of ship is to ram other high-tonnage or high-tech ships with suicide attacks. It doesn't even have a warp engine, so it can't travel to the other side of the universe in a short time. As for the high-tech shields such as the Void Shield that are only allowed to be installed on large flagships, this ship can't even think about it. And the Geller's Stand, which is used to protect ships from the threat of warp demons, has long been dismantled by the fallen world eaters. What a joke. The warp is now their home. It can be said that except for the auspicious instrument that is still working normally, all other parts of the ship have different degrees of damage, especially the plasma engine of this ship. The damage has reached 40%, which is a number that cannot be underestimated. Shenyan opened his eyes and sighed. How is the situation? Angren asked. Let's put it this way. This ship is a little better than garbage, but it's just that little better, he replied lightly. This made Givadorn purse his lips. This Astartes fell into a strange state at this time. He regarded the return of the Prime Arch as a dream, and any behavior could cause awakening from the dream. So he was very sensitive, and at this time, his expression became extremely ashamed. Shenyan ignored his sequelae. People need to adapt. When he fully adapts to the fact that Angren has returned, this symptom will break down by itself. After all, this guy is also a person who has been with a group of lunatics who believe in corn for 10,000 years without falling. This was no longer the Emperor's blessing or determination. It was as if the Emperor himself was slapping him on the head with a slipper to wake him up. The wizard raised his hand and pointed to the universe ahead. The wreckage of a broken planet was slowly floating past them. I have to make it clear first, Angren, the Cadia system has been destroyed, and the aftermath has created such a troublesome thing. The Great Rift. His face was filled with that familiar sarcasm again. That thing can distort the laws of physics in the real world on a large scale, so we may encounter any trouble. Considering this situation, It doesn't matter whether this ship has a warp drive or not. We can't travel in the warp next to this damn thing anyway. Angren's face was normal, as if he knew nothing about the dangerous situation at the moment. Can we still find any survivors? I suggest you lower your expectations, the wizard replied. This place has been controlled by chaos. Even if there are survivors, they are probably distorted into monsters. Then we will free them. Givaldorn raised his head and looked at Angren in shock, as if he was looking at a complete stranger. He never thought that the word liberation would come out of Angren's mouth. However, he heard the Primarch's firm voice, "In the name of the Emperor, those who are unfortunate and fallen, I will bring them a merciful death. And for those who can still be saved." Angren lowered his head and looked at Givaldorn. "I will save them completely." "That's easy for you to say." The wizard shook his head and chuckled, then raised his hands. "Let me add some flavor to this ship. If someone had the honor to see this Cobra-class destroyer in space at this time, they would be surprised to find a fact that should be impossible. This ship is growing in a way that completely violates any physical law. Its outer deck gradually deformed and expanded, like a living thing deforming little by little. The mottled scars left by the battles were also restored, and the blasphemous decorations added by the World Eaters on its front ram were also shattered in an instant. The ship became as bright as new in just a few minutes, and the black paint and majestic design made it look completely different from the previous Cobra destroyer. Although the weapons on the ship were still the same old antiques, the defense had increased by more than one level and became more stable. Not only that, Shenyan also added something else to its engine. He didn't understand technology, but he understood magic. It was a piece of cake to enchant the engine so that it could absorb magic. "You are better than any mechanicus I have ever seen." Angren looked at him with complicated eyes. "I thought you said you were a mage." "I am." Shenyan opened his eyes, a little tired. He hadn't done this kind of delicate work for a long time, and in this universe, he had to be careful to guard against threats from the subspace. Every screw on this ship had been cleansed by his mental power, and all the traces of the past disappeared. It can be said that this is a ship without an identification number. No Forge World can stand up and claim that they built this ship, because none of the parts were forged in the factories of the human empire, but were carefully carved out bit by bit by the mages with their own mental power. "He's just a special mage." He waved his hand and came to the main control computer, which had changed its appearance. Originally, there was a huge wetware computer here, a computing core computer that was cultivated or transformed with the brain of a servitor. Due to the gaze of Tsinch, they had to use this cruel method. It was also a helpless move. Fortunately, Shenyan had another way. 12 magic runes shining with a faint silver light guarded a 1-meter-high cylinder, and its base was a black enchanted agate stone. Strictly speaking, this ship is no longer a technological product, so naturally it cannot be driven by the original old method. Shenyan placed his hand on the cylinder, a blue light flashed, and the cylinder slowly deformed. After a moment, the cylinder sank below the deck, and the ship began to move slowly at a constant and stable speed. Givaldorn could hardly understand what he saw. He originally thought that this master was a psychic, but now it seems that he was wrong. Psychics can never do such a thing. Otherwise, what kind of war would they fight? Just let the psychers take action, and there is no need for technical sergeants. Angren's reaction was much calmer. Of course, it may also be because he simply had a clear understanding of the power of the mage, so he did not find anything strange. He came to the mage and looked at the broken galaxy with him. "What are you going to do?" "You are the commander, Lord Angren." Shenyan smiled. "Just as you said, we will start by searching for survivors. Don't you think it is challenging to kill them all bit by bit from the inside of chaos?" Angren laughed in a low voice. Givaldorn stood on the outer deck. Now, there were only 3 of them left alive on the ship, according to the mage himself. The slaves at the bottom were all contaminated to varying degrees and there was no hope for them, so a more humane way was adopted to let them die. Givaldorn thought, "Very good, another group of innocent people died because of me." Deep down in his heart, he may know that his paranoid thoughts are incorrect, and he can also have many reasons to excuse himself, but Givaldorn didn't want to do this. He firmly believed that he was guilty. He must atone for his sins. And now, The opportunity has come. He clenched the chainsaw sword in his hand. After sailing in the ruined Katia system for more than 58 hours, they finally encountered a group of traders. Gividron could see that the ship not far from them should be a Brave-class reconnaissance ship, a cruiser. This type of ship can carry a lot of weapons and ammunition, almost the most of the same type, but the price of doing so is that it gives up nearly half of the shield defense and machine gun defense array of ships of the same level. However, the Brave itself is not designed to fight against high-tonnage ships. Coupled with several lances on its bow and a torpedo launcher, any ship that dares to challenge her will be instantly reduced to ashes. It is worth mentioning that the ship was painted purple. The people on the ship seemed to be very interested in them, and did not intend to use artillery to burn them to ashes from a distance. Instead, they slowly approached them. Gividron could guess with his toes what the bastards on the ship were going to do. They all believed in Slaanesh. What else could they do? The mage and the Primarch stood beside him, both of them with normal faces, as if they did not take the Chaos Astartes on the ship seriously at all. He heard the mage's voice even with a smile. That is the air of Fulgrim. Angren, how do you feel? The Primarch's voice was calm. They have tarnished the name. Gividron felt a little absurd. Who is Fulgrim? He is a fallen Primarch. Why would his Gene father say that? There was something else hidden in Angren's voice, like thunder and lightning. The Fulgrimino would never surrender, and neither would his sons. He was captured and tortured by the Dark Eldar for so long, but they never let him shed a tear. Although I have a bad relationship with him, he is undoubtedly a true warrior. What? Gividorn looked at his Primarch, at the face that was familiar but now felt strange. Angren turned his head, stared at him, and whispered, I am undoubtedly hiding something. Gividorn, I am not the Angren you know. The Astartes' two hearts stopped beating for a moment. He seemed to be dead, but also like he was not. All kinds of chaotic suspicions surged wildly in his heart, turning into a poison that almost drowned him. But when he saw Angren's eyes full of sadness, Gividorn's nose was sore, and he couldn't help but shed tears. You, Gividorn said hoarsely, you are Angren. That's enough. The Primarch looked at him and promised solemnly, when the Legion is rebuilt, I will explain everything to you. I promise you, Gividron. 15 minutes later, the ship docked with them. Dozens of tall figures walked out of the deck. They were wearing sickly, disgusting pink armor, decorated with human skin and carefully carved tiny human bones. But these works of art made Gividron's eyes burn with anger, and so did his Primarch. He Shenyan nodded to them, and then snapped his fingers. The next second, this living ship changed in some way. The metal of its shell seemed to wriggle open by itself, and two warriors walked out. One was wearing old red armor and even lost his right shoulder armor. The tall figure standing next to him stunned those standing on the deck of the other ship. But he Shenyan didn't give them time to react. His ship moved the ram to the side without turning, and then fired. The huge black ramming horn even had a blue chain behind it. It accurately hit the engine of the other flagship, causing an explosion. The mage's mental power even quickly paralyzed most of the weapons and equipment on it. Standing in the cockpit, he Shenyan's face showed a grim smile. It was the first time for him to fight a serious boarding battle in the interstellar era, but it didn't matter. The mage raised his right hand and pulled it back suddenly. The brave cruiser was actually pulled much closer. He laughed and swung his right hand. The ramming horn deformed again, turning into a huge blade, and forcibly split the ship in two. Angren stood on the deck with his bare hands, looking at the explosion in front of him indifferently. He twisted his neck and said to his offspring in the mage's mental dialogue channel, "It's our turn." It took 2 hours to look up information today. At first, I wanted to add the unlucky weepers to join in the fun. It turns out that they are not near Katia at this time. Alas, I also found that GW itself is out of line with the book. The timeline is very confusing, so if there are some mistakes later, I hope you will be gentle. Just think that the author has been bewitched by Slaanesh. Chapter 360. I don't go to the mountain comes to me. Boarding battles between Astartes are bloody and cruel, and life and death are often just a matter of a hair's breadth. But if the other party is a Primarch and a 10,000-year veteran, the situation will be different. Angren swung his fist and punched through the Chaos Astartes in front of him. including the breastplate. Not only did the opponent not feel any pain, but he even groaned happily. These traitors who had completely knelt before Slaanesh had already been blessed by the evil god. Their armor could protect them while also giving them pleasure. No matter what attack, as long as it landed on the armor, it would bring them strong sensory stimulation and enjoy the pleasure of ascension. So Angren, with a gloomy face, tore him in half alive. The sick half of the guy fell to the ground, and he was still breathing. Half of his head rolled out of the helmet and fell to the deck. His mouth opened and closed, and the strange hyperplasia exposed made Angren lift his feet. Snap! Compared to Angren, Gyvadoran's battle was much simpler. He held a chainsaw sword in his hand, dealing with the siege of 2 emperors' children. It seemed precarious, but in fact, he was taking every step carefully. After a clash of swords, Gyvadoran calmly took a step forward, and the chainsaw sword in his hand just blocked the opponent's right arm that was pulling back the blade. A grim smile appeared on his face, and the scarlet eyepiece reflected a flying arm. The Emperor's son in front of him had not yet reacted to what happened, and was washed to the ground by the strong sensory stimulation. Gyvadoran looked at him with disdain, and the old chainsaw sword in his hand made a roar, and cut off his head with one sword. After doing all this, Gyvadoran's movements did not stop. He raised his left arm and let his left shoulder armor block the bolter in the hand of the remaining Emperor's son. The opponent's accuracy can only be described as touching. Gyvadoran didn't know if he had lost his nerves due to the stimulants of drugs in these years, but he didn't care. 2 seconds later, he rushed to the Emperor's son. On his chest hung a piece of pale human skin covered with blasphemous words. Gyvadoran bared his teeth, a familiar anger rising in his heart. Torch the Emperor's will, destroy the monsters. His roar echoed endlessly in the communication channel. Angren looked at him approvingly, and then jumped up casually, landing in the crowd of Emperor's children, and began to kill them under their firepower weapons. The Emperor's children were horrified to find that their grenade launchers had no effect on this shirtless man. Most of the bullets were dodged by him as if he had predicted it, and the few bullets that were lucky enough to hit him were blocked by the light blue shield that emerged from his body, and reflected after a pause. The bullets fired from their own guns caused many of their own deaths. Although the opponent was unarmed, each blow could directly tear through their power armor. Some people did not even have the qualification to enjoy the pain, and their heads were blown up alive. Shenyan walked out of the opening of the bridge. He observed the situation for a while and did not intend to join this unequal battle. In his opinion, Angren's victory was inevitable. He did not think that this group of anti-human wastes who indulged in pleasure had any possibility of winning. To be honest, among the 4 evil gods, he despised Slaanesh and his followers the most. Sure enough, the battle ended after 5 minutes. The Chaos Warband composed of 32 sons of the Emperor was like a weak baby in front of Angren and Gyvadoran. They were easily killed. Gyvadoran stood in place, and under his feet lay the broken bodies of 5 sons of the Emperor. The chest of one of them was completely cut open by his chainsaw sword, and the diseased internal organs flowed all over the ground. He stopped the chainsaw sword silently and hung it back on the buckle at his waist. Feeling unprecedented relief, he turned around and saw his Primarch was already talking to the wizard. "You fought well, your spells were crucial." Angren nodded calmly, not taking credit for himself. "You forced them to board with us, and your shield. Otherwise, even if I was hit by a bolter without power armor at close range, I would have suffered a lot." The scene of mutual flattery ended with the wizard shaking his head. He raised his right hand and pointed to a broken star not far away. "It's not over yet, my friend. Look at that star." Shenyan didn't say much, just asked him to observe the star. Angren didn't think his eyesight was good enough to stand on the spaceship and directly observe the surface of another planet, but he still did it. As expected, he felt a warmth coming from the surface of his eyeballs, and then the picture from his retina changed rapidly. The overwhelming demons and traitors, the blasphemous things that came out of the nightmare mixed together, frantically attacking the only remaining fortress on the broken land. There was still artillery fire from the monastery-style fortress, but according to Angren's observation, they were already helpless. Their heavy firepower was destroyed by demons on the positions not far away. and the defensive artillery was already unable to deal with the demons in the sky, not to mention the demon army that was pouring in from the ground like a tide. A dozen Astartes stood on the towering walls of the monastery, commanding the mortal auxiliary troops to run around. The warmth disappeared. Angren turned around and heard the mage say, "Did you see it clearly?" He nodded, his expression once again gloomy and angry. "Is there anything we can do?" "Yes, there is." The mage closed his eyes. "But after this job, I have to rest for a while." "About 3 days." Angren and Gaivoldrin hadn't understood what he meant when they saw the mage raise his right hand. He closed his eyes and smiled, muttering to himself, "Since it can't be teleported over long distances, I'll just let it come over here." Gaivoldrin suddenly felt his alloy-like bones creaking under the heavy load. He couldn't bear it any longer and took off his helmet. Blood gushed out of his nose. He shook his head uncomfortably, feeling dizzy and even about to faint. Angren was much calmer than him, but he still clenched his fists, as if he was trying to resist something. The Primarch's eyes were still calm, but seemed to be filled with some kind of expectation. Shenyan opened his eyes, and a dazzling red light burst out from his eyes. The crazy explosion of magic power almost formed a physical explosion in the vacuum where sound could not be transmitted. The wreckage of the spacecraft and the fragments of the planet floating in the space around him were all completely annihilated at that moment. Seeing this scene, Angren had no doubt that if he were also in it, his end would not be much better. "Come!" Gaivoldrin heard Shenyan's roar, and the star that seemed not far away but was actually extremely far away was dragged to them alive in the next second with his traction. The wizard laughed wildly. Fuck the inability to teleport and spell restrictions. He turned his head and stared at Gaivoldrin and Angren with scarlet eyes. "Get ready. Tell your third company to hold the western wall. Hey Girard, I don't want to hear any excuses. Even if you die, you have to die on the wall. Do you understand?" An officer roared at his men like crazy, and his men said nothing, silently bearing the anger of their superiors, then saluted and ran away silently. He didn't tell his superiors that only 58 people were left in the third company. Girard originally wanted to ask his superiors for support, but when he saw his superiors with only one leg left, half of his face burned, and even the bandage on his chest still oozing blood, he couldn't say these words. Girard knew that they had reached the final moment and would soon meet death. Where could they get support? As a light infantry regiment, this was all they could do. Other Astra Militarum troops with heavy firepower had long since died, and their heavy firepower positions were taken care of by the demons. Girard didn't know if this was a weird joke. The officer was still panting in the same place. He reached out and took out a tube of injection from his waist and stabbed it hard in his neck. After a few seconds, the paleness of his face ceased a little, and his physical strength seemed to have recovered a little. The price was that he would die in an hour, but it didn't matter. The commander was dead, the political commissar was dead, and only 4 of the 10 companies were dead, and even he was the only high-ranking officer left. There was a heavy sound of footsteps behind him, and the officer knew without looking back that it was his angel of death. A cold, heavy, processed voice said to him amid the roars of the demons, "Captain, my brothers and I are ready." The captain turned his head and saw an Astartes standing behind him. His own face was reflected in the scarlet eyepiece, a face full of anger and unwillingness. "There is a secret path under the monastery, my lord." Astartes interrupted him calmly. "There is no need for that. Evacuation is running away, and we are not cowards." There was even a smile in his voice. Although it was still cold, it made the captain feel honored. "Let's not talk about whether it will succeed. You and your soldiers are fighting bloody battles. How can we abandon you and run away? More enemies have died in your hands than us. We are not satisfied with this." The captain still wanted to make a final struggle, but, "My lord, you are his angels of death, and we are just mortals." Astartes looked at him quietly. "Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the empire, and mortals are the ones who sacrifice the most for the empire. You are the cornerstone of the empire. Don't hesitate. I have seen your command ability. Give the order, Captain. We will obey your command and must kill more blasphemous things before we die." The captain took a deep breath. He never thought that he would have such an opportunity to command a team of Astartes. This feeling of being recognized soon faded from his heart, replaced by coldness and determination. Yes, our death is a foregone conclusion. Our lives are the currency of the Emperor, and because of this, we must make our death more valuable, he said. The Third Company of the West Wall has just requested support from us. How many Astartes do you have available? 17. Okay. Please send 5 to the West Wall. You all heard it, the Astartes said. He patted his breathing grill. Those who are close to the West Wall, report to me. 5 people spoke in the communication channel one after another. Rhodes reports. Gilman reports. Haller reports. Temple reports. Harlan reports. Astarte nodded. Very good. The 5 of you go to the West Wall to support the mortal soldiers there. The captain frowned. The sound of the artillery fire made his left ear a little deaf. He said loudly, "Please, God, what is that?" Astarte looked up. The ominous sky above their heads was covered with dark clouds. It seemed to be torn apart at this time. A huge thundercloud came from nowhere and slowly condensed into a vortex in the sky. Before he could say anything, a huge golden lightning fell from the sky and struck directly on the plain near the monastery. The earth trembled, and Astarte was quick to catch the captain who was about to fall. He squinted his eyes and looked at the sky again. The rumbling thunder began to sound continuously. Lightning followed the thunder and struck near the monastery one by one. The besieging demons were either vaporized on the spot or turned into charcoal in the subsequent chain lightning. His eyepiece began to zoom in, helping him to accurately capture the ground struck by lightning. Golden flames were burning wildly on the land that was polluted by demons. As long as they were touched by a little, the demons would die immediately and painfully. The captain seemed to have lost the ability to speak. The Astartes put him on the ground steadily, but his tone was extremely fanatical. This is his power. His voice channel began to hear the brothers slightly out of control shouting. Some shouted the name of the Emperor, and some roared to vent their emotions. The mortal soldiers were not much different. Some even began to waste ammunition and vent their anger on the demon corpses under the city wall. This behavior was quickly stopped by their superiors. Boom! A lightning bolt struck again, hitting the center of the fortress, but it did not cause any damage to the monastery. A shirtless giant and another Astartes who was 2 sizes smaller than him and wearing red armor stood on the city wall. Astartes stepped forward and gave the Sky Eagle salute. Third Captain of the Crimson Blades, Ezekiel. The giant glanced at him, especially at the bright red teardrop with 2 white wings on his chest, and then nodded coldly. You can call me Wrath. Without further ado, let's start the finale. More updates will be added tomorrow. I'm a little numb from looking up information these 2 days. It's numb. GW is really good at eating books, and there's really not much information in China. Praise the translation court. By the way, this chapter is called the Crimson Blades, an niche group. Their more famous deeds are, they thought they were Gilliman's children, but they were not. They were the children of the Archangel. The picture is in the book review area. If nothing else, this group is very handsome. Chapter 361, Turning a Planet into a Ship. Their identities are mysterious, but they are very powerful. One is suspected to be the Prime Arch, and the other is wearing a tattered Mk3 power armor, which is very likely to be a veteran. This is what Ezekiel thinks of the 2 mysterious men, but considering the way they appeared and the lightning cloud that was still bombarding the demons on the ground overhead, he said nothing. Everyone has secrets, even him and his brother. Their counter-advance has been going on for 3 hours. For the Astartes, 3 hours of fighting is not even a warm-up, but if it is a battle with the demons of the warp, it is another matter. But since the battle began, no one in Ezekiel's communication channel has lost contact. They are going so smoothly that it is even a little too much. Most of the demons are being cleared from the ground bit by countless lightnings falling from the sky. The demons who survived by chance not only have to guard against the attacks that may come at any time, but also have to carefully bypass the golden flames on the ground. If they are touched by a little bit, they will die immediately. Ezekiel can say this. He has never fought such a smooth battle. The demons they encountered were only 2 or 3 kittens, and they could be easily destroyed. He and his brothers formed a sharp angle and moved forward steadily. Compared with their cautious approach, the giant who called himself angry was much more wild. His battle roar could sometimes even drown out the thunder. Ezekiel could no longer catch the figures of him and the warrior, and could only judge their approximate position by his battle roar. Ezekiel had some complaints about this way of fighting, but the angry insisted on carrying out this kind of fighting method that he thought was almost suicidal before starting the counter-sweeping. When he wanted to raise some objections, the veteran in Mk3 power armor stepped forward, said nothing, and stared at him. They stared at each other for 5 minutes, and finally, Ezekiel compromised. He couldn't stop the person who was going to die, not to mention that he did think that the giant was a prime arch. He just didn't know which one it was, which one matched. This slightly blasphemous speculation did not linger in his mind for too long. Ezekiel quickly focused on the battle, while trying his best to keep himself from falling into the frenzy of the battle. It was difficult to find a balance between the two emotions, but fortunately the captain of the 3rd Company of the Crimson Blades had long been accustomed to it. The power sword in his hand was accurate and ruthless, completely abandoning long-range firepower, and the fighting brothers behind him were his most reliable backing. As a pioneer, Ezekiel used the power sword in his hand to sow the death of the Emperor, while his brothers behind him were responsible for venting the Emperor's wrath with their bolt guns. On the other hand, Angren's combat method was actually wilder than Ezekiel thought. It was so wild that even Gaivildarin could not keep up with his pace, and this was the result of Angren's deliberate control. He did not know when a huge axe made of condensed lightning appeared in his hand, and the cruel arc was exaggerated and had a certain beauty. There was no trace of blood from the demons on the humming axe blade, because they would be completely vaporized the moment they were chopped. Angren's expression was calm and motionless, even though he had just killed a corn demon. The demon stared at him before dying, as if he had seen something unreasonable. This kind of emotion was extremely rare for the corn demon army. After all, they were all crazy people who only knew how to pursue blood and killing. A voice sounded in his mind. It was Shenyan's voice, with a little helplessness. Do you know how difficult it is to stop a demon soul that is about to return to the warp? What happened? It saw your face, although I don't know why this thing still has memories of you in its chaotic brain. Angren, if you don't want to be found by a large number of corn demons so soon, I suggest you cover your face. No, Angren refused. It's just he swung the axe, and lightning extended from the axe blade, twisting on the ground for several meters before rising up, binding a slain demon as if it had its own consciousness, and the lightning made it scream in pain. Even the pursuit of pain from its chaotic nature could not make it get any pleasure from this experience. This discovery made it feel terrified. Angren smiled. A group of the axe fell, and the thing was split in half alive by him, and then the lightning completely vaporized it. A mob. TSK, whatever you want. Although he said so, there was a hint of laughter in the mage's voice. Angren became more and more certain of his feeling. This mysterious mage might be the same as him in terms of fighting. They were both keen to see the death of their enemies and took pleasure in it. By the way, the mage's voice became distant and ethereal. You better watch your step later. I can't keep track of your position in a large-scale spell that uses planets as units. What are you going to do? I'm going to turn this star into a ship, he said. Dash. The cultists shattered one by one, literally. Their bodies exploded. Blood and flesh covered the dirty ground, making the smell even worse. But the instigator was unmoved. His hand holding the gun remained steady, killing one cultist after another with the precision of a machine. His shooting habits were very deadly. He only shot the head or the heart, but the firepower of the grenade launcher was already incredible. In 40 seconds, all 78 cultists were dead, without a single one spared. The scattered response shots from the traitors didn't even scratch his armor. He put down the grenade launcher after reloading and walked out of the darkness, with a gloomy face illuminated by the swaying light above his head. Frank Custer stretched his neck and counted silently in his mind. 18,742. This was the third day since he came to the bottom of Terra. Frank started a bloody massacre here. He didn't know how many mutants, gangs, cultists or other things died under his gun. Frank's brain, which had become extremely sensitive after the transformation, even made him remember the number of kills. He didn't know why he remembered the number. Maybe it was just a hobby or a habit. The pungent smell of blood and engine oil rushed into his nostrils. Frank turned his head and raised his grenade launcher to aim at the crooked metal wall in front of him. The wall was covered with blasphemous words in blood. Frank squinted and looked carefully. It was worthless. It was just the ravings of some madman, old-fashioned and unoriginal. He pulled the trigger, and the grenade launcher suddenly rose up, giving him a perfect response. The bolt bullets propelled by the rocket smashed the metal wall into pieces, and a huge black hole was blasted out. He turned and left, returning the same way. Half an hour later, he returned to his resting place. A female Imperial Inquisitor was waiting for him there. It seemed that she had been here for some time. Frank glanced at her coldly and asked, "What's the matter?" The judge looked up at him. Her left eye was a prosthetic eye, and half of her face was scarred by the burns, but this did not detract from her beauty, but instead added a different temperament. Unfortunately, neither of the two people present would care about such things. She said, "A new order, my lord." "I'm not your lord. We have been cooperating for a year, lord, and if nothing unexpected happens, it will continue for a long time. No one who cooperated with me survived." Frank said the terrible words, his expression still very calm. "Tell me, what order?" "It comes from a person named SR. Although I don't know his identity, this order is issued by the High Lord's Council." She took out a letter from her waist and handed it to Frank. As Frank read, she said, "The people in the lower hive have begun to spread rumors about you, my lord. Do you think this is a good thing? Let them tell it. No one has ever seen me." Frank finished reading the letter and handed it back. The Inquisitor took it and burned it to ash with the microflame launcher implanted in the palm of her right hand. She said, "Where are we going next?" He didn't say anything, just walked forward. The hive is an extremely large and bloated building structure, which can almost be regarded as another world. Many people died without being able to walk out of this dirty and chaotic world. They are now in the lower hive, a place that all hive residents avoid. Those who stay here are either criminals or rats of all kinds. Countless blasphemous things have taken root here, threatening everyone's life, even themselves. Frank received the order from Steve Rogers. He didn't know this Steve, but he respected the one he knew, not to mention that the other party was his superior at this time. As a soldier, Frank obeyed the order. His killing was over temporarily. They walked along the path back to the upper level of the hive, where bureaucrats responsible for managing the daily affairs of the hive, senior factory managers, and various important figures related to politics and economy and the lives of the nobles lived. The environment was good. It was late at night. Terra had implemented a curfew, and the streets were empty. The high-heeled leather boots of the Inquisitor and his heavy footsteps in power armor echoed heavily on the ground, and they soon arrived at the agreed meeting place. An inconspicuous old man squatted under the sculpture in the square, with a flickering light in his turbid eyes. Frank gave up his position and signaled that the Inquisitor should talk to him. He was never good at this kind of thing. The female judge stepped forward, and the old man's expression quickly became serious. After a long series of mutual confirmation of identity and exchange of passwords, the old man said, "First of all, the Anti-Rebellion Order respects and recognizes the work of the two of you. Judge Bonavia, your work will undergo some changes in the near future. Please pay attention. As for you, sir," he turned his head and looked at Frank, calming down before speaking, "have you read the letter?" After getting confirmation, he continued, "Tomorrow at 12 noon, a black ship will dock in the 4th district of the 3rd port. Please be sure to arrive on time, and you can delay it by up to 10 minutes. You will see the person you want to see there." "I have finished my words, and the Emperor bless us." The old man said so, and took out a tube of injection and injected it into his neck. He turned into a pool of liquid after a twitch, and was then cleaned up by the mechanical servants who came. No trace was left. Frank watched all this with a cold eye and said to Bonavia, "Is this how you work?" It really opened my eyes. The female Inquisitor didn't care about the slight sarcasm in his tone. Only the people in the Inquisition knew that this kind of sacrifice was necessary. No one could guarantee that they would not leak secrets, especially when it came to such things. If you don't want to cause the Empire's plan to go wrong because of yourself, the best way is to return to his throne. Bonavia nodded her artificial eye, and a red light flashed. She seemed to be checking something. Everyone in the Order of the Rebellion is ready for this. Death will come to each of us sooner or later. When that happens, loyalty is the only thing we can take to his throne. Loyalty itself is a reward, she said, turning her head to look at the tall giant. His dark armor didn't even reflect any light, as if he was standing completely in the dark. The white skull on his chest was hideous and ominous, but it was a symbol of human purity. Sacrifice is necessary, my lord. Frank said nothing. After being here for so long, he still couldn't get used to the disregard for human life shown by this huge empire. Although he knew that this was to save more lives, he never thought that coming here was a bad thing. They soon disappeared into the night. At 12 o'clock noon the next day, Bonavia appeared at the third port on time. There were people coming and going here, but everything was in order. Soldiers of the Imperial Navy, merchants, and noble children traveling out were the most common personnel. The Inquisitor, wearing a black robe, quickly found the ship. She boarded the ship calmly, and there was a beeping sound from the server hanging on her waist, and the captain smiled at her. Not long after that, the ship sank suddenly, as if some kind of giant monster had come up, but there was no one else on the deck except Bonavia and the captain in black robes. They left the port 10 minutes later, and Frank only showed up at this time. The captain looked at him with a kind of fanaticism, his eyes full of faith. Emperor above, he saluted with an eagle. Please wait a moment. I swear on the name of my family, I will definitely take you to your destination. After he walked into the cabin, Frank sighed slightly. There is one more update. Chapter 362 Planet Battleship. Before today, Ezekiel had never thought he would see such a scene. The planet beneath their feet had turned into a warship. When the demons were completely cleansed from the surface, the broken surface of the planet began to change. The remains of the Astartes and the dead Astra Militarum flew up from the ground, and their bodies dissipated into the air. Ezekiel was very sure that he heard the sound of hymns. He took off his helmet and watched the scene in solemn silence. Then, golden spots of light flew up and disappeared in the atmosphere of the planet. Ezekiel stared at the direction where they disappeared without saying a word. The tremors of the ground made it difficult for him to stand firmly, but fortunately, the legs of the armor had a suction system, and they stood firmly on the ground. Ezekiel heard one of his brothers muttering in an unforgettable tone on the communication channel, "He is watching us, he is watching all of us." Ezekiel replied. The clouds in the sky of the planet began to dissipate little by little, and the lightning clouds that had killed countless demons before also dissipated. The atmosphere became thinner, and the black unknown material covered the sky. A soft blue light illuminated the earth. A terrified voice rushed into their communication channel. Ezekiel recognized who he was. The captain, he shouted in a panic. "Emperor above, what happened?" It was natural for him not to understand. Even an Astartes like Ezekiel found it difficult to understand such a scene, let alone mortals. Another voice sounded in the communication channel. It was the 10,000-year-old veteran. His voice was hoarse, and there was an unclear liquid sound between his lips and tongue, as if he was swallowing blood. "Calm down, mortal," he said coldly. "You are witnessing a miracle. It is an honor. Enjoy it." The sky was completely covered, and the black material quickly deformed. Ezekiel found that he and his brothers were slowly floating upwards. They did not activate the jetpacks behind them, which was undoubtedly abnormal. But more abnormal things have happened, so they did not do anything other than necessary precautions. Floating in the sky, Ezekiel's helmet eyepiece faithfully recorded this image. The earth was deformed, and the heavy firepower destroyed by the demons and the weapons scattered on the battlefield were deformed little by little, blending into the earth like water. The ground that was destroyed by the war became flat and dark at this time, and Ezekiel suddenly had a feeling that the weapons had not disappeared. On the contrary, they were still here. His feeling was correct. Shenyan's perception at this time was quite complicated. Thousands of different machine souls roared at him, telling him their wishes. These simple souls born from mechanical creations have only one purpose: to fulfill their mission. After being created and kill all enemies of mankind, the wizard comforted them one by one, allowing these old or young souls to calm down temporarily. He told his purpose, "I am not going to melt you and turn you into building materials. You are now parts of a greater destructive machine. When the time is right, you can wield destructive artillery fire on his enemies." When they finally quieted down contentedly, Shenyan couldn't help but sigh. Damn it, speaking in this tone is really a challenge for him, but things have to be done. He closed his eyes again, floating in the dark vacuum, reaching out his hand to rewrite reality with his will. The guy who caused the destruction of Cadia and the birth of the Great Rift would never have thought that after the warp affected reality, it would make the mage's operation at this time possible. You know, he wouldn't dare to do this in other places. Turning the planet into a warship, such a large-scale action is bound to attract the attention of the four Chaos Gods. Unfortunately, now he is in the Great Rift, the Emperor can very conveniently cast his glory here, and those four bastards will not be able to see him for a while. When they realize what happened here, Shenyan laughed happily, and the originally broken planet began to change. It was originally a broken sphere, covered with scars, but now it looks like a complete sphere because of the obstruction of the atmosphere, and with the will of the mage, the shape of the planet began to become majestic and aggressive. Thousands of gun holes appeared on its surface, not more, not less, just the number of machine souls. No matter what they were originally, whether it was a cannon or a tank, an ordinary plasma pistol or a grenade launcher, they now had a new identity. Enchanted cannons, each one was independently controlled by a separate machine soul. 64 runes rotated in their muzzles with a radius of 5 meters, shining with an ominous red light, ready to fire at any time, and in combat at any time. These machine souls are now very irritable, they can't wait to kill. The hull is extremely long, so long that it is even a little scary. Shenyan originally didn't want to design it with such a religious atmosphere like other ships of the Empire, but considering that he would have to deal with other people from the Empire later, he still pinched his nose and reluctantly put a lot of Gothic spires on it. These things are not decorations, each of them was enchanted by the wizard himself, and then together formed an exaggeratedly huge protective magic circle, firmly protecting the ship. Although he knew nothing about technology, Shenyan was a well-deserved master of magic. He had not forgotten the monastery, which was properly placed in the center of the ship as a place for the Astartes to stay. In his imagination, this ship would carry the population of a planet. The 3 decks above and below were fully equipped with all kinds of facilities, but there were no things like auspicious instruments and void shields that the Imperial ships should have. Shenyan replaced these things with other means. The life support system of the hull was divided into 2 layers of magic arrays, one inside the other. The huge blue and black magic arrays were hidden in the entire ship. The blue one was responsible for constructing the atmosphere and purifying the subspace atmosphere, so that the people on the entire ship could always maintain a stable spirit and could not be invaded by any demons unless the 4 shameless ones came to the rescue themselves. The black one was specifically responsible for making all kinds of food and fresh water. This eye-like existence could accurately identify the people living in each room and would provide food on time according to the preset plan. Very convenient, but as for the source of energy, aren't there many planetary wreckages around here? Material transformation may still be an unreachable peak in the field of science and technology, but magic is not so clear. After doing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and his figure flashed back to the first deck. Angren had been waiting here for a long time. Seeing Shenyan's arrival, he smiled. Before he could speak, he saw the wizard's footsteps were unsteady and he almost fell to the ground. Waving his hand to signal him not to worry, Shenyan climbed up from the ground with some effort. He complained, "Such a small thing can make me tired now. It's really weird." The White Tower is right. This universe is extremely unfriendly to wizards. Angren's face twitched. Small things? He looked at the white bridge deck under his feet, and then turned his head to look at the portholes and the exquisite murals above his head. These things did not exist half an hour ago, but now they reminded him of his presence all the time. Angren said expressionlessly, "Sometimes I really doubt whether you are human or not." "Don't worry, my friend. Although I can drag planets, clean the surface, and fabricate reality with a thought, I am indeed a human." The wizard smiled and blinked. Angron always felt that he was referring to someone else. The Primarch sighed helplessly. "What are you going to do about those warriors?" "What do you mean? You are the commander. Do you think I can't see that you just want to be lazy?" Angron looked at him with a bit of a smile. "Some things should not be exposed." Shenyan yawned, and the speed of the loss of magic power in his body made him feel hungry for the first time in so many years. He smacked his lips uncomfortably, and suddenly wanted to catch a few Protoss to eat. "Well, do you know their identities?" he asked. Angron nodded. "A company of the Crimson Blades was sent to help this planet." He paused before continuing. "I noticed the paint on their armor." Shenyan raised an eyebrow. He said slowly, "Oh, I think I understand. In your universe, that Archangel is a traitor?" Silence. Some things do not need to be answered, and Angron did not want to mention it. Just thinking of the name made him cold all over, and anger once again seemed to replace the blood in his veins, making his two hearts beat wildly. Angron took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down with his words and self-discipline. He replied, "Yes, so I have some prejudice against them." He admitted this very frankly. There was nothing he could do about it. Shenyan nodded in understanding. "So, you want me to go out and talk to them?" "That's right," the wizard sighed. "Look, Angron, we are not in the universe you are familiar with. Here, Sanguinius is not a traitor, neither are his descendants. On the contrary, he is loved throughout the Empire. Some familiar faces may be different from what you imagine. You have to get used to it." "I will try hard." Angron threw out these words from the gap between his teeth. He closed his eyes, obviously unwilling to talk more. Anger surged up again. Shenyan knew that he was not angry with himself, but with someone else. The wizard floated up and patted his shoulder, and then went away. Angron was left alone on the bridge to sulk. Uneasy and surging in his heart existed at the same time. He sat upright in the chair. The damaged part of the monastery was repaired together in the planet reconstruction just now. This ancient monastery has become impeccable for him, both in terms of art and defense. He and his brothers are sitting in a church in the monastery. The chairs specially adjusted for them can perfectly accommodate an Astardi. According to the angry man, someone wants to see them. They have been waiting here for a while, but Ezekiel doesn't care about this. He even wants to wait a little longer so that he can look at the painted glass more. There were footsteps in the corridor, very light, but still caught by him. Ezekiel and his brothers took off their helmets and put them on their knees in a uniform manner, revealing 17 different faces. Some are handsome, some are calm, and some are wild. Without exception, they all have firm eyes. A man pushed open the door of the church and walked in. He was wearing an exquisite black robe and his face was abnormally pale. Although he had prepared himself mentally, Ezekiel was still surprised. The man's eyes seemed to be burning with golden flames. He himself didn't seem to notice this, but Ezekiel immediately felt a throbbing. He and his brothers stood up and said in a deep voice, "The 17th Astartes of the 3rd Company of the Crimson Blades salute you, sir." "Don't be so reserved. Why are you so polite? Did Mr. Angry say something to you?" The man walked casually to the notice board, leaned half of his body, and asked with a smile. "Actually, it wasn't him who said that. It was Brother Givadorn." Ezekiel replied. "He said that you are his messenger. After witnessing your power with my own eyes, I believe it without a doubt." Shenyan didn't know how to refute him for a moment. He was right. He was indeed the messenger of the Emperor. But this messenger was obviously different from the messenger he understood. But now is not the time to correct him. Shenyan nodded. "The self-introduction part can be left for later. I will get straight to the point." Crimson Blade chapter, right? Ezekiel nodded. "Do you have some secrets?" This question made Ezekiel's expression become a little frozen. At this moment, countless speculations and thoughts of lying flashed through his mind. But looking at the man's burning golden eyes, he finally couldn't tell a single lie. Ezekiel whispered, "Yes, sir. Do you have an abnormal desire for blood, and sometimes you have strange hallucinations before and after the battle? Your strength and speed are enhanced, but you can't distinguish between friend and foe? How do you know so clearly?" Ezekiel saw the man sigh, and then said something that he couldn't believe at all. Because your genetic father is sanguineous, not Robert Gilliman. This idea actually just appeared in my mind this morning. Think about it. Right around the Great Rift, an active planet-level battleship is carrying out various sneak attacks behind enemy lines. What is guerrilla warfare? Chapter 363, Angel Apparition. It was more than a bolt from the blue. It was a bolt from the blue. The expressions of the 17 Astartes were rapidly turning into a state of bewilderment, and their superhuman minds seemed unable to accept this shocking fact in an instant. Shenyan had never expected them to accept such a thing in a short time. To put it in an analogy, it was equivalent to asking you to find a new father. Considering the influence of the Primarchs on their respective offspring, this matter was probably more serious than finding a new father. The mage raised his head and stared at the relief on the ceiling of the church. The sculptor himself had good skills, and he carved the scenes of many Astartes fighting demons vividly and vividly. This church was the only original product left on the planet, and the mage had not made any changes. After a while, Ezekiel spoke, as if something was blocked in his throat. His voice was dry, and the common language of the Empire, Low Gothic, seemed almost as obscure and difficult to understand as High Gothic. "Sir, do you have any evidence?" Shenyan looked at him, and his resolute face inevitably showed some hesitation. He shook his head. "I can't tell you more specific things, but I can reveal some." "Well, a small guess. The destruction of the mother planet will lead to the loss of archives, and in a large-scale battle, the losses are heavy, and all the veterans are killed in battle. It is not uncommon for the tradition to be interrupted." He tapped his fingers on the wooden table of the bulletin board and said thoughtfully, "The history of the chapter is lost, and you have covered up your own shortcomings tightly. It is normal that you don't know what happened to you. However, I am still surprised that you think your Primarch is Gilliman." As he spoke, he actually laughed, and his words to the Primarch of the Ultramarines were more like a peer, rather than addressing the only remaining Gene Primarch. Such an attitude inevitably made some Astartes indignant. Shenyan took in all these things. He did not comment, but said lightly, "You will all have to accept this sooner or later. Besides, there is no need to hide your secrets so carefully. No one on this ship can label you as heretics." His words were full of absolute confidence, almost arrogant, and he seemed to have no regard for the Inquisition at all. Ezekiel took a deep breath. "My lord, with all due respect, who are you?" "I am whoever you think I am." The wizard said this nonchalantly while standing on the bulletin board. The light blue fluorescence of the outer layer of the battleship shone on him through the stained glass, and his face was blurred for a while, with only two golden flames still burning firmly. Ezekiel fell into a trance, and his cerebral cortex felt a tingling pain, and then he actually saw something directly. Next to the man, there was a figure composed of white light spots, with huge wings on his back. Ezekiel also couldn't see his face clearly. He only felt a gaze that combined love, pity, guilt and pain, as if it were real. He stared blankly in the direction of the empty space, almost crying. A huge grief completely attacked his heart, and Ezekiel almost couldn't breathe. He stood up, and his helmet fell to the ground and rolled on the dark red carpet. His brothers stood up behind him and looked at their captain nervously. Then they found that he was crying blood. 2 lines of crystal blood slowly slid down from his eye sockets. Ezekiel knelt on the ground weakly, and a painful cry as if his soul was torn apart came out of his throat. The sound made people doubt whether he was dead, because only the soul's wailing in hell would be so painful. Shenyan turned his head, and there was nothing to his right, but the wizard nodded there, showing a smile, as if to say hello. 2 minutes later, Ezekiel stood up again. The 2 lines of blood and tears were still on his face, as if they had solidified and gradually seeped into his skin, leaving 2 dark red hideous tear marks, and even making his skin hiss in the process. But Ezekiel seemed to be unaware of this. He came to Shenyan and knelt on one knee on the ground. "Is that him?" "I don't know anything." The wizard blinked at him, then smiled and said, "It seems that you have good qualifications." The smile disappeared in an instant. "The 3rd Company of the Crimson Blade Regiment. I recruit you to serve on this ship in the name of the Empire. We are surrounded by the enemy. There may be no support, and we may die tomorrow. And no one may even know that we have fought for the Empire here. Are you willing?" Ezekiel and his brothers looked at each other. Their answers did not even need to be explained. "No, I am not a traitor." Givadron sat in his room. According to his special request, the intelligent magic array on the ship arranged an empty room without any furniture for him. There was not even a light here. It was more like a prison cell than a resting place. Jawadualan was in the prison cell. He closed his eyes tightly, veins on his forehead bulged, and his teeth clenched, as if he was enduring great pain. After the battle, he found a fact that was hard for him to accept. The butcher's nail was far away, but the impact it caused was not so easy to eliminate. Jawadualan was completely unable to restrain his rage during the battle. He was in a strong tendency to self-destruct at all times. If Shenyan had not pulled out his hand to give him a magic shield, he would have died by now. He completely abandoned defense and just waved the old chainsaw sword, attacking the demons frantically. He ignored their claws and weapons, their strength and strange witchcraft. Even the venom spitting out from their corrupt lips and tongues was ignored by this warrior. What he longed for was only death, and this fury did not end even now after the battle. Givadorn had noticed this as early as when he was speaking on the communication channel. He bit his tongue repeatedly and rubbed the wound with his canine teeth. The blood and the constant small pain made him slightly accustomed to the anger. Givadorn now only wanted one thing, to wake up, and then die for the Empire to wash away the shame on himself. He could not forget his legion when he was a war dog, and the legion after that. It was okay to live in the days before, but now that he was free from the butcher's nail and could think normally, he couldn't stand it. A crack appeared in the tightly sealed wall, and the light outside the bridge came in. A tall figure walked in. Angren looked at him and suddenly stretched out his hand to pull him up from the ground. "How did you perform in the battle, Primarch?" Givadorn was so ashamed that he couldn't say a word. Angren did not let him off easily. He stared at Givadorn sternly. "Are you a coward, Givadorn?" Astardi raised his head sharply, his eyes red. "No, I'm not." "Then why do you act so careless and want to die?" Angren scolded him. "Your duty and service are not over yet. You have not been medically declared dead, and you are still able to swing the sword. Tell me, Givadorn, are you a coward?" "I'm not, Primarch." "No, you are." Angren looked at him angrily. "What I see is a coward hiding in the darkness and feeling sorry for himself, a waste who doesn't even dare to take responsibility and can only run away." His roar resounded throughout the room. "Death is his gift. Only when you have fulfilled your duties can you end your service. Givadorn, your service is not over yet. Your service has just begun." Angren reached out and grabbed his shoulder. "Look at me. Your brothers have been corrupted by the demons of the warp. Their original noble forms have now become blasphemous and inferior, and their wills are no different from those of beasts. You may be the only one among them who is awake. Only you can end their tragic fate, but now you are only thinking about whether you can selfishly die?" Givadorn looked at him, looking at Angren from another universe. There was no trace of the butcher's nail behind his head, but the anger that filled his face was still real. Givadorn was silent for a long time, and then he trembled and said, "But I am a traitor, Primarch." "You are not, Givadorn." Angren let go of his hand. "Givadorn, the World Eater is dead. Now standing here is the captain of the first company of the World Eaters. The Legion will be revived. We will rise from the ashes. The shame and betrayal of the past need to be repaid with blood. With your blood, with my blood, with the blood of the enemy." Angren looked at him and said word by word, "Soldier, your service begins now." As if by instinct, Givadorn's feet collided and his body stood straight. The gray light faded from his face, replaced by a sincere expression like a new life. He answered firmly and calmly, "Yes, Primarch." It seems that your conversation went well?" Angren ran into the mage on the deck. The first question he asked made the Primarch embarrassed. "Did you eavesdrop on our conversation?" "Perhaps it can't be described as eavesdropping, Angren. Both of you have loud voices. For a mortal like me, it's hard not to hear," Shenyan said seriously. Angren decided to skip this topic. He was never known for his eloquence, and simply talked about something else. "What did those people of the Crimson Blade say?" "I must remind you again, My friend. The mage's face turned a little strange. They are all loyal. Do you need to change your address? His vague words made Angren frown. Before the Primarch could figure out what his obscure hint meant, his vision was filled with white light. A soul with wings on its back stood in front of him, looking at him curiously. Angren took a deep breath. It seems that what our father said was true. It turns out that parallel universes really exist. He smiled gently, with a kind of kindness on his handsome face that was both illusory and real. You can't pull me into this illusion without permission. Angren's tone was cold. Considering what Sanguinius did to the Imperium in another universe, his reaction was not surprising. Prejudice is one of the most deeply rooted bad habits of mankind. Even in the Primarch, it is difficult to change. These superhumans possess the power granted by the Emperor, stronger than mortals, but they are still not free from the shackles of emotions. Rather, their emotions are the strongest. I just want to talk to you. I noticed that you have a deep prejudice against my children. A conversation should help us solve this little problem. Sanguinius still smiled, not taking Angren's cold tone seriously. I know what you want to say. Forget it. Before they prove themselves, I will not. According to your logic, my brother who has never met, you must prove yourself first before I can trust you. Sanguinius used his logic to circumvent him lightly, and he blinked. You know, you have done a lot of great things in the history I know. Aren't you dead? Angren changed the subject again. Sanguinius' smile turned a little sad. Yes, of course I am dead. Sanguinius is gone and can never come back, but I still have a little spirit floating in the warp. Let it be my last contribution to the Imperium. Bullshit. A little spirit can bring me closer to the illusion? You are a liar who tells lies without thinking. Angren glanced at him and said impatiently, let me go back when you have said enough. I don't have time to waste with you. Don't worry, my brother, I am not your brother. Angren bared his teeth and stretched out his voice. The angel was indifferent. You cannot change this established fact, Angren. However, since you don't want to hear me call you that, I will not force your ears. Listen carefully, Angren. The Emperor knows what the wizard and you want to do, but he cannot come in person or contact you. In this universe, our father has too many things to care about. The torture of that chair is getting worse and worse. I doubt it. Forget it. Just ignore me. The angel's voice became illusory, and Angren felt a push. He was pushed out of the illusion, and only Sanguinius' words were still echoing in his ears. Remember, be careful. Angren lowered his head and opened his right hand. In the palm of his broad hand, there was a white feather. That archangel is really generous. Shenyan was a little surprised. Angren threw the feather to him casually. He knew with his toes that it was definitely not for him, and he didn't have the despicable idea of embezzlement. He just asked, generous? Yes. The wizard lowered his head with pity, looking at the feather in his hand that was shining with a faint light, and said softly, he can do this to a group of descendants who just knew their identities. Maybe I shouldn't say he is generous. Chapter 364, Letting Go? No, it's fishing. He grants me the courage to slay the enemies of humanity. An Astra Militarum soldier prayed as he checked the Cantura Lacer in his hand, which was the standard weapon of the Cadian Legion. The Cantura was an extremely reliable weapon against lightly armored targets or enemies of normal human size. However, against large or armored targets, the Lacer was useless. It lacked the stopping effects of traditional kinetic weapons and could not force the enemy to stop. The firepower of the Lacer itself was not enough to stop the Chaos Astartes or Orcs. Fortunately, they did not need to fight the Chaos Warbands head-on. This was just a routine matter. The Imperial Military Affairs Department said that a soldier should check his weapons 3 times a day. He was actually standing in front of a gun port, with a black cylinder in front of him. Not big, flashing fluorescent light. The soldier had received a full set of training in the past 2 hours and was able to operate the gun normally. Although as an army soldier, he had not had many opportunities to play with naval guns before, no one would care about this difference now. There were only 375 of them, and the captain with the highest rank was still in the infirmary receiving automatic treatment on the spacecraft. Besides, who wouldn't like large-caliber firepower weapons? A sound came from above their heads, and a mechanical voice reminded them, "The enemy is expected to enter the range in 3 minutes. Please prepare the gunners." The soldier turned his head and looked at his companions on both sides. Their identical purple pupils flashed the same look at this time. "The enemy will enter the range in 2 minutes. Please start warming up," as he was told during the training 2 days ago. The soldier meticulously placed his hand on the black cylinder. His vision blurred and then came to the dark universe. It was a very strange feeling. The soldier could hear a voice urging him in his ear. It was shouting, "Fire! Fire! Tear them apart! Beat them into slag!" He knew that this was the roar of the machine spirit. "It's not time yet," the soldier said in his heart. "Please wait a moment, machine spirit." The machine spirit made a dissatisfied noise, but didn't say much. The soldier breathed a sigh of relief and heard another voice saying, "Prepare to fire, ignite, fire." The soldier's hand suddenly clenched the cylinder, and the veins on the back of his hand popped out. The machine spirit roared wildly in his ear, and in his sight. The picture was shaking constantly. 375 blue beams merged into one, turning into an arc of destruction in the universe, and with just one blow, a ship very far away from them was destroyed. If it had not temporarily merged with the machine spirit, the soldier would not even be able to see the ship clearly. He felt sincerely happy, and the machine spirit seemed to be satisfied, and let out a slight sigh in his ear, and then less than a minute later, it began to scream again. "More! This is not enough. They must all die. Forgive me, sacred machine spirit. There are no more enemies near us." The soldier carefully appeased it, and got another burst of dissatisfied noise. Then he let go of his hand and exited the state. His forehead was already covered with sweat. Looking around, most of the others were the same. They were like they had just gone through a rigorous training, and few of them were so tired that they didn't want to talk. The soldier grinned, and a notification sound came from above his head. "Well done, soldier. You have successfully destroyed 17 enemy ships today. He will be proud of you. This firepower is so strong that it even makes me a little uneasy." Sitting in the main control room, watching the Storm-class frigate being easily turned into ashes without even noticing them, Angren said as if joking, "What nonsense are you talking about? Of course, the bigger the firepower, the better. Strong is good, more is beautiful." "Well, actually I'm just a little unhappy because I couldn't tear their bodies apart with my own hands." "You're quite honest," the wizard laughed. "We only have 376 Astra Militarum soldiers, but 1,500 composite magic cannons. One of them is still lying in the infirmary because he injected himself with that damp potion. Damn it, I can't even let him get well directly. Otherwise he will definitely go back to the soldiers and spread the word that I am a living saint or something like that. Isn't that a good thing? If you ask me, you are much higher than a living saint." Angren was unexpectedly easygoing, and even able to make such a blasphemous joke. When not in combat, his sense of humor was quite to Shenyan's taste. "Yes, it is a good thing, but not for mortals." Angren frowned. Their faith in him is as firm as that of the Astartes. In fact, each of these soldiers is good. If you ask me, their willpower is not much worse than that of the Astartes. No, I am not questioning whether their faith in the Emperor is devout and their willpower is firm, Shenyan said lightly. It's just because they are mortals, that's all. Angren was silent. He knew that the mage didn't look down on mortals. He was just explaining a simple truth. They are mortals. In the war, the Astartes had extraordinary strength and elaborate power armor, and all kinds of powerful weapons. What do mortals have? Carapace armor and laser guns? Those things are almost useless to the enemies of the Imperium, but these brave soldiers still stepped onto the front line one after another for tens of thousands of years. This is one of the reasons why Angren respects the mortal auxiliaries so much. He knows very well that without the sacrifices of mortals, the Astartes are nothing. But, then again, there are some things that mortals cannot know. It's cruel, but that's how it is. It's not that he doesn't trust them, nor does he think they don't deserve to know the truth. It's just out of protection. Thinking of this, Angren suddenly understood why the Emperor wanted to hide the existence of the warp from all mankind. This complex feeling made him sigh. "Did you give the feather to them?" "Of course." Shenyan winked at him. "Honestly, Angren, it's your loss that you weren't there at the time. The expression of the third captain looked like he was about to cry. "Please stop your damn bad taste." Angren smacked his lips in disgust. "Why do people become less upright the longer they live? You seem to have some misunderstandings about me, and it seems that you are hinting at others. But, I am only 35 years old now." Shenyan supported his face and touched the stubble on his chin. He said thoughtfully, "Let's not talk about this. We will probably have to maintain this intensity of battle every day for the next month. Good or bad thing, the more machine spirits you kill, the happier they are, and the more powerful the cannons will be. But overall, this is not a good thing." Shenyan frowned as he spoke ambiguous words. He knocked on the table in front of him, and the runes engraved on the magic circle in the main control room immediately popped up, forming a light blue light curtain in the air. This scene inevitably made Angren take a look. It was the first time he saw this special technology. Well, just treat it as technology. "Look," the wizard pointed to the light curtain, which showed the route they had sailed so far. It could be regarded as a simple map, but because they were near the Great Rift, the map had long lost its meaning. Even the laws of physics can be rewritten, and the stability of the real universe has long been a joke. If you have to say it, this place is now a bus that anyone can enter and anyone can exit. The mage continued, "Although the map is useless, the route we sailed is still somewhat useful. Maintaining this intensity of battle every day means that we are always surrounded by the enemy. It won't be long before the Chaos Traders realize our existence. At that time, we will have to fight a real hard battle. After all, they are not stupid." "Then fight." Angren looked at the route presented on the light screen, his eyes reflecting light. "Traders who have fallen into chaos, vulnerable waste. I appreciate your contempt for them. Strategically, we should despise the enemy, but tactically, we must pay attention to the enemy." Shenyan knocked on the table. 18 Astartes, 1 Primarch, 376 Astra Militarum, and a weak mage like me. If they assemble a fleet to launch a surprise attack, they will still have to engage in boarding battles in the end. Why? Isn't the firepower of the composite magic cannon enough? I understand what you mean. Angren suddenly stopped talking and smiled a little dangerously. Shenyan also smiled slowly. Compared to an opponent who has no weaknesses and will be blown to pieces before even seeing the opponent, why don't we leave them some illusions? Every battle is a bitter victory. Then, in order to please their master, they will definitely send more people. If it doesn't work this time, they will try again next time, and if it doesn't work the next time, they will try again. We have been defeated many times, and we have been defeated many times. We have won bitterly every time, and they can only say that we are lucky, but they will not think that we are invincible. On the contrary, they will think that our luck is too good, so they will bring more people. He turned off the light curtain, patted the table and stood up. "Don't you think it's fun to play with them bit by bit like this? I'll make it clear in advance that I hate conspiracies and intrigues," Angren said slowly. "But you are right, it is indeed interesting. Ezekiel's room is very simple, even a little too simple. A chair, a table. There is not even a bed." He leaned on the chair at this time, carefully looking at the white feather in his hand. There is no doubt that this is his gift. After looking at it for a while, he put the feather into the interlayer of his power armor. He would not feel at ease if he kept such a precious item anywhere, so it was more comforting to carry it with him. But this would not last long, and he must return to the regiment before his death and keep such treasures. However, Ezekiel actually knew that their hope of returning was slim. He stood up and walked out of his room. The wall naturally split apart, revealing a smooth opening for him to pass through. The corridor outside was composed of silver and white, which was a different style from the imperial ship he had taken before. Ezekiel couldn't say which one he liked better. The floor of the corridor was made of a metal material that he couldn't distinguish, and a light flashing light blue appeared on the ceiling every few hundred meters. This light seemed to have the effect of keeping people sane. The cold Milky Way was reflected outside the porthole, and the material of the window was not glass. Glass was not so transparent, and it even gave Ezekiel an illusion that he could touch the vacuum as long as he stretched out his hand. But in fact, it was not so. He had tested it and found that even with all his strength, he could not break this unknown solid material. A starty sighed in his heart. He walked along the road to the assigned armor repair point. There was a sign on the door. He stood by the door. A white light swept over him and the door opened by itself. He walked in and a mechanical voice came from above his head. "Please wait, Captain Ezekiel." He stood there. The walls around him were black and were making a fine humming sound. Not long after, a light blue magic circle appeared under his feet. Just looking at it made an Astartes like him feel dizzy. Ezekiel looked away and took off his helmet. He let go of his hand, and the helmet floated in the air on its own and turned around. The eyepiece looked at him, and he looked at the eyepiece. The voice said, "Please be ready, Captain Ezekiel. Your armor is about to be repaired and upgraded. The estimated time is 35 minutes. Please stay calm during this process." "I'm ready," Ezekiel said in a deep voice. The magic circle made an uncomfortable sound, wrapping him up from bottom to top, including his helmet. Ezekiel closed his eyes, and felt an uncomfortable itch from the black shell that connected to his power armor, but it soon disappeared. A sense of stability gradually relaxed his mind. Sparks were constantly coming out of the connection between the armor's shell. This ancient and sacred power armor had been passed down to him after 4 veterans. As a small war group with little background, any power armor is an heirloom. At this time, this timeless armor is receiving a new life. The dents and scratches on the shell disappeared without a trace, and the artificial muscle fibers inside became thicker and even engraved with the full 64 runes. The paint and color did not change, and the various technological crystals on it did not undergo any changes. They were just integrated with the runes from the wizard. Ezekiel opened his eyes, and a voice came from above his head. "Maintenance has been completed, and 33 damages have been repaired. Your power armor transmission system and server have been strengthened. If you feel uncomfortable, please go to the training ground to adapt to it." He tried to swing his fist, and the speed was 3 times faster than before. Ezekiel's eyes twitched, and he said, "Please arrange a separate training ground for me. It is foreseeable that he will not be able to sleep tonight." The increase in speed and strength does not mean that he can simply adapt to it in a short time. His fighting skills must also keep up, which requires a lot of practice. But it is a good thing after all, but it is not for their enemies. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365, Boarding. Boom. The light spears on the stolen Imperial ships flew out and hit their ship at a very fast speed. This directed energy weapon is extremely powerful and has 2 attack modes. It can either apply continuous firepower to a precise location of the target, or slightly move the light spears to hit multiple parts of the enemy ship. Sitting in the main control room, Shenyan yawned very insincerely. Although the weapon hit their ship, it did not even break through the protective array, but in order to fish, he had to manually control the ship to make it tilt, and used the illusion magic that came with the ship to make the place being bombarded look severely damaged. At the same time, he stopped the ship from moving, pretending that the engine was damaged and could not continue to sail. Even the hideous muzzles were hidden. Angren stood beside him, still without armor. He held a lightning axe in his hand, as if he was thinking with his eyes closed. "What do you think? They will soon launch a boarding battle. This Chaos Warband is lucky to have robbed 3 complete Scimitar-class frigates." The mage's fingers tapped the table, as if he couldn't wait. Angren opened his eyes. "If nothing unexpected happens, they will use boarding torpedoes." A hint of a grin appeared on his face. "Do you have a way to make those boarding torpedoes stop at certain places just right?" "Of course." Shenyan also laughed. "What do you want to do?" "Send them in, then turn off the lights." After saying this, Angren strode out of the main control room. He walked all the way to the bridge. The 17 Astartes and Gividron of the Crimson Blade had been waiting here for a long time. Their armor was as bright as new, and the chainsaw swords in their hands were also flashing cold light. Only the surface of Gividron's armor was still modeled, and the missing shoulder armor was not added back by him. This was his special request. He said he didn't want to forget something, so he let the armor keep its old appearance as a reminder. "Be ready," Angren said. There was no more words. He didn't even need to arrange tactics. Except for him, everyone put on their helmets, and then the lights went out. The interior of the hell fell into silence and darkness. The scarlet eyepieces emitted an ominous light in the darkness. Angren put the axe in his hand on his shoulder, and a trace of electricity was transmitted from the axe to his shoulder. He raised his head and silently waited for the signal. Boom. Continuous explosions came from outside. If Angren didn't know that this was all the wizard's plan, he would probably be scared. He thought that the hull had been severely damaged by the boarding torpedo. However, although the huge explosions resounded through the sky, the deck under their feet was still stable. Even the wall did not shake at all. A pale blue light flashed by, and the mage's spiritual power connected each of them. They heard Shenyan say, "It's a group of traitors who call themselves Skulls Warren, who believe in corn and have a large number of people, 3 boarding torpedoes, a total of 300 traitors, and a chaos terminator. Get ready, warriors, they're here." Angren put down his axe, and the Astartes scattered and ambushed in the dark bridge. Before long, a huge gap naturally appeared on the wall outside the hull, and 3 boarding torpedoes crashed in. The smell of blood and corruption spread in this space. Angren's face brought a cold smile. "Leave the Terminator to me." His figure flashed in the darkness, and the traitors who rushed out of the torpedo only felt a gust of wind blowing past. The night vision function of their goggles did not work at all, and the field of vision was still unbearably dark. This abnormal scene still attracted the attention of the traitors, but they did not know what they were facing. Angren had an answer. It was death. The first thing that appeared was the golden electric current. They appeared out of thin air, and the matic golden snakes twisted on the ground and crawled wantonly. The moment several corn berserkers were exposed to the electric current, more than 70% of their vital organs were instantly vaporized. Angren spun his axe and shouted a loud and undisguised war cry. For the Emperor and the Legion, that was the war cry of his legion. As the roar fell, several heads flew up. On the other side of the darkness, another war cry of the world devourers came. "I am the devourer of worlds." And the people of the Crimson Blades chapter, their war cry was simple and clear, without any special features, but it could let anyone know their identity clearly. "For the Emperor." "Die, traitor!" Angren roared, and the corn berserker in front of him caught a glimpse of his face when the electric current flashed, and screamed as if he had seen a ghost. But before his scream could completely jump out of his throat, his whole body was split open by Angren. Organs and skulls hanging from his body were scattered all over the ground. Enemy attack. These followers of Korn, shameful betrayers, roared incoherently, trying to fight back with the power axes in their hands. But to hit the enemy, they must first see the enemy. Surrounded by such deep darkness, they could not see Angren, let alone the Astartes of the Crimson Blades. Angren stopped killing, and he heard a heavy footsteps. Obviously, it was the Chaos Terminator. Terminator power armor is an ancient sacred creation that is pious and maintained. These outstanding creations from the Imperium's long past are only given to the most elite veterans. However, the Chaos Terminators betrayed this trust. They fell into chaos with this former glory. Just like themselves, they were corrupted and twisted. The skulls and emblems of the empire that had adorned it had been removed, replaced by the heads of the dead and twisted horns. The helmet of the Terminator running towards him even merged with the heads of the innocent victims, making it look particularly disgusting. Angren roared in a low voice. No words, no ridicule, no anything. He leaped up, and the axe drew a deadly arc in the air, hitting the Terminator's shoulder armor with precision. He obviously did not expect Angren's attack, and the blasphemous red and brass left shoulder armor was cut in half along with the arm. Angren caught a glimpse of the remaining damage on the shoulder armor from the corner of his eye. It was the remnant of the Imperial emblem that was removed. This scene made him even more furious, and almost even the ends of his nerves began to tremble and ache with anger. You deserve to die. He would never tolerate betrayal. At the critical moment, the Terminator barely raised his remaining left hand to block the blow that was originally aimed at his head. The Terminator wanted to say something. His words were blocked in his throat by Angren's continuous attacks. The Primarch had 10,000 ways to kill him easily, but he didn't want to do it. He wanted him to surrender. The swing of the axe was heavier each time than the last, and the Terminator had no way to resist. He was soon beaten to half kneel on the ground. This humiliation made the butcher's nail and the curse of corn in his mind roar together. The Terminator's right shoulder blade was originally spurting blood continuously, but at this moment, it strangely stopped. Under the influence of this corrupted creation that merged with him, the demons in the warp turned their eyes to him. A heavy pressure began to fill the air around him, but Angren sneered disdainfully. "Coward!" The light of lightning flashed, and the Terminator's helmet was blown away by him. His eyes widened as he looked at this familiar yet strange face. He actually felt a strange emotion from the bottom of his heart. Fear. Angren roared, "Coward!" The axe continued to strike. He showed his superhuman strength and precise control. The axe dismembered the Terminator and the armor that grew together with his muscles. This pathetic monster, who was originally filled with rage in the pursuit of blood, actually felt pain at this moment. Blood flowed from his corrupted eyes, an ability he had long lost. Now, his tear glands worked again. However, he had no tears to shed. What flowed out were tears and his own regret. A feeling that was more painful than Angren's attack knocked him down, and the monster fell to the ground, wailing with difficulty. "No, Primarch, no!" Angren stopped the action of chopping off his head. All the anger and coldness were restrained at this moment, leaving only a kind of calmness. He stared at the miserable face that had become regretful and gray, and whispered, "Rest in peace." The axe blade swung down. Dash. The battle ended quickly. Shortly after the boarding battle, the Crimson Blades and Givadorn led the newly equipped Astra Militarum to the 3 Scimitar-class frigates. According to the wizard's detection, only the corrupted auxiliary troops were left on the ship. The followers of Khorne have always been like this. As long as there is a battle, they will come out in full force. This also made the Battle of the Astra Militarum uneventful. Their new weapons are much more violent than the laser guns commonly known as flashlights, and are almost comparable to the bolt guns. But they are different. From the appearance, this is similar to the M14 carbine, which is the weapon of the Catachan jungle warriors. But what is fired is a ball of energy compressed to the extreme by the muzzle array, which can smash a person into pieces with one shot, and it will not overheat. Several soldiers announced that they would marry this weapon on the night they received it, and were then scolded by the captain, who rushed over after hearing the news and was lying in a wheelchair. His original words were, "This is the Empire's new secret weapon. It is something more important than your life. Mary, you will be responsible for cleaning the toilet tomorrow." After the soldiers told him that the toilets on the ship had a special system for automatic disinfection, the captain scolded them again and made the soldiers train until late at night before letting them go. "I have something urgent to do. I owe 1K. I will pay it back tomorrow." The teacher in charge of the school is a bit irresponsible. He told me that the defense will end today and I haven't sent out the documents yet. Chapter 366, Anti-Corruption on the Planet. The smell of incense from the state religion burned very smoothly in this small quiet room. The airtight and narrow room made the smell of incense so strong that it was almost poisonous. Normal people could not accept the smell here, but the owner of the room was not a normal person. The 4 black walls were made of metal, smooth, and hung with 4 oil paintings, all purchased from wandering merchants. Even for the most picky critics, these 4 paintings are rare masterpieces. The paintings are good paintings, but the owner of the room is not necessarily a good person. The governor of the planet Kalgas, named after the planet, Lord Kalgas, is an extremely fat tall man. His pale and swollen face often has an arrogant and malicious look. This is related to his identity. In this remote planet where the emperor is far away, Lord Kalgas can arbitrarily exercise his precious hereditary rights. On this planet, he is no different from a god. Countless people will sacrifice their lives and shed their blood to get a word of affirmation from him. To date, his rule has lasted for 173 years. It is foreseeable that this corrupt rule will continue for a long time. Lord Kalgas has enough financial and material resources to carry out reconstruction surgery to prolong his life. If that doesn't work, he can just replace the diseased organs. These planetary governors are roughly the same, They only need to pay taxes on time and provide certain support when the Empire comes to recruit soldiers. As long as they do this, the Inquisition will turn a blind eye to their actions. But if you don't do this, even if you are well known in the local area and are a good person, the Inquisition will come on time, then make a hole in your head. As for who the successor will be, they don't care, as long as you pay taxes on time and hand over people as needed. It's cruel, but also realistic. The Empire is ruled by such a huge and corrupt bureaucracy. The door of the quiet room was pushed open, and a fat figure squeezed in. Just these 2 steps made him pant, indulging in drugs and alcohol every day. Even if Lorden's body was maintained by machines, he couldn't move for too long. He didn't even look at the 4 exquisite paintings. He went straight to a corner of the room and raised his hand to press the wall. With a slight sound, another door opened at the corner of the wall. Lorden squeezed his body in again with difficulty. He was sweating and anxious. At this moment, something interesting happened. A hand gently pushed him from behind, and a man asked in a low but polite voice, "Do you need help?" Lorden's body froze. 2 seconds later, he screamed, "Guard! Guard!" Frank stood in the quiet room with interest and watched this unpleasant fat pig crying and struggling because he was too fat and stuck in the door. His precious robe was cut, and so was his skin. Grease and parts were exposed from the subcutaneous surface, but there was not much blood. "You can scream for a while longer." Frank kicked his butt. "After all, you will soon be unable to speak again." Lorden, who was stuck in the crack of the door, was still making his last struggle. "I can give you a lot of things. Really, our family has a lot of treasures." "No, those are the property of the Empire and have nothing to do with you." "Lorden Kargas," a woman's voice interrupted the conversation. Lorden couldn't see her face, but the voice also made him feel dead, compared to the man's ridicule. The woman's voice was full of contempt. It was contempt for not treating him as a living person. He screamed again, but due to excessive struggle, he was somewhat short of oxygen. Although the artificial organs and mechanical transformations in his body quickly took effect, allowing this broken and pathetic body to enjoy a little air with fragrance with difficulty, he still felt that he couldn't breathe. He cried and screamed. In such a background, the Imperial Inquisitor Bonavia spoke the verdict steadily without any interference. "Lorden Kargas, you have betrayed the Empire. The evidence of your crime is irrefutable. You will be executed on the spot without trial. You will be stripped of your status as planetary governor, and your descendants will be enslaved until a combat hero is born before they can be pardoned. Remember this, the soul of your ancestor Kargas is dishonored because of you." Bang! With a gunshot, the firepower of the grenade launcher easily turned the fat pig into slag. Frank took back the grenade launcher, and he had to admit that after leaving Terra, this female inquisitor began to please him. She was efficient and not bound by red tape. Often after Frank executed a corrupt planetary governor or fleet commander, she would immediately find the next one. Frank didn't know how she did it, and he didn't care about the political relationship behind this woman. He only cared about one thing: where is the next target? "There is no next target, sir." Bonavia shook her head. "We have executed 3 fleet commanders and 7 planetary governors in a month. If we continue to kill, this star region will most likely hold a political meeting against us. At that time, if they have the idea of treason, we will bear all the responsibility. Then kill them all together." Frank's fingers rubbed the barrel of the grenade gun, and the collision between metal and metal made him squint his eyes. "They will hold a meeting for such a thing, which means they are afraid. They are afraid, which means they have problems in their hearts." "That's not how it works, sir." Bonavia smiled bitterly. "The evidence of these incompetents we executed is conclusive, but because of your existence, the evidence cannot be made public. The whole process they saw was that 2 inquisitors came to this star region for no reason and massacred them. It would be strange if they didn't react. These people may not be good at governing the planet, but they must be good at political struggle." Bonavia persuaded Frank in a tactful tone, but the Punisher didn't bother to pay attention to her at all. He turned and walked out of the room. Outside was a pile of corpses. Lorden Kargas was not a fool. In addition to corruption, personality cult, and forcible marriage of more than 100 people, including men, women, and children, in the name of the Emperor, He also deliberately won over the Psykers born on his planet. This is strictly prohibited by the Inquisition. We can say that if you don't pay taxes, if the amount of compensation is sufficient, then it is not impossible to negotiate for you to continue to be the governor. If you don't hand over people, if you can still stand firm when the masters of the military affairs department put a gun to your head, then you are capable. But if you hide Psykers and don't report them, no one can save you. The reason why Lorden was executed on the spot was partly due to these corpses. They were all Psykers, a total of 7 people. One of them was particularly difficult to deal with, and Frank had to work hard to use his Psyker lightning, in order to make the dagger hit the guy's eye perfectly. He deliberately aimed for 5 more seconds. Frank and Bonavia stepped over the corpses. Outside were the guards and servitors lying on the ground. These people were just blindly following, which was not a serious crime, so Frank did not kill them. The psychic power he gained after the transformation allowed him to easily do things that he could never do before. Unfortunately, most of the time, he still liked to use guns. "My lord, I'm serious." Bonavia still wanted to dissuade him, but whether he was the original body or not, Frank was famous for his stubbornness. He just said coldly, "If you can't do it, I will replace you. If it really doesn't work, I only need a portable instrument. Find out about this, Inquisitor." He stopped and stared at Bonavia's burned face with a gloomy tone. "Corruption and incompetence are equivalent to betrayal. According to my previous standards, 15% of the people on this planet need to have their heads blown up by bullets. Now I only kill these people, which is already merciful enough." At this moment, another man's voice came from his communication channel, with a little helplessness. "Frank, this is not the Earth you are familiar with. We are dealing with a group of feudal bureaucratic systems in a near-future universe. You can't just kill everyone like this. This will lead to a major collapse." "I respect you, Captain." After a moment of silence, Frank said so. In the orbit of the planet Kargas floats an Avenger-class heavy battle cruiser, which has been in service for more than 1,200 years. This time-honored old ship has made countless contributions to the Empire. It is known as his blade by the Navy, but her real name is actually quite inconspicuous. Swift Revenge, this is her name. To be honest, it is actually in line with her identity as an Avenger-class cruiser. After all, this kind of ship has a way of attacking, which is to approach the enemy ship at a very high speed and tear the enemy apart with her 2 full rows of high-speed naval guns. Currently, no ship can escape after being close to her, but unfortunately, times have changed. No one plays close combat anymore, and this ship has gradually withdrawn from the front line, but she can still contribute to the Empire, such as now. Steve Rogers stood on the bridge with his hands behind his back, staring at the surface of the planet Calgath, and he sighed imperceptibly. No matter which world, Frank Castle is always so difficult to deal with. He met this Punisher from another world with Gilliman over Terra a month ago. Although Steve had been mentally prepared, he was still shocked by Frank's style of doing things. He knew the Punisher's style of doing things, but he didn't expect that he could still do his own thing after changing to another universe, without caring about other people's eyes and the consequences of doing so. To his relief, Frank was still willing to listen to some of his suggestions. A dignified, tall and strong woman walked up behind him. She had a resolute expression and a moving heroic spirit on her beautiful face. "My lord, excuse me, but how long are we going to waste here? I understand your anxiety, Lady Cassandra Velskis. After all, a fleet commander cannot be away from his ship for too long," Steve said in a gentle tone, "but we have to follow the schedule of the Regent, don't we? He is very strict and precise. I appreciate such precision and step-by-step procedures. You and I are both soldiers, and soldiers must abide by discipline." "I understand, my lord, but 1 month." Lady Cassandra sighed. Her dark blue prosthetic eye did not blink, forming a sharp contrast with her other eye. "It's been a month, and I can't bear the thought that so many soldiers have gone to the battlefield. But I and my 3rd Fleet have not yet set off." "Wait a little longer, ma'am." Steve smiled. "No, Fleet Commander, it is necessary to maintain stability in this sector. They are an important checkpoint on our way to launch an expedition. You also know that logistics is the most important part of war, right? Lady Cassandra nodded. She was not unaware of these things. It was just that loyalty to the Empire urged this tall lady all the time. She was stronger than many men and more beautiful than many women. Because of this, she believed that she needed to take more responsibility for the Empire. That's why she was so anxious and could not tolerate even the slightest behavior that she thought was a waste of time. Steve understood her, but he was also a stubborn person. Since the commander issued an order, everyone should obey it. Then I will return to my ship first, my lord. I hope that when we meet again, we will be on the front line to fight those. Please forgive me, the lady said firmly. I don't want to smear my lips with those blasphemous words anymore. May the Emperor's artillery destroy them completely. After that, she left, as swiftly as she came. Steve looked at the lady with admiration. A shadow emerged behind him and a giant walked out of it. His face and body were completely covered by the shadow. Standing in the dark, he looked like a giant bat. You can come in through the front door, you know? Steve turned his head and said with some complaints. Batman didn't say anything. He stretched out a hand from under the wide black cloak and shook hands with Steve using the etiquette of Earth. His voice was still hoarse, with an unpleasant gloom. I know, but I'm used to it. It's not a good habit to always appear behind others, Steve said half-jokingly, and then patted his shoulder. Have you finished your work? Batman nodded calmly. Where is your helper? Frank Castle, right? He's too good. Steve shook his head and pressed his eyebrows. He turned his head to look at the cold universe outside, and his expression became cold for the first time. The war will start soon, he muttered to himself with that expression. Moreover, this is unlike any battle I've ever fought. It's incredibly large, just like everything that has happened in this universe. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that such a world could exist. But this world exists, cold, cruel, and hopeless. Steve's expression quickly returned to calm. There was little hope, but there was still a glimmer of hope. That was enough. He was willing to fight for it. More updates tomorrow. Chapter 367, Cadian remains unbroken. The captain walked on the deck, still feeling unable to adapt to the ship. Compared with the ships he had been on before, this ship was too bright. It was also too spacious. Their food supply actually contained fresh fruits. The captain could not describe how he felt when he saw those fruits he had never seen before. When he ate the long fruit called banana, he even swallowed the skin together. Later he learned that this thing should be peeled before eating. But the next day, the captain still ate it with the skin. He felt unworthy of peeling such precious food. Everything on this ship made him feel this extremely obvious conflict. He felt that he should not stay on such a ship, but the fact was that no one thought so except him. Even his soldiers were like this. Their morale was very high recently. The training grounds were perfect, they ate well, and they slept well. The weapons and equipment were all new, and they could kill a dozen traitors every day. Most importantly, the new artillery was really powerful. The captain himself could not deny this. He had to admit that when he merged with the machine spirit and personally controlled the artillery, he felt a shiver crawling up his spine. All kinds of passionate emotions mixed together, making his adrenaline soar to a very high value. The captain still remembered that he was roaring with the machine spirit at that time. After the enemy's ship was completely smashed to ash, the satisfaction of the machine spirit and his satisfaction merged together. It provided an unprecedented comfort. He planned to go to the training ground of the military camp. Their military camp was on the second deck. The environment was very good, but the captain didn't care. He cared more about the training ground. The training ground was next to the military camp. In addition to being able to simulate various harsh environments, it could also provide some simulated sports. The intelligence system on the ship introduced them to some ball sports from ancient era. The captain and his soldiers preferred ice hockey, being able to wear protective gear and fight legally. This couldn't be better. The captain walked for half an hour to get to the training ground, and this was the result of him taking a shortcut according to the instructions. If he hadn't been on the second floor, this time might have been several times longer. This place was different from other buildings on the ship. It was not in a room, but in a huge open space. Anyone, no matter who he was, as long as he came to the second deck, would definitely notice this open space. When they got closer, they could see a group of people in the center of the space. The Cadians still continued their glorious tradition and never forgot to train at any time and in any place. In addition to the regulations of the Military Affairs Department, their own love was also an important part. The captain stood calmly at the far end of the field. 375 soldiers were fighting a highly realistic battle with the projected enemies in the simulated trench warfare. The weapons in their hands were real, the bullets fired were real, but the enemy projections were different. Being hit by the weapons in their hands would feel great pain, but they would not die. Those who were hit would immediately fall into a coma, and would have to receive additional training and punishment after the war. Today, the simulation object they chose was a group of rebels led by a chaos wizard. The captain squinted his eyes and looked for a while. He quickly judged the enemy's military strength. There were about 3,500 rebels. Not everyone had armor and heavy firepower, but the weapons in their hands made the captain curse. If he were on a real battlefield, he would never want to fight against people holding Lucius No. 98 carbines. This gun came from the Krieg Death Corps and was their signature weapon. Only this group of people would like this weapon so much. It is much more powerful than other laser guns, but it also runs out of ammunition very quickly. It will also cause the life of the gun to be extremely short, and it is necessary to limit the firepower and add accessories such as radiators. Even if you take the above conditions into consideration, this gun cannot continue to shoot for long and will soon overheat. The captain once guessed that the Krieg people like this weapon so much because their lifespan is as short as the gun itself. In addition, many of the rebels simulated by the system carry Mars-type fragmentation grenades, which are also a big killer in trench warfare. One can create a storm of death. As for chaos wizards, none of them are troublesome. The captain did not step into the training ground. He wanted to know how the soldiers would react. Let the platoon leader bring people to me, an officer shouted loudly, ducking his head to avoid the flying laser beams. Mud splashed on his face, and the place where he was hit soon bled, but he didn't care. After giving the order, he quickly threw himself into the battle, fighting back with the new weapon in his hand. He loved this new baby, but it was not without disadvantages. The recoil was as strong as a mule kicking your shoulder. The Cadian soldiers who were used to laser weapons took a while to adapt. After all, not everyone can have live ammunition weapons. The platoon leader soon ran over from the other end of the battle line with his 5 squads. They are currently following the standard configuration of the Empire's army. 10 people form a squad, 5 squads form a platoon, and 6 platoons form a company. According to the standard, they were a company of 300 men, and the extra 75 soldiers shouldn't disrupt the organization. But who cared about that now? Sir, the platoon leader was a man with a resolute face, his purple pupils reflecting the local laser beams. He approached the officer and shouted, "Platoon leader reporting. Sir, please give instructions. I want you to launch a counter-advance from the left side of the battlefield according to the predetermined plan. Do you understand? The 2nd and 4th platoons will cover you. You must control the enemy's advance in the middle of the trench, otherwise our mission will fail immediately." A trace of ruthlessness flashed across the face of the platoon leader. He pointed the muzzle of his gun at the sky and performed a Sky Eagle salute meticulously, guaranteed to complete the mission. After watching him go away, the company commander grabbed the communicator to his ear and shouted into the communication channel, "Platoon leaders of the 2nd and 4th platoons report to me. How are you?" The 2nd platoon is carrying out fire suppression missions, sir. The 4th platoon is providing fire cover for the 1st platoon as planned, sir. Very good. The 1st platoon is about to start the mission. They will launch an attack from the left side as planned, and your 2 platoons will be responsible for cover. The people in the 3rd, 5th and 6th platoons, get ready. I want you to aim your firepower at that damn wizard. You must suppress him and prevent him from casting spells. Yes, sir. At the left end of the battle line, the platoon leader of the 1st platoon was giving orders in an orderly manner. He was chewing the gum that was distributed in the physical ration this morning. It had no taste. Listen, this is a simulated training, but I don't want you to treat it as a live training, understand? This is a fucking real battle. The platoon leader pointed at the ground and the sky with a fierce look. The gloomy and foggy sky and the trenches under his feet were so real, which was exactly what he wanted. He continued, "Our mission is to launch a counterattack. The 2nd and 4th platoons will suppress our firepower. We must distract the enemy's attention so that the remaining brothers can give that damn wizard a good drink." Staring at the purple eyes of the 49 people, the platoon leader spit out the gum in his mouth. He picked up the gun with a grim smile and said in the communication channel, "The 1st row is ready. We are about to start the counterattack." The 2nd row received. The 4th row received. You all heard it. The platoon leader took a deep breath, turned around and jumped out of the trench. He adjusted the new treasure in his hand to the maximum burst mode, and the muzzle kept rising, almost breaking his right shoulder, but he kept roaring, and the artillery fire and the enemy's figure reflected in his eyes were so real. He was really carrying out this simulated battle with anger at this time. "Die, traitor!" His soldiers did the same. Akkadian roared and threw the dagger in his hand. This behavior was not allowed, but he threw it very accurately. The tactical dagger drew a perfect arc in the air and accurately pierced the enemy's throat. Everyone seemed to be angry. From their subconscious, they did not regard this as a simulated battle. It was a real war. They were the last line of defense on this planet. 375 soldiers relied on trenches to fight against an enemy that was nearly 10 times their number. With all the emotions and the reality of the scene, these soldiers were completely immersed in it. Everyone, disperse, disperse, advance in arrow formation, find cover, aim at those bastards without armor, and then focus on the lucky ones with armor. The platoon leader was still able to issue orders during the intervals of the charge. He rolled over and found a simulated abandoned artillery on this plain of death, with flames and thick smoke. It made him cry. He shrank behind the cover to observe the situation in front of him while quickly firing back. Without being disturbed, his shooting accuracy was very high. Every time he fired, he could kill a traitor. Blood and flesh splattered, and their screams were the best music to the platoon leader's ears. But these rebels were not stupid. They soon noticed the guy hiding behind the cover and shooting coldly. A round of volleys forced him to shrink back and stay motionless. "Damn it," the platoon leader cursed fiercely, spitted, and then yelled in the communication channel, on the battlefield, "If you don't speak like this, others won't be able to hear your voice at all. I need support. Repeat, I need support." The abandoned artillery 300 meters in front of the position is being suppressed by firepower, and firepower support is needed. "Understood," a voice quickly responded to him, and a light blue beam flashed, brushing his scalp and blowing up the head of a guy not far away. The platoon leader not only didn't care about the shot that almost killed him, but also shouted loudly in the communication channel, "Good job, keep going, kill these son of a bitch traitors." Damn it. His pressure was quickly relieved, and this was the role of the sharpshooter. They could greatly distract the enemy's energy, and the platoon leader soon got a chance to breathe. He fought back repeatedly and killed more than a dozen enemies. But he couldn't keep fighting here. There were footsteps behind him. His pupils shrank sharply. He immediately dropped the gun in his hand and drew the tactical dagger at his waist. Before he could turn around, he was pushed to the ground with great force. His head hit the artillery, and the recoil made him dizzy, but the instincts developed after long-term training saved him. The platoon leader gritted his teeth and immediately rolled away from the spot. He quickly got up and rushed towards the attacker, stabbing the dagger in his hand accurately and powerfully towards the lower side of his ribs. The enemy's blood gushed out, and the familiar sticky feeling made his eyes quickly bloodshot. He couldn't tell whether this was a simulation or reality, but it didn't matter. The traitor must die. The Akkadian drew out the dagger and mercilessly cut the attacker's neck. He didn't relax, and immediately ran over to pick up his gun, looking around vigilantly. The enemy was not a fool. Whether this guy was lucky enough to get close to him or they sent a team to deal with him, he had to move immediately. The platoon leader crouched and moved nimbly among the ruins of the artillery. The arrowhead formation was extremely efficient, but it also had several disadvantages. If the people who served as the arrowhead could not find a cover to suppress the fire, it would be difficult for the rest to advance. He had to find another suitable cover. Unfortunately, he was attacked again. Although he discovered the 5 people this time very early, he still had to fight a fierce battle. The platoon leader only had time to shoot and kill 2 of them before he had to engage in hand-to-hand combat. He obviously couldn't fight 3 alone, but the enemy didn't kill him. The 3 scums wore armor with the imperial double-headed eagle erased and blasphemous words smeared on them. One guy stepped on his face with his foot and gestured to his throat with a dagger without hesitation. "Tell me your plan and position, fuck you." He was answered with a scornful curse and a mouthful of bloody saliva. The guy wiped his face, then stabbed the dagger into his right knee and twisted it hard. The heart-wrenching pain made the platoon leader grab the soil on the ground, but he still remained firm and didn't make any sound. "You're a tough guy, right?" Another traitor smiled and kicked him in the right knee. The more terrible pain came again. The platoon leader gasped and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His vision was blurred and the pain was extremely real. He didn't know how it was done, why the simulated enemy could really make his right knee feel such pain. In a trance, the scene of destruction appeared in front of his eyes again. Their hometown, the hometown of Cadia. Cadia was completely destroyed. When it happened, he and his regiment were on a ship outside. Witnessing the scene with his own eyes left an indelible mental trauma for all Cadians. But all Cadians will not surrender. Their hometown was destroyed, the glory was gone, but their determination remained. The Cadian regiments scattered in various war zones in the galaxy will now fight the enemies of the Empire more tenaciously. Generation after generation of Cadians would be born, raised, and trained on their way to the war zone. They would never surrender. So the platoon leader quietly grabbed a handful of mud and sand with his right hand. He waved his right hand, and the mud splashed, blurring the vision of the scum closest to him. In just such a split second, the Cadian seized the opportunity. 2 gunshots, a dagger killed the last one, but at the cost of a dagger being inserted into his own chest. Looking at the guy's eyes that were still open, the last words left by the platoon leader were, "Cadia will never fall, Cadia will stand." Chapter 368 Star Torch. Angren watched the scene on the screen with admiration. He couldn't help but sigh. They fought very well. Indeed, anyone who saw this small Cadian company annihilate 3,500 traitors and a chaos wizard with 375 soldiers would say the following: if this was not a simulation, but a real battle, each of these soldiers would be awarded a medal, and the platoon leader who died in the battle would be posthumously named a war hero. His battle cry before death greatly inspired the will of all Cadians in the communication channel. They rushed forward like crazy, and 375 people dismembered the rebels alive. One soldier even bit open the throat of an enemy with his own teeth. How did you come up with this simulation system? The level of realism is simply terrifying. It's very simple. A little mental suggestion spell and high-level illusion magic. There are also various automatic monitoring arrays to protect their lives. Put these together, it's almost— oh, I almost forgot. There is also a material conversion spell. The mud and the destroyed artillery are all real. Angren didn't understand a word of Shenyan's words. He knew every word separately, but he couldn't understand a word of it when they were put together. Despite this, he nodded and said, "Can the Astartes use this?" To his surprise, the wizard's answer was number. "Honestly, I don't recommend you to adopt this system. The simulation training system they use may not work for you, which means I have to increase the intensity of the mental suggestion spell. By then, you may really fall into it. I mean, if you die in the simulation battle, your body will really think you are dead." Angren pondered for a while. If you can't use it, forget it. They can keep in shape by practicing with each other. At this point, the Primarch couldn't help laughing. However, there was no gentle smile in that smile. He didn't say the second half of the sentence. The Astartes would engage in a boarding battle every 3 days, whether it was the enemy boarding or they took the initiative to board. The intensity of this kind of combat cannot be said to be high. It can only be said to be very high. I really can't imagine that those idiots have not realized our existence until now. Shenyan actually didn't expect this situation. He thought about the 4 gods and demons uniting, and thought about the traitorous Primarch coming to him, and even made a plan for this. But the reality is quite humorous. No one discovered their whereabouts, and no one responded to it. The so-called joint offensive seemed to have no existence in the minds of these traitors. It is indeed a bit unexpected. Shenyan nodded in agreement and stretched out his hand to extinguish the light curtain. He leaned back on the chair, his hands clasped in a spire shape, and there was a deep darkness in his eyes. Considering that they have no organization and discipline at all, this situation is not incomprehensible. As the mage spoke, he remembered the description in the imperial data. They said that the Khorne demon army attaches great importance to discipline and tactics, and those well-known corrupted traitors are all famous generals. Well, the mage can refute this statement with his own personal experience. It's all bullshit. Organization? Discipline? They wandered behind enemy lines for so long without encountering any well-prepared enemies or fleets of more than 10 ships. Either the stragglers ran into them, or they were discovered in advance and beaten to ashes. Those who believed in Khorne were brainless. Those who believed in Slaanesh were always having multi-person gatherings. Those who believed in Tzeentch were nowhere to be seen, and those who believed in Nurgle were even rarer, and they were not seen at all. Shenyan suddenly felt that it was a joke that he treated them so seriously. That's what he said. But if he really underestimated the enemy, he would definitely suffer. Angren stood up. He was not in a hurry for the moment, but being trapped among the enemies was not a good thing. Although these traitors had little communication with each other and would even go to war with each other, it greatly facilitated their concealment in combat. However, he had not forgotten his oath. He wanted to find survivors and save them. Any possible survivors were his goal. However, all they saw so far were enemies. They scanned every broken planet, and there was no human being alive on any of them. All were dead planets. How are you recovering? He turned his head and asked the wizard. I have recovered a long time ago, and I have even adapted to this place a little, the wizard said half-jokingly, and then he was silent for a while. He said slowly, what do you think? We should just rush into the warp. Are you kidding me? Angren asked back. If this is a joke, then your sense of humor has probably diminished recently. He didn't see any smile on the wizard's face, so the Primarch said, let alone what you want to do in that damn place. We still have mortals on board. Shenyan still maintained that thoughtful expression. The protective array of the hull itself can keep them going until the end of the voyage. You misunderstood me, Angren. I don't want to enter the warp and directly land on the faces of those traitors to have a close contact with them. I want to travel in the warp. Angren frowned. But didn't you say that we can no longer travel in the warp? If it's a long-distance voyage, it's indeed impossible. But I have other plans. The Empire's warp engine technology is quite advanced. The warp engine can tear a crack in real space to allow the ship to enter the warp, and then tear another crack at the target location to return to real space. This revolutionary invention can compress the travel time of several generations to a few days. But it also has its limitations. For example, it is extremely dependent on mutants such as navigators, and the bulky warp engines must be carried by large ships, and they must enter the warp near Mandeville Point. In the official data of the Empire, Mandeville Point is defined as the minimum distance at which a ship can safely enter or leave the warp without being disturbed by the gravity of stars or other celestial bodies. If a ship enters or exits the warp too early, it may bring disaster to the ship or the surrounding world. To avoid this, they must navigate the warp near Mandeville Point. However, after the explosion of Cadia, the area near the Great Rift has become a chaotic carnival. The warp can affect reality at will. Not to mention finding the Mandeville Point. Even ordinary navigation may be thrown directly into the warp. It should be noted that the interior of the warp is chaotic and unpredictable. No matter how experienced the navigator is, he dare not say that he can definitely bring the ship to the destination. For tens of thousands of years, countless ships have been lost in the warp. Some have briefly appeared in the real world, and some have never appeared again. The mage's fingers collided with each other, rhythmically touching each other and then immediately separating. Tiny bits of magic swirled between his fingers, forming pale blue dots of light, or golden lightning, or scarlet flames. Then, he suddenly said, the light of the Astronomicon is still burning steadily, and it is still guiding the way for mankind. You should know the nature of the Astronomicon, right? Angren certainly knew. The Astronomicon is an ancient invention and a guiding light for the Empire. It is a psychic lighthouse that can emit light steadily in the warp. Qualified navigators can't see the light of the Astronomicon and lead ships through the warp. To put it bluntly, the Astronomicon itself is actually a ball of high-intensity psychic energy. Any qualified psyker can see it. Not only navigators, but some Astartes can also do this, and sometimes they are blessed by the Astronomicon in battle. The Astronomicon itself has an extremely amazing killing ability against demons. It is speculated that it should be derived from the relationship with the Emperor. However, this great invention is not without cost. The torch needs to be burned. So, where does the firewood for the Astronomicon come from? The answer is psykers. There are 10,000 trained psykers to help supply energy. The Astronomicon needs an additional 100 psykers every day. These 100 people will never leave the Astronomicon court from birth to death. After they obtain the status of the Chosen One, they will be brought to the Astronomicon hall. Then they will be burned alive. This is the meaning of sacrifice. These 100 people know their fate, but they are willing to dedicate everything to the Empire, because they know that sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire. Death is meaningful, death is worth it, and death is a gift from the Emperor. Angron knows the nature of the Astronomicon, and because of this, he loves and hates this invention. He said, "I know, what's wrong?" Shenyan said calmly, "The Astronomicon is the embodiment of the Emperor's psychic energy, which means that anyone who believes in him can connect with this huge amount of psychic energy." He pointed to his eyes, and the originally black pupils slowly burned to golden flames at this time. "Although I don't believe in him very much, I have his power, so I can temporarily borrow part of the special properties of the Astronomicon to contact some people near us." "What do you mean?" "Yes, it's what you think," the mage laughed. "Some people betray, and naturally there will be people who remain loyal. Some of their prayers to the Emperor will be transmitted to the Astronomicon, and then received by me, and then I will track them back to their location. Then, we will travel directly to their vicinity through the short distance of the warp." He made a gesture, and Angron took a deep breath. "If you can really do this, mage, after we return to the Empire, perhaps no honor will be worthy of you." Shenyan smiled without comment. Honor? What he wants is victory. The war of the Empire, in the final analysis, is a war of races. Regardless of justice or evil, regardless of cruel means, in the Milky Way, all mankind has only one goal, that is, victory. Only victory can bring a chance to breathe, and the end of failure is not just death. I need more than just a fleet. Do you understand? Damn it. Gilliman was rarely so angry. He was a wise politician and never showed his emotions. But at this moment, he seemed furious. "I need heroes with vision and talent. I need fleets, infantry groups, heavy firepower, armored combat vehicles, psykers. I need everything that can be used." Gilliman's roar could even be heard outside the room. "Anything, anything. This is an expedition that concerns the fate of the entire human race. No one can stay out of it. Tell the Assassin's Court to send someone to kill those ungrateful bastards immediately." The liaison officer of the Inquisition nodded and was about to leave, but was stopped by Gilliman. He took a deep breath. "Listen, I'm sorry, ma'am, I'm not angry with you." The short-haired liaison officer nodded again and stood there waiting for his next words. Sitting behind the desk, Gilliman looked a little tired. He sighed and rubbed his brow. The recent work intensity was a bit too much for even a Primarch like him. To coordinate an expedition, he had to consider all aspects: logistics, personnel mobilization, information intelligence. Considering the current situation of the Empire, he could only trust himself. "The message you just brought really makes me angry. They can't see the current situation clearly. This is no longer what is rumored privately. I woke up crazy and wanted to start a war that would drag the Empire into the flames of war." Gilliman stared at the liaison officer, as if staring at something else. "The war has never ended, so how can we start a new war? If we can't recover the lost territory and deal with the traitors around the Great Rift, then the Empire will have no future." The liaison officer spoke for the first time, his voice cold. "My lord, please give the order." Gilliman looked at her in surprise, then smiled apologetically. "I'm sorry to complain to you." Then, his door was knocked open, and an Astartes wearing fine power armor walked in. He looked anxious. Gilliman immediately recognized him. It was his second captain, Cato Sicarius. Primarch. Cato Sicarius glanced at the liaison officer, and the other party immediately left the room and closed the door. He took a deep breath and spoke in a heavy tone. Gilliman's expression became gloomy at a speed visible to the naked eye. The additional content is completed. I will add a small amount tomorrow as appropriate. My defense teacher is a bit irritating. Chapter 369 The Second Empire. The atmosphere in the room was very solemn. Cato Sicarius kept his eyes on his nose and his heart on his nose. He stood in a solemn and meticulous manner. The red cloak behind the fine power armor was extremely heavy, and the right shoulder armor was covered with the Emperor's sacred prayer. He said nothing, waiting for the Primarch's order. To his surprise, Gilliman said nothing. The Lord of Ultramar just sat behind his desk and sighed deeply. The government documents that needed his personal signature were piled up into a small mountain on the table. He looked extremely tired without armor. Thousands of years have passed. No. It's a full 10,000 years. Look at what they have become: blind faith, ignorance, decadence. The Lord of Ultramar's expression did not seem to be angry, but rather a kind of pain after his ideals were shattered. The rest of the empire has become chaotic, with religion prevailing. It is prevailing under the title of a god. However, this god hates this title the most. I didn't expect that even the wealthy Ultramar would become like this, if what you said is true, Sicarius. Gilliman finally showed a little of the anger he deserved. If the information you brought is true, then I ask you to return to Ultramar and bring 500 of your brothers. I want to make them realize one thing. The Primarch's tone was neither gentle nor heavy. He was like a wise man who saw through everything, and also like an empty man who wanted nothing. They enjoy autonomy. They don't have to pay tithes to the empire. They are completely self-sufficient. They live a rich life. Their civilization is advanced, and they don't have to engage in war. I gave them the best, but they said such things. Gilliman's voice was brewing a storm. Cato Sicarius lowered his head slightly and said hesitantly, "Maybe it was only proposed by a few individuals, Primarch. There are 500 worlds, and if more than half of the leaders of the world are opposed, you would not bring this statement to me." Sicarius, don't lie to yourself. Gilliman seemed to have completely calmed down, but Cato Sicarius knew that he was just covering up his emotions. Although he was not familiar with his genetic father, as his descendant, he could still feel his emotions a little. Gilliman was not so much calm at this time as to drive all the anger into the depths of the sea in his heart. It was just calm on the surface. Go. Gilliman closed his eyes. His second captain bowed silently and left here, leaving time and solitude to Gilliman alone. The Primarch did not open his eyes. His eyes were closed tightly. The trembling curve of his lips was enough to explain his mood at the moment. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at his office. Even for his size, this office could not be said to be small. He was in the glory of Macragge. The walls of his office were hung with heavy blue cloth and several murals. There were originally more, even making his office look like a palace. But Gilliman had those decorations removed, leaving only a few. The things described in the paintings were simple: kill heretics and execute traitors, save the world and the people. The sons of his legion loyally and recklessly carried out his will during his 10,000 years of sleep, and became role models for the Astartes and the Imperium in the image he imagined. I should be relieved, Gilliman said to himself, but he could not feel relieved, because there were more, heavier, more tragic things that forced him to become gloomy and angry. He was a qualified politician, a demigod, but also a human being. Emotions were something he could not avoid. Father, the helpers you found did a very good job. He looked up at the ceiling of his office, on which a mural was carved alone. A hallowed being sat on the throne, staring at him coldly. 3 brand new Primarchs. Sometimes, I even doubt that I am dreaming. Although their existence cannot be fully disclosed to the whole empire, my new brothers have undoubtedly helped me a lot. They allowed me to plan to launch the Indomitus Crusade much earlier and much more smoothly. But I still can't let it go. Gilliman seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be really talking to that person. Sometimes, when I wake up from meditation or sleep, I feel like Horus is laughing at us. He claimed that you intended to become a god, and used this as an excuse to start a rebellion. And the empire is now exactly as he said. You really became a god, and you can even create 3 new brothers for me from nothing. He must be laughing at us. Gilliman smiled bitterly. He didn't want to think about the news from Ultramar anymore, and soon he threw himself into handling government affairs again. He was as efficient as a machine, silent, fast, and precise. Only he knew how he felt at the moment. His own world, his carefully cared homeland, actually asked him for something not long after he woke up. What they asked for was too blasphemous and too treacherous. Gilliman never thought that he had dealt with thousands of rebellions, and one day he would actually deal with his own hometown. Admittedly, that request was not actually a betrayal. It was just to change the title of Lord of Ultramar to Emperor of the Ultramar Empire. In between handling government affairs, he just felt like laughing. I really don't need someone to scream out my title every time I enter the room. It's really annoying, Steve said helplessly to the warrior in front of him. The other party was huge. Because of the special armor, he looked almost as tall as Steve without armor. He had 2 huge power fists on his hands, which looked very scary. The warrior didn't wear a helmet, revealing his weathered face. The short white hair and the blood-red prosthetic eye on his right eye were even more scary, but his tone of voice was very respectful. This is part of the etiquette, sir, he said meticulously. Steve had a bitter face. I'm just a new soldier. I haven't made any merits. Why do you give me so many strange titles, and only let people read them during the small council? Seriously, Marius, this is really weird. The current commander of the Ultramarines, Marius Calgar, showed a stiff smile. It's not that he wants to laugh so scary, but simply because he hasn't laughed for a long time and is not used to it. Well, sir, I admit that this is indeed annoying, but for mortals, this complicated etiquette is part of their maintenance of pure faith. He said wisely, every link is necessary. I once wanted to cancel this link, but after that, mortals soon wavered. What is there to waver about? Carius shrugged, and because of the power gloves on his hands, this action seemed a little heavy and terrible. Mortals have their own considerations. I think it's better for us not to interfere with each other's ideas. I respect them, just as they respect us. Since you have said this, Steve smiled helplessly and shook his head, saying, it would be a bit tactless for me to refuse again. They sat in a small meeting room on the glory of Macragge. The 2 of them were more like chatting than talking about business. Carius knew everything about this new Primaries Astartes who also loved blue. No, Primaries Astartes, he told everything he knew. Let's continue our last topic. Steve took out a huge brown paper from his pocket. He took the quill on the table with some discomfort and planned to write something down. Well, Carius pondered for a while before speaking. In fact, you don't have to care so much about the organization of our legion and various traditions and habits. Oh, after all, you are a... Carius made a gesture and said very tactfully, you will always have to establish your own legion. Although you hope to learn something from us, it is inevitable that someone will gossip about you in the future. Steve laughed. I don't have this plan, Carius. I'm just a soldier. Leading a legion? Spare me, he sighed. I am a very failed leader and often betray the trust of others. If it weren't for a friend of mine who often helped me, my small team would probably have fallen apart long ago. This also made me realize that perhaps I shouldn't be a leader. A simple soldier is more suitable for me. That would be too wasteful. Carius didn't say this out loud, but it was indeed his true feelings. Let a Primarch be just a soldier? Emperor. At this moment, the door of the conference room was pushed open. Cato Sicarius walked in, holding his helmet in his arms, his face heavy. He nodded to Steve and saluted briefly, then said to Carius, Captain, the Primarch asked us to send 500 brothers to Ultramar. What happened? Carius immediately realized that something was unusual. Ultramar had just ended the war not long ago, and although they were in need of manpower, they already had many Astartes stationed there. Now that 500 men were being drawn from the Ultramarines, there must be other meanings. Cato Sicarius sighed and repeated what the group had said. Then Carius raised his right hand. Then he hammered hard on the table, and the hard round table made of alloy was immediately beaten into scrap metal. His roar could even be heard from the corridor outside. I will lead the team myself. Steve's expression became very strange. My goodness, according to his limited understanding of this world, the words he just heard seemed to, probably, should, possibly want Gilman to be the Emperor. Emperor, bless. Malachi struggled to avoid the acid rain from above, carefully not letting the things in his arms show. He dodged left and right in the dilapidated shanty town, not letting his skin touch the acid rain falling from above. Despite this, he still looked very embarrassed, but his spirits were high. Only he knew what he was holding in his arms. It was the hope of this planet. His angels of death all died a few days ago, and the remaining civilians were anxiously waiting for the sky to rain fire again. They knew that this time, the people who came would not be like his angels of death, but they had no way, no possibility of escape. The planet's defense forces were all killed, and most of the buildings on the surface of the planet were destroyed in the uninterrupted artillery fire. The same is true for the terrain, and the weather. 2 days ago, acid rain began to fall from the sky. Those who were touched would first itch all over their bodies, and then die soon. The festering was beyond recognition. Malachi rushed into his house and then slammed the door shut. His heart was pounding, and his arms were shaking. He took a deep breath and took out the thing in his arms. It was a head, a man's head. His eyes were half closed. His mouth was open, and the light blue light in his eyes was still strong. Although he had lost his vocal cords, he could still speak. Where is this? This is my home, sir. You. The head looked at him with blue eyes, and said mechanically and numbly, I remember you. You are the civilian. Did you chop off my head as I said? Yes, sir. Malachi wiped his hands nervously and nodded. I did it. I did everything you said. Then, the head took a breath, and some black blood gushed out when his nose moved. His expression became painful, and he seemed to have regained some consciousness. I can't stay awake for too long. Listen, civilian, I am. Never mind. My identity is not important. The blue light in his eyes suddenly burst out, illuminating Malachi's dim home like daylight, and also illuminating his dirty face. The head realized at this time that Malachi was still a child. You are still a child? He asked tremblingly. Yes, sir. But I am 15 years old, sir. Malachi nodded. He didn't know what the head meant, but he was an adult, and he had to answer the questions asked by adults honestly. Is there anyone else in your family? No, sir, it's just me. Damn. The head hesitated. He closed his eyes, but not long after, he opened them again. Listen, child, I don't want to deceive you. If you do what I say, you will die, and it will be a very painful death. I can't promise you whether this will succeed. I can only promise you that I will die with you. I am only afraid of the dark, sir, as long as it is not dark there. Malachi replied. They say that there are candles under the Emperor's throne. I haven't seen candles many times, but I like them very much. Pick me up, the head said. Then look into my eyes and don't think about anything. Malachi did as he was told. His consciousness sank into a blue sea, and it was dark around him, but Malachi was not afraid. He could feel that there was a man holding his hand, and it seemed to be that sir. His trembling voice sounded in Malachi's ears. Oh, Emperor, bless me, bless your people, and bless this poor child to go to your throne. Then, the flames burned his body. Malachi's soul was shattered in an instant. The pain and screams made the psychic soul stronger. He was full of strength again. In the real world, Malachi's body fell to the ground without making any sound. He was too thin, so thin that he didn't even have the right to make any sound while falling to the ground. The psychic was full of power, but more painful than ever. He watched the child's soul disappear without a trace with tears. He knew that his soul could not go to the Emperor's throne. I lied. I'm sorry, child. He clenched his fists, betting with all his strength and burning soul, and rushed into the eternal light of the Astronomicon in the warp. The flame of the Astronomicon did not show mercy to him just because he was a subject of the Emperor. The psychic flame also began to burn his broken soul. From the moment of death, he felt the pain again. But he didn't care. For the Empire, this was his last sentence. In the real world, the head turned into ashes, leaving only a charred mark on the table. In contrast, a coordinate and a message were also passed to some people. Shenyan opened his eyes. Chapter 370 Revenge. A coordinate, a message. Shenyan said nothing, he just stood up from the chair in silence. The portal behind him framed a broken galaxy, and dozens of Chaos Astartes' broken bodies were slowly passing by, already frozen in the vacuum. The last words left by the unknown psychic were still lingering in his ears, as well as the scream of the child and his last wish before his death contained it his desperate psychic power. He was afraid of the dark, so he wanted to see the light. The mage turned his head, and the huge planetary battleship was originally moving at a slow speed, but at this moment, it suddenly glowed with light. The battleship changed its previous slowness, and the magic engine at the tail roared manically, and it began to move forward at a high speed. At this time, Shenyan realized that he had not given the battleship a name yet. "Let's call you Revenge, it's very appropriate." The mage smiled lightly, and the Revenge easily tore open the fragile barrier between reality and the subspace in the next second with the help of huge magic power. He closed his eyes, and his mental power covered the entire hull, forming an additional protective array to protect the mortal soldiers inside. Many of them were sleeping at this time, thanks to the independent shock-absorbing arrays on each floor of the Revenge. They didn't even know that the warship was speeding into the warp. The scene in the warp was chaotic and disordered, and there was no so-called logic. All kinds of magnificent things would turn into nightmares one after another, with planets destroyed, creatures dying, and plants turning into terrifying monsters. They didn't have to abide by any moral rules or so-called basic laws, but just stretched their bodies freely and wildly, just like the chaotic nature of the four evil gods. The mage looked at the horrifying scene in front of him indifferently, and he suddenly remembered that many mages would choose to take drugs to enter a special state of meditation. Everyone who came back alive from that state had their bodies deformed to varying degrees, their minds became crazy, and their magic power was greatly improved. Perhaps they also saw similar scenes in meditation. For example, now, in front of the mage, a beautiful emerald green planet was showing its brilliance in the warp. The projection of this planet in the real world in the warp could reflect its situation in the material world to a certain extent. But now, the green was fading quickly. The originally vibrant green was gradually turning into an ominous, sick yellow. Finally, a disgusting yellow sphere floated in front of the battleship, and disgusting mucus kept dripping from it. A huge malice gathered around the battleship, and then the mage saw that the planet actually blinked at him. Its surface, covered with fungal blankets and unpleasant proliferating corpses, now cracked a huge gap. A huge orange-yellow single eye looked at the vengeance with interest. To be precise, at him. There was no malice in it, just pure curiosity and tolerance. The planet seemed to want to say something, but the mage had already looked away. The brilliance of the Astronomicon suddenly surged, spreading from where it was all the way to the vengeance and the road ahead. They completely blocked the planet's sight, and at the same time, as if pulling the vengeance, opened a gap for them in front. But Shenyan didn't want to leave just like that. He narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. The cold and hot light of the Astronomicon still steadily illuminated their way in the warp, and he gently pulled a ray of light. The psychic light became a golden storm in an instant, easily tearing the reflection of the planet into pieces. Silent screams spread, and the remaining matter of the planet turned into some kind of substantial malice that began to stir in the warp. No longer curious as before, it only wanted to devour the vengeance at this time. Unfortunately, the light of the Astronomicon still steadily refused to approach it. Shenyan sneered. "Sooner or later, you will all die, one after another. Your mobility is really beyond my expectations." After Angren came to the main control room, the first sentence he said was a little bitter. However, this is also normal. Shenyan's actions were indeed quite fast. So fast that Angren didn't even have time to announce his next plan to the Astartes, and the mortal soldiers knew nothing about these things. But this was actually a good thing. He was not sure what the consequences would be after the mortals saw these blasphemous scenes. Maybe they would go crazy, or maybe they would directly degenerate, or maybe they would become some kind of disgusting plague aggregate on the spot. From this point of view, the mage's mental protective arrays were really effective. "I just received a message from a psychic asking for support." "Psychic? Can I contact you directly?" Angren frowned. He had begun to wonder if there was a conspiracy behind this. If so, then everything that happened before made sense. The reason why they didn't gather troops to encircle the warship was probably here. Shenyan only took a look at him and knew what he was thinking. The mage shook his head calmly. It's not what you think, Angren. The psychic did not contact me directly. Shenyan didn't know how to start for a moment. He stared at the silver ground and said softly, I have to say, his idea is genius. What happened? He burned the soul of an innocent child, causing him to die in pain. Then, using his huge amount of pain and broken soul to enhance his psychic power, he burned his own soul again, and then crashed into the Astronomicon. As you know, the Astronomicon is a lighthouse. Shenyan made a gesture. He exploded at the top of the lighthouse, and any human who was looking at the Astronomicon at the time would receive his message. Angren's expression changed from anger at the beginning to calm, a calm similar to that of the mage. The Primarch closed his eyes. The Emperor blessed them. The Emperor can't bless them. The vengeance was still sailing in the light of the Astronomicon. The wizard said, their souls have been broken and disappeared without a trace. They died in great pain, and we don't even know the names of the child and the psyker. He turned his head slightly. By the way, I gave this ship a name. I hope you like it. What's the name? Angren asked calmly. Revenge. Good name. Angren smiled. Sacrifice is the cornerstone of the Empire. At the same time, he silently said in his heart. Angler leaned against the rock wall, holding the gun in his arms very tightly. It was a gun he picked up at the edge of the battlefield and buried in the soil. According to the knowledge he gained from the training he never completed, it was an Imperial Standard M35 laser gun, weighing 2.3 kilograms, and could hit anything within the clear atmosphere. Even someone like him who didn't do well in the shooting course could easily aim and fire at will within a range of 200 meters with this gun. Unfortunately, he didn't complete all his training. To be precise, the war broke out before he could finish his training. All the soldiers were rushed to the front line. Angelo wanted to join, but the examiner in charge of him insisted not to let him. He said that Angelo's shooting performance and physical fitness problems prevented him from joining the army. If he really wanted to help, he could go to the logistics department to help move some things. So Angelo went. So Angelo survived. He was not happy about this. The angels died one after another, and the heavy weapons that were regarded as treasures by the troops were ruthlessly bombed into slag under the artillery fire, and the troops he originally wanted to join were killed without a single one left. He didn't even know if there were any living people in his hometown besides him at this time. There was a sound of rain outside the cave, and Angelo knew that he couldn't go out to find food today. He had seen people who were drenched by the acid rain, and had seen their miserable state. The Emperor, he did not want to become like that. After 2 hours of rain, Angelo felt hungry. He came to the entrance of the cave with a tiny hope, looking at the acid rain outside, hoping that it would stop soon. The war ended a few days ago, and everyone was dead. Fortunately, those hateful traitors have not yet made a clear plan to surface. Angelo planned that after collecting enough food, he would head towards the command post in his memory. If he was lucky enough, he should be able to find something like a communication tool there. As for what to do next, he had not yet thought about it. He was only a 16-year-old boy. Although he had reached the age of conscription, they often had to undergo 2 years of training before they were allowed to join the battlefield. At this time, he was not even a reserve. He looked up at the sky and suddenly found that the gloomy and dark sky became a little darker. At this time, this was not a good sign. Angelo frowned. His vision became a little blurred due to excessive hunger, and he could not concentrate on observing the sky. But he didn't really need to observe what happened next. The sky darkened. Before he could figure out what was happening, he saw a light blue beam of light falling from the sky, landing on the ground, and then suddenly bursting out. The acid rain was stilled in the air, and they gradually melted away after a blur. Angelo looked up at the sky in amazement. He saw the broken clouds and a huge monster hidden in it. It moved slowly without revealing its shape. Then, countless light blue beams of light continued to fall from the sky, causing ripples on the ground, and they left countless marks on the ground. These marks emitted light blue fluorescence, bringing some light in the darkness. Then, as if they had consciousness, They began to connect with each other, and the brilliance united all over the sky. A huge blue light band that pushed across the distant skyline emerged from those marks, and Angelal was also on the path of this light. At the moment he was hit, he subconsciously clenched the gun in his hand, but there was no pain. On the contrary, the hunger in his stomach was recovering rapidly, and even the emptiness after overwork disappeared. He stared at the light in surprise, his eyes sore, and he shed tears unconsciously. He was still alive and seemed to have been rescued. But what about those who died? He had no answer, but others did. Angren stood in the main control room. The wizard was not here. He said, "I have something else to kill," and then disappeared in a flash of light. But Angren was not completely unaware of how to operate the vengeance. He pressed his hand on the table and a light curtain rose. He said expressionlessly, "Inform the entire ship. There are no enemies on the surface, but there are still many civilians. Let the mortal army go to rescue them." I remember he said there are some vehicles used for transportation on the ship. Let them take those as well. Got it. What instructions do you have for the Astartes? A neutral voice said so. Angren grinned. Have them meet me at the first bridge and prepare the means of transport. That damn ship is still in orbit outside the planet, right? Yes. They haven't discovered us yet. The effect of the illusion spell is still ongoing. That's good. Where's my armor? It's ready for you. Do you need to wear it now? Of course. The light curtain dimmed and disappeared. Angren's superhuman hearing enabled him to hear the announcement from the corridor outside. The intelligence system in the magic circle executed his orders efficiently and accurately. It was directing the mortal auxiliary troops to the hangar to use the vehicles on land, and the Astartes were quickly following the order to the first bridge. As for his armor, a huge opening appeared on the floor of the main control room. The silver metal that made up the floor spread out like a living thing, and a huge black box slowly floated up. There were 128 runes on the surface that were emitting light. Angren stretched out his hand and pressed it on the black box. With a flash of silver light, the black box was opened. A cold white mist emanated from the inside, chilling his skin for the first time in a long time. A magical creation that looked more like a walking fortress than a suit of armor just stopped inside the black box. Its black eyepiece stared at Angren. It was like asking a question. Are you qualified to wear me? Angren returned the gaze. He smiled and took up the helmet. The remaining parts of the armor melted like liquid in the buzzing sound. They crawled to Angren's feet and clung to his majestic body. The original shape was formed on the giant's body. He put on the helmet. The eyepiece flashed, and the black was replaced by scarlet. The imperial double-headed eagle symbol appeared on the breastplate. The armor was originally colorless, but it was changing rapidly at this time. Black and red formed the basic color of this masterpiece of war. Angren walked to the door of the main control room. Just before he was about to leave, he said in a voice that had been processed to be solemn and low, "When he comes back, tell him that this armor is really fucking awesome." He took a deep breath, and the metal behind him squirmed and gave birth to a heavy crimson cloak. Angren left to kill. I will add more tomorrow. I wanted to add more today, but I was running around for the defense materials today, so I rushed this chapter out. Sorry. Chapter 371. Let the fire purify everything. Boarding warfare is one of the most common offensive methods of the Empire, and it is often the most efficient. It is not to say that the weapons carried on the Empire's ships are not useful, but boarding has an advantage that no other weapon can match. It can annihilate the enemy without causing large-scale damage to the ship. You know, although the Empire is vast and populous, the fleet and ships are not good. Ships that have been contaminated by chaos are of course not allowed, but pirates, ships that have been rebellious by mortal auxiliary troops, etc. are all within the acceptable range. Boarding warfare should also become the first choice in this situation. It is definitely not what some people claim. Close combat is blessed by the Emperor. Cutting off the enemy's head with a sacred chainsaw sword is a sacrifice to the God Emperor. But no matter what, the Empire is famous for its love of boarding warfare. The first bridge. 18 Astartes stood silently on the silver ground, and Givadron was among them. The paint on his armor was actually somewhat similar to that of the Astartes of the Crimson Blades, but if you look closely, you will find that it is actually completely different. The most obvious problem is that the entire power armor on his missing right shoulder armor is old and mottled, with scars all over the surface. It looks like it has been in disrepair for a long time. Even the poorest warbands would not be so stingy on power armor. But Givadrin doesn't care about other people's eyes at all. Warband, I used to be a member of the World Eaters Legion, but unfortunately, that legion has completely disappeared. Givadrin raised his head, and his eyepiece captured a giant. Angren walked slowly from the opposite side of them. The red and black armor on his body was dull and matte, without any reflection and luster that metal should have. There was no decoration on his armor, except for the red cloak behind him and the double-headed eagle on his chest representing the Empire. There was nothing else. The Emperor's sacred prayer, or the skull representing the purity of mankind, the symbol of his legion. Angren had no choice of all these. But the simpler it was, the more power it could make people feel. His eyepiece was scarlet, and he was holding a huge axe flashing with thunder in his hand. His voice, which had been processed by the breathing grid and turned into a low voice, rang out on the first bridge. The enemy is not far outside the bridge. These stupid and pathetic traitors don't even know that we are here. Angren laughed lowly. That's good, but I'm not satisfied. Only dead traitors are good traitors. Come on, warriors. Let's bleed them so that they know that anyone who tries to become a pus that harms the Empire will be completely eliminated from the universe by us. The voice of the Prime Arch of the World Devourer's courage sounded so passionate and full of personality for the first time. This was a voice that Angren in this universe had never had. Givadorn looked at him, and a wave of bitterness surged in his heart. Presumably, the World Devourers in another universe were much better than them. There was such a Prime Arch. The blue light above the bridge changed color, from blue to a rapidly flashing red. A neutral voice echoed on the bridge. The transmission is about to begin. Please be prepared. The blue light began to light up under their feet. Givadorn exhaled, and his hand was already on the chainsaw sword at his waist. He cleared the unnecessary thoughts in his brain, leaving only the coldest and cruelest ones. Kill all enemies of humanity. He silently chanted this sentence, and his figure gradually disappeared in the light of transmission along with the others. The captain looked at the ground vehicle in front of him with a dull look, and his eyes twitched a few times. It's not his fault. Any soldier would probably show such an expression when seeing this so-called vehicle. The soldiers behind him were not much better. There were 376 soldiers, and none of them could understand what was going on. The captain's voice trembled. Excuse me, sir, please explain what this is. The intelligent array responsible for guiding them said, negative. I am not a human being, and there is no need to treat me with human etiquette. A white light descended from above and landed on the ground, pointing out a way forward for them. The magic circle continued. Please move forward, your transportation is ahead. No, I know this is a vehicle prepared for us. I just want to know what it is. The magic circle's answer was still emotionless. Transportation. The captain took a deep breath. He looked at the huge iron dragon made of pure metal and felt a long-lost headache. This was something he had not felt since he got off the bed. At this moment, he had a faint urge to revive. Okay, then how should we control it? You have to introduce this thing to us, right? Deep Destruction Mechanical Dragon Version Special Golem, equipped with a planetary compression and destruction cannon, has basic intelligence, can automatically identify enemies and friends, and has a maximum load of 30,000 people. There is no need to manually control the battle. The golem itself will use the best strategy for the enemy in the current environment. After testing, it has excellent magic resistance and can resist surface cleansing level shaping spells and master level control spells. The magic Alloy shield can maximize the resistance to various physical damage. For example, artillery bombardment, gunpowder weapons, laser weapons. Seeing that this stubborn magic circle was about to say all the introductions without stopping, the captain hurriedly called a halt. Okay, I get it. That is to say, we only need to board this mechanical dragon. That's it. Agree. What is our mission? Rescue civilians, and if we find the enemy, kill them on the spot. But the existence of the enemy is questionable, and the search spells carried on the Revenge have not found any enemy. Revenge? The name of the battleship. The captain nodded. He had seen many similar names. There were countless names like Emperor's Wrath, Just Revenge, and so on, but it was rare to just call it revenge. Revenge for whom? He put the question in his heart, turned around and looked at his soldiers. He was about to give a pre-war speech, but realized that this was originally the job of the political commissar and he was not very familiar with it. But it has come to this point, and he has to get familiar with it even if he is not familiar with it. So, the captain cleared his throat and said seriously, "The 4th Company of the 812th Cadian Regiment, you guys, forget it." He suddenly laughed and shook his head helplessly. The expressions on the soldiers' faces had told him everything. What was the point of pre-war mobilization? Just let them get on that thing. Prepare to board the damn thing. What is this thing called? Prepare to board the dragon. Shenyan told Angren that he had something to kill. He didn't say what it was. Angren had many guesses. If the mage knew, he would tell Angren that none of your guesses were right. What he wanted to kill did not exist in the real plane, did not exist in this universe, and was not even a living being. What he wanted to kill was a disease. It was not without cost to crush the planet polluted by Nurgle in the warp. Even if he borrowed part of the power of the Astronomicon, he had to pay the most. Everything in the warp is a projection from the real world. They exist, but they don't exist. Demons can go to the material realm, but the polluted planet is different. It has become Nurgle's favorite. God knows what kind of evil plague this kind father has cooked up in his pot to turn a planet into an eye that can move around and spy on the world. And Shenyan, who broke his eye, was inevitably targeted. Question: what will happen if you are watched by Nurgle? Answer: he will bless you. After all, he is kind. Due to the special nature of the mage, he still gives a particularly powerful blessing, but Shenyan doesn't want it at all. At this moment, he is on a small broken planet. The magic power quickly washes every corner of his body, trying his best to resist the pollution from Nurgle. His blessing is much more troublesome than Shenyan expected. It seems that breaking his TV broadcast station made this kind father very angry, but it was worth it. God knows what will happen if a demonized planet is left in the material realm. He burned the projection of the planet in the subspace into ashes with the light of the star torch, and the planet in the material realm naturally turned to ashes. This is how you kill demons. Killing them in the material realm is called expulsion. But if you kill them in the warp, then these fallen demons are really dead, once and for all, and they will never have any chance to harm humans again. The mage exhaled a green mist with ice crystals between his lips and teeth. In order to prevent the plague from contaminating himself, he even had to use the black ice that killed Captain Marvel to freeze his internal organs. This feeling is very uncomfortable, but he must endure it, otherwise, the consequences will be so serious that he doesn't even want to imagine it. His soul is very closely connected to his body. The special practice of the Kamartaj mages allows him to temporarily resist this special plague that only targets him and not be immediately pulled into the realm of Nurgle. But the problem has not been solved yet. The soul is one thing, and the body is another. What the hell? Shenyan coughed, and the mist-like ice crystals continued to spray out, forming a piece of black ice in the vacuum, which was wiped away by him. Nurgle's plague is really hard to deal with. To be precise, it can't be called a plague. He blessed Shenyan with a little anger and deep love, just like his love for others. The blessing had its due effect when they came out of the warp, increasing his physical strength every moment, but the price was that his body was constantly deforming. Therefore, Shenyan kept flushing his body with magic power and freezing his internal organs with solid ice. If he didn't do this, his body would immediately turn into a constantly deformed flesh and blood aggregate. Losing his human form is not terrible, but the consequence is that his body will turn into a new eye of Nurgle. The close connection between his soul and body will also disappear without a trace, which means that he will be immediately pulled into Nurgle's domain. At that time, Shenyan himself was not sure how long he could resist. He was still careless. These 4 gods are more difficult to deal with than each other. The situation is already so critical, but the wizard still remains calm. He thought again and decided to take a big gamble. From this point of view, his character is actually the same as that of the Ancient One. Both of them are first-class gamblers, and they are terrifyingly similar. The Ancient One is willing to gamble his life and countless futures for an uncertain future, and Shenyan's right hand is lit with golden flames. The psychic energy from the Emperor has extremely strong suppression and lethality to any things in the warp. He didn't use it before because his body also carried the mark of Nurgle's power. If he used it, I'm afraid that this psychic energy would burn his body and Nurgle's blessing together. But now, he has to use it. Staring at the golden flame, Shenyan realized that it would probably be very painful next. He swallowed the flame in one gulp. As soon as the Emperor's psychic flame entered his esophagus, it produced extremely strong changes inside. Shenyan bent down suddenly as if he had been punched in the abdomen. The skin on his throat was shining with golden light, and the skin had been burned red. The smell of burning flesh was clearly transmitted to his nasal cavity, carrying the Emperor's psychic energy, and it also caused the same pain in his nasal cavity. Shenyan roared with a ferocious face, and he simply increased his strength. "Fuck you, Nurgle." The mage's bloodshot eyes were filled with his usual madness. From tearing his soul at the beginning of the first crossover, to using his soul as a weapon to swallow the angels from the eternal heaven, he has always been like this. The flames did not let him down. They used Nurgle's blessing as firewood and danced swiftly and crazily in the mage's body. All his internal organs were burned to ashes, and golden blood continued to flow out of his mouth, nose, eyes and throat. The mage, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices, knelt on the ground and gasped for breath. The magic power was still working. They followed the will of the master, running firmly and persistently to repair the damage in his body. Nurgle's blessing and the Emperor's flames used his body as a battlefield, and the two sides began a tug of war. Shenyan could no longer describe the pain caused. He didn't even understand why he was still awake. But he was awake. The pain was getting stronger, and his mind was getting clearer. His expression suddenly became calm, like the Dead Sea, without any waves. But the fire in his body was still burning. "Burn, burn harder," he muttered to himself, and he actually condensed another golden flame and swallowed it again. The pain was several times stronger than before, and the mage was in so much pain that he couldn't even maintain his kneeling position. He collapsed on the ground, and his 7 orifices were still bleeding. His skin became translucent, and the sound of flesh and bones exploding kept coming from inside. He looked at the sky with a grin, and what he thought in his mind was very simple. Sooner or later, I will kill all of you bastards. But, as we all know, bad things always happen one after another. A complex and changing colorful cloud appeared in the sky above his head. The cloud seemed to change all the time. Whether it was the shape or the color, it was the same. It slowly floated in front of the mage, and a blasphemous creature tore the gap between the subspace and reality and walked out. It has 2 heads, both in bird shape, and its 4 curious eyes are staring at the wizard with an undisguised smile. The 2 huge blue-purple wings behind it slowly spread out, and the huge monster greeted the wizard in a wise tone. It said, "Hello, powerful wizard. I am Carlos, the Fate Weaver. It's our first meeting. It seems that you are not in good condition." The wizard looked at it and did not speak. Carlos, who called himself the Fate Weaver, had a smile on his 2 bird heads. He laughed, and his ugly laughter made the already terrifying scene even more terrifying. It circled around the wizard, laughing and saying, "Do you need help?" The wizard still said nothing. "Hey, this is not good." It stretched out a finger and tried to touch the wizard's right hand, but it was blocked by a transparent magic circle, and the finger was burned to ashes by the sudden scarlet flames. Carlos took his hand back without any care. He didn't even look at his lost finger. He just smiled and continued, "Do you know what you will become? The spirit of the corpse can't save you, and he can't save himself. After experiencing extreme pain, you will become a puppet of Nurgle, and the reason and profound knowledge that you are proud of as a spellcaster will disappear without a trace. Your body will become a huge, growing and decaying corpse. It will be covered with pus and drip mucus all the time, and your soul will be trapped in this body, watching Nurgle drive your body to destroy one human world after another. Isn't it terrible?" It laughed, and its long tongue stretched out from the left bird head and licked the eyes of the right bird head. "But I have a way to save you from this suffering. What do you think?" Shenyan looked at it coldly and suddenly grinned. He supported the ground with trembling hands, shivering all over, and stood up little by little. The flames had spread to his eye sockets at this time, except for the tightly protected brain that was not invaded by Nergal. All other parts were burned by the flames. His eyes were no exception. The 2 eyeballs had been burned into glass like crystal ash, which spilled out of his body as his body shook. But Shenyan still stood up. Carlos watched his movements with interest, looking forward to his next step. This human was really too special and too dazzling. From the moment he appeared in the warp, even Tsinch himself was alarmed. Such a soul that thirsts for knowledge and change will definitely fall at the feet of the Lord of Change. This is his fate. This is also the fate that I, Carlos the Fate Weaver, have woven for you. It looked at Shenyan, waiting for his next move, but the mage just shook his head. The golden blood on his face had dried up, and as he shook his head, some new blood flowed out. He coughed a few times, and some impurities and golden fluid substances were vomited out by him. The mage wiped the corners of his mouth and laughed. He said in a hoarse voice after being burned, "You are really brave, bird-headed man." Carlos's 4 eyes suddenly shrank, and the head on the left shouted, "No, this is impossible." It seemed very panicked, but the head on the right seemed to be confident. "What else can you do?" "What can I do?" Shenyan laughed and then stretched out his right hand. His right hand slowly and without any suppression approached Carlos' body. This great demon of Tsinch, the Lord of Change, who caused countless tragedies, was now unable to move his body. It saw the mage's handprint on its chest and heard the human say in a weak tone, "What do you think I can do?" Boom! Golden flames burst out from the palm of his right hand, blowing off his arm while making the immobile bird-headed demon swallow the spiritual gift from the Emperor. The man it called a rotten corpse with contempt, now directed his anger at Carlos. It screamed and rolled around on the ground. It was far from the style and elegance of the so-called Fate Weaver. It now looked more like an embarrassed chicken with feathers falling off. Shenyan limped to its side and stepped on its right wing. His only remaining left hand grabbed its wing. Carlos had already foreseen what was going to happen. It screamed in fear, but was completely unable to stop what was about to happen next. At this moment, the wizard stopped. He approached Carlos's bird head and said softly, "I know who you are, Carlos. I also know what your master did to you. You can see the past and the future, right? Your master threw you into the well of eternity, and you are the only one of your kind who came back alive." He grinned, and flames gushed out of his throat, scorching one side of Carlos' head. "It is said that when I ask you a question, one of your heads will tell the truth, and the other will tell an equally credible lie. You can see the past and the future. No wonder you call yourself the Fate Weaver. So, now, please tell me one thing. Can you see the now?" the wizard asked with a smile. "You know what I'm going to do to you, right?" Then his left hand exploded, flames gushed out, and half of Carlos's wing was torn off by him easily. The Emperor's spiritual energy surged in the body of this great demon. Carlos' screams gradually weakened. He asked, "What did you do to me?" "I took away your ability to see the future. Are you scared?" "This should be the first time you have seen someone who can do such a thing?" Shenyan was still smiling. His eyes were burnt black, and he didn't have any intention of regenerating, but it made Carlos feel a long-lost emotion. His body trembled, and fear completely overwhelmed him. This was the first time that this demon could not see the future, and his heart was filled with insecurity. What was even more contradictory was that this was just one of the thousands of changes, and it should have been happy about it. But the influence of Tsinch seemed to be moving away from it little by little with the entry of those flames. It could not feel the happiness of the past, only fear. It gnawed at its heart like a shadow, and at the same time, a question that it could not understand was born. Seeing the future, what a terrible ability. It's like cheating. Don't you think it's no fun at all? Shenyan said naggingly, and he twisted his neck. Golden flames gushed out from the broken wounds of the left and right hands, forming two new arms. They were made of pure fire, carrying the wrath of the Emperor, and also carrying his wrath. "Let's have some fun. What do you think?" The wizard used his new arm to pull Carlos up from the ground. He stretched out his left hand and pinched the left bird head of the trembling Lord of Change. Then he smiled maliciously. No, please. I can tell you a lot of secrets. I will never lie to you. I can know. There is still a lot of time. Carlos. Amid its screams, Shenyan gently twisted its left head and turned it into ashes. The flames once again deprived it of some of its power. Carlos fell to his knees in despair, and now it couldn't even see the past. No, number. This is not true. This is true. Open your eyes and look at me. You still have 2 eyes, the wizard said dissatisfiedly, and then kicked it in the chest. Watching it collapse to the ground without any image, 2 new eyes grew in Shenyan's eye sockets. They were also golden and terrifying like flowing flames. Just looking at it made Carlos feel a burning pain. It muttered to itself like crazy, "How can you escape fate? I saw it. I saw it. You obviously became one of us. Fate? Let it come and talk to me in person," the wizard said expressionlessly. "It just so happens that I also have a lot of things to talk to it about. As for now," Shenyan looked up at the sky. Some new clouds were condensing. It seemed that Sinch could not sit still. He lowered his head and looked at Carlos, who had become a waste, and laughed. "Your master cares about you, Carlos. It actually sent people to protect you. Look there." He thoughtfully straightened the remaining right side of Carlos's head and pointed out the location of the clouds for him. He also waved to the sky very politely with a bright smile. However, this smile, combined with the dried golden blood on his face, looked so terrifying. Seeing this, the clouds that were approaching quickly stopped immediately and stopped moving. "It's a pity that I can't let him take you back," Carlos heard the mage say in a voice full of regret. In his chaotic mind, he suddenly realized that he regretted not being able to torture him for a while, but there was still one thing he didn't understand. What's wrong with you?" it said with difficulty. "Why don't my words have any effect on you? Why didn't the future I saw become a reality in you? Why can't I see your past? Why?" It repeated why like crazy, as if this matter was more serious than the blow it had received from the thing. The feathers of this ever-changing demon lord, the great demon of Tsinch, had lost their original luster. It didn't care that it would be reborn in the warp anymore. It just wanted to understand why the mage could easily ignore its ability. "You want to know?" Carlos nodded sincerely, and the scene seemed a little funny for a while. Shenyan laughed out loud, as if he was amused by this scene, but there was no smile in his eyes. "Go back and ask your master." The golden flames burst out. Carlos was completely burned to ashes. Shenyan exhaled lightly and gave the sky a middle finger. The whole person turned into a pillar of psychic fire, and the incomparable flames rose from the ground, washing the sky into gold. The fast-running Tsinch demons can go back to report to their masters, while those who run slower can only stay and keep Carlos company. It takes time for demons to be reborn in the subspace, but Tsinch certainly can't wait that long. He is the Lord of Change, and it is common for plans to have loopholes. But he is also the Lord of Wisdom and Knowledge. He must want to know what Shenyan did to Carlos. Perhaps, it won't be long before the Fate Weaver will come back again. Thinking of this, he smiled again, and the pain in his body gradually subsided. "In that way, I can kill it again." The golden flame flashed and disappeared. "I promised to update tomorrow. I have finished the graduation certificate issue, but it has gone out of the window. I have to wait until November." How can I put it? Some teachers are really incomprehensible. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 From 10,000 Years Ago. Left. Givadrin's voice came from the communication channel, so cold that it didn't seem like he was on the battlefield. Ezekiel pulled his chainsword out of the head of the traitor who was shouting the name of Korn a second ago, and he turned to the right without hesitation. Then, a bullet from a bolter flew from behind him and blew up the head of a Korn berserker who was trying to sneak attack him. "I owe you one," Ezekiel said in the communication channel. "No need." Givadrin's answer was quite indifferent. This veteran's shooting skills were quite accurate. Unlike other Astartes who chose to use a sweeping method when facing multiple enemies, he preferred the calling names similar to the sniper method. One bullet, one traitor. Efficient and cold. It was like two different people with his close combat style, holding the bolter in his left hand and calling out names one by one accurately. Givadron heard the noise coming from behind, and the chainsword in his right hand turned upside down. The extra output of the power armor increased his strength and speed by another level. The chainsword, which was so worn that the paint could not even be seen, roared loudly, and the rotating blade stabbed into the waist and abdomen of the traitor who was rushing behind him. It easily tore open his abdominal armor. Givadron released his right hand and hit the traitor's eyepiece with an elbow, then turned around and used his foot to shove the chainsword into his abdomen. The chainsword still did not stop roaring, and Givadron looked at the corn believer who was still trying to get up. The opponent's bright red armor had the pattern of the Lord of Skulls and some blasphemous words. One of the words made the veteran narrow his eyes. He heard a heavy breathing sound from his breathing grill, and Givadron put a bullet into his head. Then he pulled out the chainsword. His grenade gun had run out of bullets, and there was no time to reload. The veteran rolled over with agility that did not match his huge body to avoid a brutal axe blow. A huge Chaos Terminator came over with a power axe with a human head hanging on the handle. His voice was quite familiar to Givadron. "Your fighting style reminds me of someone." Givadron silently clenched the chainsaw sword in his hand, and he stretched out his right hand to stop Ezekiel, who wanted to come to support. The old soldier's voice was still calm, but with something that could not be clearly expressed. "Go to your thing, Ezekiel, leave this to me." The third captain looked at him deeply, then turned his head and left. "I know you, right?" The Chaos Terminator's voice was like a knife stuck in his throat. He laughed and carried the power axe on his shoulder. He didn't care about the bodies of his companions on the ground, and ran over their broken limbs with his feet. Blood and flesh flowed out from under his feet, turning into a sticky substance, smearing on the deck of the ship. Givadron still didn't speak, but just held the chainsaw sword upright with one hand, across his chest, and put his other hand on the hilt. This familiar action made the Chaos Terminator laugh. "Givadron, it's you. 10,000 years have passed, and you still look so pathetic." "Compared to you, I'm not pathetic." "Oh, really?" The traitor's laughter echoed on the damaged bridge. They were surrounded by corpses and burning flames, and war cries and screams came from not far away. The sound of grenade launchers and chainswords was so loud that for a moment, Givadron almost thought he was back on the battlefield. "You are neither a complete traitor like me nor loyal to the corpse like the others. You are not pure enough, Givadron, and that is your tragedy. You know yourself well, traitor." "Ah, I never said I wasn't, but do you have the courage to admit one thing? Admit that the person sitting on the throne now is no longer the same person as before?" Givadron bent his knee slightly and took an offensive stance. In the next second, he started running. Blood was still rushing in his veins, and his two hearts were beating strongly, giving him unparalleled strength and speed. Almost in an instant, Givadron was in the face of the traitor. The chainsaw sword cut into the fragile joint of his right thigh at a tricky angle. Givadron never expected that he could defeat a Chaos Terminator who had lived for 10,000 years simply by relying on the chainsaw sword. He had to rely on tactics, strategy and a little luck to survive this battle. The power axe fell from the sky and chopped down Givadron's remaining left shoulder armor with great force. The opponent seemed to have deliberately restrained his strength, and only stuck on his shoulder armor and stopped moving down. He heard the traitor say in a nostalgic tone, "Sometimes, I think of the days when we were sparring, before Ingrid returned. We looked forward to his return for countless days and nights, and required ourselves to be role models with strict training. Don't you miss that time, when we were still war dogs?" Givadron was not affected by his words at all. He let go of the chainsaw sword and wanted to withdraw, but the traitor seemed to have expected it. His power axe suddenly pressed down at this time, mercilessly cutting off Givadron's left arm, and even cutting off part of his left body. Heavy breathing came from his grill. Givadron seemed to be fine. He took this opportunity to immediately retreat 100 meters. The traitor stood in place, took off the chainsaw sword that was stuck on his right thigh, and threw it in front of Givadron. His blood was still flowing on the chainsaw sword. "You have become weaker," he said. "So, of course, it's also possible that I've become stronger, but in the final analysis, it's you who's become weaker. You know, I never beat you once in a sparring match. It's you, Han." Givadron took off his helmet, Not even looking at his empty left arm that was still bleeding, he threw the helmet on the ground and picked up the chain sword. His calm face was exposed, which made the traitor act like a corn believer for the first time. He roared in disbelief and rage, "Where are your butcher's nails?" "Someone took it off for me," Givadron replied calmly. "Yours should still be there? I guess you've probably gotten used to it, just like I used to." And a trace of mocking smile suddenly appeared on his face. "It's starting to break out, am I right?" Ho! The Chaos Terminator began to tremble all over, and he punched his helmet with his fist like a patient, with such force that the sharp corners on his helmet were even broken. He did not stop until he had knocked the helmet off. His face was extremely terrifying, with a mouth full of sharp teeth and a pattern of corn carved on his forehead. Evidence of blasphemy and corruption was everywhere on his face, and the butcher's nails that were completely integrated with him were even more terrifying. They extended from the back of Han's head and spread wantonly on his scalp, beating with his breath, looking as if they were alive. These thick metal cables were deeply implanted in his cerebral cortex, and every time they broke out, they would cause Han great pain, hallucinations, bloodlust, mental confusion. Those who were implanted with butcher's nails would have to endure great pain even to speak a complete sentence. "Kill, kill!" He roared the word incoherently, raised the power axe high, and began to charge at Givadron. The Terminator's power was amazing, and every step made the ground tremble. Givadron stood there, and did not seem to want to dodge. 1 second, the Chaos Terminator called Han crossed the distance of 100 meters in just 1 second, and Givadron's face remained calm. He raised his remaining right hand and took a step forward at the same time. It was this step that caused the axe of the power axe to move away from his head and hit the air. "I have told you many times, Han, the flexibility of the power axe is too poor. If you want to use a weapon that can kill with one blow, you should choose the power fist. Moreover, you should not expose your true offensive intentions to the enemy." Givadron said this in a tone of admonition, and took a step back. The teeth of the chainsaw sword spun wildly, and his retreat turned into a horizontal pull. If it was an ordinary weapon, this would be fine, but the constantly rotating teeth of the chainsaw sword would cause secondary damage. Han's right leg joint had been hit once before, and this time, he was not spared again. Blood splattered, flesh and bone fragments gushed out, and Han's howl became more tragic. He wanted to fight back, but he couldn't. Givadron had already left the spot, and his leg was completely cut off from the thigh joint by the chainsaw sword, leaving only a little flesh clinging there, empty. Boom! Han, who looked like a little giant, fell to the ground. His body did not allow him to get up so quickly. The pain and anger in his mind, the illusion created by the butcher's nail made him howl even more heartbreakingly. He panted and swung the power axe in his hand. Givadron did not attack. He stood there, looking at Han, who looked more like a beast than a warrior, with a little pity in his eyes. "You used to be a good warrior, Han." In the gap between Han swinging the axe, Givadron rushed forward and beheaded him with a sword. At this moment, his former brother, a restless soul from the Roar Dog Legion 10,000 years ago, died. Givadron knew that a part of himself had died with him. He didn't know whether this was good or bad. He picked up the helmet from the ground and put it on himself, then slowly sat down against the wall, next to Han's body. Givadron's eyepiece was constantly sending vital signs warnings, but he didn't want to care. He was a little tired. When he woke up again, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. Unlike the religious atmosphere of the pharmacist's treatment room in his memory, this place was bright and spacious. He also heard the sound of dripping instruments in his ears. Givadron turned his head and found that it was not an instrument. It was a huge black cylinder, from which many small golden metal tubes extended and connected to his body. The veteran couldn't understand what it was, so he decided not to move for the time being. He looked down and found that his upper body was naked. The missing left arm was still empty, without bandages on his body, and those metal tubes were connected to his body, and light continued to flow out of them. Givadron had never seen such a treatment method. Just as he was about to study what was in these metal tubes, the door of this ward was pushed open. Angren walked in from outside. He did not take off his armor. The atmosphere of the battlefield still lingered on him. "Well fought, Givadorn. The Primarch looked at him and nodded approvingly. You killed a Chaos Terminator single-handedly. His name is Han. Primarch. Han Rogiel. Givadorn sounded a little dazed. He was a war dog. I knew him before he became a war dog. We trained together, were punished together, and entered the Legion together. Givadorn looked up, looked at Angren and said, there are many such people, Primarch. Angren was silent. He originally came here to tell Givadorn a good news. They won, except for 3 people injured and Givadorn seriously injured. There were no deaths. They teleported into the flagship of the Khorne Believers that was undergoing repairs, and killed most of the remaining people in a boarding battle. The difference in the number of people on both sides was huge. This should have been a victory worth celebrating, but Angren couldn't say it now, and he also knew that what Givadorn needed most now was to be alone and quiet for a while. Get well soon. We still need you. Angren nodded sternly and left the infirmary. He walked on the bridge with heavy steps. His mood, which had been somewhat relaxed because of the victory, became heavy again at this time. No one could be indifferent to things that involved themselves. He came from another universe, but he was still the original body of the Warhounds. He went all the way back to the main control room, intending to see the progress on the ground. Who knew as soon as he entered the main control room, he saw Shenyan, who had changed his appearance. Oh, hello, Angren. The mage greeted him weakly when he saw him coming, and raised his right hand as if it was condensed from golden flames. It carried the psychic fluctuations that Angren was very familiar with. What happened? Oh, you're asking that? He raised his hands and said with a nonchalant smile, I fought with Nurgle and killed its siege bird. So, as you can see, I'm pretty miserable now. Shenyan coughed and spurted out some golden flames. Even his trachea still carried the Emperor's psychic flames. Angren frowned and sniffed, and the smell of burning flesh entered his nostrils. Anyway, I have to rest for 2 or 3 days. Depressed. During this time, the vengeance will be handed over to you. Ah, damn it, how many times do I have to burn myself? The mage stood up shakily and left the main control room. Today's extra update will be moved to tomorrow to go to school to talk to the teacher. It seems that there is still a chance. Sorry, this matter is very important. Chapter 373 Magic Entanglement. Shenyan was too lazy to count how many times he had burned himself. It didn't matter anyway, he had to do it. The Emperor's psychic flames were burning his body all the time. The pain that ordinary people could not bear was proof of purification. When the pain disappeared, Nurgle's blessing would be completely removed from his body. The mage was breathing attentively. He took a deep breath once, and then again. Psychic energy and magic power were entangled together, turning into endless golden flames, replacing his blood and rushing wildly in his blood vessels. Inside this quiet room specially opened up by the vengeance, the air filtered by the magic circle was being consumed rapidly by him, inhaling air and exhaling hot air. The rise and fall was like a tide, or some kind of natural phenomenon. Crackling sounds kept ringing in his body, and his flesh and bones were being regenerated bit by bit. Nurgle's blessing was gradually moving away from him. Shenyan could hear him sighing helplessly in the warp, like a father whose kindness was rejected. This sigh almost made Shenyan shudder. He knew the image of Nurgle clearly. So, he closed his eyes tightly and let the psychic flames burn his whole body without stopping. This crazy behavior may bring some unspeakable consequences, but he has no choice now. Shenyan is actually quite clear about the possible consequences of doing so, which is nothing more than the entanglement between the nature of power. Ancient One started his career by plundering the power of demons from other dimensions. There are as many related magic papers in the Library of the Holy of Holies, and a full 1,823 of them were written by Ancient One himself. She didn't sign her name, but Shenyan recognized her handwriting. The entanglement of the nature of power will cause the magic that the mages originally controlled at will to produce some unfamiliar changes to them, sometimes for good, sometimes for bad. It all depends on whether you can master the new power after fusion. If you can, then this is undoubtedly a good thing. Who would complain that they have too much magic? But the problem lies here. The nature of Shenyan's original magic was designed after careful consideration, and he can use most magic freely. For example, the energy system, fire, rain, frost, destructive meteors or lightning. He is also very proficient in the protection system. Although he is not as good as others in healing, he is better than many people. It can be said that he designed this magic property for a smooth battle, run faster than others, fight harder, and recover faster. This is a complete set of Camartage Mage apprenticeship suit. But now after the entanglement and fusion, the new power generated, he cannot guarantee whether it will be the same as before. It takes a lot of time to experiment, but at this stage, what they lack most is time. Shenyan opened his eyes, and his pupils had changed from black to gold, like a burning flame, and like the sun in the sky. He turned his head slightly, and another figure appeared in the quiet room. The other party waved to him very politely. "What's the matter?" The man had a head full of blonde hair and a divine handsome face. Compared with humans, he was more like some kind of god, not to mention the pair of white wings behind him. "He asked me to see you," Sanguinius said with a smile. "Please forgive me. I believe he is not unwilling to come in person, but he is unable to do so." "I am not angry with an old man, and I asked for it," the wizard sighed. "I should not have acted so hastily." Although he said so, he laughed, "But I will do it again next time." The archangel stared at him, and the wings behind him fluttered gently. The air was hazy, and a breeze from nowhere blew past, slightly relieving the pain in Shenyan's body. Sanguinius said apologetically, "These are all I can do. I'm sorry." He shook his head gently, his face compassionate. "My brother just woke up from his sleep, and he had to deal with a heartbreaking tragedy." "What happened?" "I brought him 3 new Primarchs." "Is there anything that 4 Primarchs can't handle together?" "We are not omnipotent. Even our creators can fail." "How can we be omnipotent?" Sanguinius lowered his head slightly. This blow to his heart may be more serious than anything else. "I am worried about him." Shenyan frowned. Sanguinius continued, "This matter is a little difficult for me to talk about. After all, I also agreed with the stupid plan at that time. And now," he sighed again, and Shenyan raised his hand to indicate that he didn't need to say anything more. He said lightly, "I understand. The Second Empire, right?" The angel's expression was full of astonishment, shame, and a little imperceptible relief. "The old man sitting on the chair basically told me everything." The mage rolled his eyes. "That's all?" "Trust him. Gilliman can handle this matter." "A group of stupid guys actually want to use political means to put a Primarch on the fire? Force him to become emperor?" He sneered. "How stupid." Excuse me." The angel looked quite uneasy. "How much do you know?" "No, I mean, how much does he know?" "How much do you think he doesn't know?" Shenyan said with a smile. "Don't worry so much, Archangel. Find a chance to get out of that damn place. Your descendants have suffered a lot in the past 10,000 years. Sanguinius was silent for a while, and suddenly shook his head with a bitter smile. "I am the one who comforted me, but now you are comforting me instead." "But, you are right, mage." His figure gradually blurred. Shenyan closed his eyes again. The pain continued, and the tide surged again. Come one by one. Don't worry, you are citizens of the Empire. You are his people. The Empire will not abandon any of you. Don't worry." The captain held a cigarette issued in the supply in his mouth. He did not light it, and directed the surviving civilians to board the mechanical dragon in an orderly manner. They seemed to have not yet broken free from their previous situation, which was normal. "We cannot ask everyone to have a heart of steel." The captain only hoped that they could cheer up as soon as possible and continue to make due contributions to the Empire, although he didn't know what the civilians could do on this ship. If it was the ships he was familiar with, they could repair some simple parts or do some ordinary work after training and spend their whole lives on the ship. Many people lived like this. Their ancestors were born and died on the bottom of the same ship. On the entire planet, there were less than 600 surviving humans, most of whom suffered from different degrees of illness. Most of them were caused by malnutrition. Their eyes were dull, their walking speed was slow, and the psychological shadow had not disappeared. This was the 3rd batch of survivors who were collected. They were found hiding in a small cave and lived on mushrooms for a full 10 days. The captain pursed his lips, bit the filter of the cigarette, and stretched out his hand to call the platoon leader who had performed extremely well in the simulated combat before. He asked, "What is the food ration tonight?" According to the schedule, tonight's main course is lamb chops with orange soda, noodles, and apples. The captain touched the back of his head in confusion. He was puzzled. Where did all these foods he had never heard of come from on this ship? And each one was delicious. Is there a chef or something on the Revenge? The food tasted so good that he even thought that only the nobles could enjoy such delicacies. The time should not change. It will still be 5 hours later. The captain pulled up his sleeves and glanced at the watch on his right hand. It took them 3 hours from boarding the dragon to landing on the ground, and then collecting the surviving civilians and badges. According to the time on the Revenge, it would be dinner time in 5 hours. Let them eat first when the food rations come down, the captain said lightly. We don't need this meal. And he reached out and grabbed 3 high-calorie energy bars from the right pocket of the platoon leader's chest. This scene made his face twitch. You kid actually hit so many this time? The platoon leader smiled awkwardly. I'm used to it. The captain put the things back. He glanced at the trouser pocket of the platoon leader and said calmly, it's a good habit, but you should know the shelf life of this thing, right? We are not trapped in the trenches now. Tell the soldiers who have hidden food to eat it tonight. What's the point of keeping it? He said with some regret. Besides, there must be wartime rations in wartime. What kind of ship are we on now? Can we still get a pack of cold food like before? The platoon leader was quite ashamed, but there was nothing he could do. The logistics of the Empire has always been a big problem. Although basic food rations can be guaranteed, it is really hard to describe in wartime. Soldiers sometimes even have to find ways on their own, and the people in the logistics department can't say anything. As we all know, the transportation of supply lines not only takes time, but also has to guard against enemy attacks. In such circumstances, insufficient supplies are too common. Not every regiment is lucky enough to be stationed near the manufacturing base, and most people are in the trenches eating damn corpse starch. During the voyage and preparation period, fresh food and refreshments are still expected luxuries. However, once the war reached a critical moment, the only thing left to eat was the tasteless corpse starch and the damn yellow lump of nutritional paste. The latter was often only available in a small piece, which needed to be broken open and drunk to satisfy hunger. But most soldiers at that time had no reliable water source, so they had to eat it raw. Just swallowing the stuff was a daunting challenge. Many people said they would rather eat 10 portions of corpse starch than a piece of nutritional paste, but they had to eat it. Weight loss or malnutrition and slow thinking were unacceptable and would even be punished. You know, not taking care of your body is equivalent to being disrespectful to the emperor. In the manual issued by the Ministry of Military Affairs, this is a very serious crime. The Cadians were even more outrageous. As the role model of the mortal troops, they were also extremely strict with themselves. They were not even willing to spend a little time heating up the food. Most people were used to eating it directly cold, but this did not mean that they liked to eat cold food. They were not fools who didn't want to eat something hot. The captain stood a little further away from the team, and then lit the cigarette that he had been holding for half an hour. He took a deep breath. The fresh taste he had never tasted before made him squint his eyes in enjoyment, and the mellow aroma of tobacco was as relaxing as ever. But this short enjoyment did not last long. Staring at the long line of people slowly boarding the mechanical dragon, the captain's face became gloomy again. He put out the half-smoked cigarette and put it in a separate package on his belt. Damn traitor! Just as he silently cursed the traitor in Cadian slang in his heart, the voice of the second platoon leader came from the communication channel. Sir, the head count is complete, including this batch. There are a total of 593 people. Let the guys in charge of scanning scan the surface again and notify me after confirming that there is nothing missing. Yes, sir. 10 minutes later, the mechanical dragon slowly moved and left the surface. It will return directly to the Revenge in the orbit of the planet, and no one knows the future fate of this planet. The captain saluted the giant in crimson armor in front of him and said meticulously, My lord, what are your instructions? Ezekiel did not take off his helmet. His face at this time was not suitable to be exposed to mortals. The crimson tears looked very scary. In order to avoid unnecessary rumors, he felt that it would be better for him to wear a helmet. But because of this, his voice did not sound very gentle. Just a routine inquiry. How many surviving civilians are there? 593 people. Confirmed to be alright. We scanned this surface 5 times. Very good. Ezekiel nodded. Then you and your soldiers can enjoy your rest, Captain. In addition, I am glad to see that you are still alive. The captain left, and Ezekiel took off his helmet. He did not use service spikes like many Astartes. 2 crimson blood tears extended from the bottom of his eye sockets to his neck. Ezekiel sighed. The crimson blades had little experience in getting along with civilians, but he had to settle them. Otherwise who could he rely on? Givadorn is still lying in the infirmary, and he doesn't think this veteran can give him any insights. Don't get me wrong. He respects Givadorn very much. A veteran with 10,000 years of experience usually needs to be worshipped in most warbands, but the other party is obviously not good at socializing with others. As for the other adult, Ezekiel actually guessed something, but he didn't dare to say it. There is one more update. I will come after dinner. The matter of the graduation certificate is just like that. Forget it. Let it go. Just wait until November. Go and get a driver's license first. Chapter 374 Hard Work. Nice to meet you, Judge. No need to do that. I'm just a messenger. Bonneville was wearing her neat uniform. The female judge's expression was extremely serious, and the scar on her face was very scary. Captain, please come and see me. Hearing this, the man standing opposite her smiled bitterly. I am the captain. What can I do for you? He didn't have any backing. He was just a small merchant wanderer, and the ship under his feet was also a shabby family heirloom. The judge could kill him here now without having to bear any consequences. He had to be careful, and careful. Bonneville frowned. What are you afraid of? The captain was speechless for a moment. He was a middle-aged man with black hair and an unattractive appearance. The only advantage was probably that he was tall. He smiled bitterly and said, okay. I know what you are afraid of. Look carefully. Bonavia pointed to the imperial double-headed eagle on her uniform and said sternly, if you have not done anything to harm the Empire, then you don't need to be afraid. If you are loyal, I am just a passerby to you. She approached the captain, squinted her eyes, and asked word by word, are you loyal, Captain? Cold sweat rolled down his forehead in an instant. Of course I am loyal, Lord Inquisitor. The captain vividly demonstrated what it means to laugh harder than cry. What's the matter with you? You visited the 500th world of Ultramar half a month ago to conduct a trade. Is the record true? True. What did you buy and sell? Don't try to lie to me. I will retrieve any records related to this matter. If I find that you are lying, believe me, Captain. Bonavia smiled meaningfully. You don't want to know what I will do to you. I will never lie. The captain was almost scared to death. He has been in the Star Sea for many years, and even if he has heard of the interrogation procedures of the Inquisitors, he has heard of them. Now, even if he is given a strong stimulant, he dare not disobey this Inquisitor who looks like a tough guy. Very good, Captain. Bonavia nodded. Your family can only last 2 generations. And you only have 1 conquest-class interstellar ship. I want to ask you, how did you get in touch with the 500 worlds of Ultramar? His hesitation made Bonavia frown unhappily, and a cold and heavy voice came from the darkness behind her. Let me do it. At that moment, goosebumps appeared on the captain's skin. He began to tremble uncontrollably, and a trace of cold air emerged from the darkness behind the female Inquisitor, like a dead person's hand, coldly and ruthlessly grasping his heart. Just hearing the sound, he was so scared that he almost fainted. Then, there were footsteps, heavy, ruthless, and monotonous. A giant walked out of the darkness, looking down at the captain who was in a daze. He stretched out his hand and lifted him up from the ground, all the way to the level of his eyepiece. The giant said in a flat tone, "Speak, or I'll let you speak." Half a minute later, he began to pour out bins and confessed everything. He even said that he had thought about smuggling, without leaving anything out. Bonavia and Frank left the ship quickly without making things too difficult for the captain. Which rogue trader doesn't smuggle? If the water is too clear, there will be no fish. If the management is too strict, these people will not be able to eat enough. What's more, he hasn't smuggled yet. It won't be too late to check him later, and he should have some money by then. They are currently riding a small boat, which can be seen everywhere and is not uncommon. It is mostly used for short-distance sailing. The destination of this trip is to return to the glory of Macragge to report to the Primarch of the Ultramarines. Frank doesn't have any bad feelings towards him, but he can't say he likes him either. He doesn't like anyone, and he only respects Steve. The Punisher stood silently near the wall, blending into the darkness. He didn't even choose to sit down. The Inquisitor sat next to him, writing something on a portable personal terminal. "What are you writing?" Frank asked rarely. "Oh," Bonavia was obviously startled. "Nothing, sir, just a mission report." "To whom?" "I wrote 2 copies, sir, one for Lord Gilliman and one for the Inquisition." She sighed. "The paperwork is too difficult to do." Frank's tone and question sounded no different from an interrogation. "Why do you have to write 2 copies?" "Because I have to hand in 2 copies, my lord." The Inquisitor had a bitter face. Paperwork was simply a nightmare for her. "If I could, I wouldn't want to write so much." "Backward bureaucracy," Frank commented coldly. He shook his head. "I don't understand. Why don't I just kill them all? These parasites will only waste food if they are alive. It's better to give them to those who really need them, such as the soldiers fighting on the front line." Bonavia put down the paperwork in her hand. She raised her head and looked up at Frank in the dark, and said slowly, "Sir, even in the Inquisition, killing will only be used as a last resort." The female Inquisitor said seriously, "Every life is the Emperor's currency. Some are rusty, some are shiny. We will not kill people unless we have to. Of course, traitors are excluded." She said murderously, "Every traitor deserves to die, but your method is too drastic. This is the current situation of the Empire. Corrupt and incompetent bureaucrats are everywhere, and we have no way to deal with it. Because without these people, the Empire system will collapse. Weighing the 2 evils, we should choose the lesser one. Sir, we have no other choice." "Maybe," Frank said non-committally, "maybe my method is indeed drastic and ruthless, but killing them will make the world a better place. Killing them will cause more corrupt and incompetent bastards to compete for that position below, causing greater chaos." Bonavia said, "You may think you are doing a good thing, but you are not." Frank stared at her and did not speak for a while. "I never said I was doing a good thing, Bonavia." He called her name for the first time, but his tone was still flat. "I know what I am. I am a monster, fighting a war that has long ended. I will die, but before I die, nothing can stop me from sewing bullets into their heads. Perhaps if I kill them, more of these bastards will emerge, so I will kill them until they dare not emerge." The female Inquisitor shook her head helplessly, and she continued to do her paperwork. She knew that she could not convince this paranoid adult. "Let's leave this difficult task to others." Revenge. The wizard who disappeared for 3 days walked out of his quiet room with the messy black hair, and his expression looked very calm. Angren, who came after hearing the news, looked at his golden eyes but was a little dazed. "You," he said in disbelief, "you are actually his biological son, right?" Shenyan almost fell to the ground, and he said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? This is just part of the sequelae." "Sequelae?" Angren accurately grasped the key point of his words. "I used his psychic energy to turn into flames and burned myself many times to remove Nurgle's blessing." Shenyan said it lightly, but Angren almost gasped. "Are you crazy?" "Almost." "I have never been sober," Shenyan answered seriously. "Don't be so surprised. I have done similar things many times, and I survived every time. Have you ever considered the possibility of failure?" "Yes, but I succeeded every time." Angren's eyes twitched. He had never seen a person like Shenyan. The Primarch of the World Devourer took a deep breath and said slowly, "You represent many things now, mage. In my eyes, you can represent a part of the future of mankind even more than the guy sitting on the chair, so you have to don't flatter me." The mage smiled and waved his hand, but his tone was very serious. "Without him, mankind is nothing now. I just made a small contribution. Let's talk about something else." He raised his chin. "How does the teleportation technology feel?" "Very good. Much more comfortable than torpedoes. No bumps, fast speed, can launch a surprise attack the moment it appears. It is accompanied by a strong light, and can even blind them for a moment. Angren couldn't be more satisfied. There is only one question: can this thing be popularized? Yes, it can, but the conditions will be very harsh. Shenyan spread his hands. You are Astartes. The magic circle was designed by me personally, and the magic power of the vengeance is supplied by me, so your teleportation was successful, but it might not be so smooth for others. It seems that there is no hope for promotion. Angren thought seriously. Besides, your spells are not suitable for promotion. Psychers are already a headache. Indeed. So, you are completely fine now? Of course, I burned myself for 3 days. If it were anyone else, Angren would never believe that he had completely gotten rid of Nurgle's influence. But Shenyan has proved himself many times, whether it is crossing the world or directly making warships out of planets. What's more, his golden eyes are the best proof. Shenyan raised his hand and rubbed his brow. He withdrew his mental power that had been detecting the surroundings of the vengeance since he walked out of the quiet room, and increased the engine output by 50%. The mage stared at the scenery passing by the window, and Angren heard him say, "Short-term voyages in the subspace are feasible." Angren he turned his head and said, "So, we can declare the operation officially started." Due to the author's mistake, duplicate chapters have been published. Please skip the next chapter. Chapter 375, Scheming against teammates is also part of the fun. Can you guarantee that you won't encounter this situation again? Angren did not agree. He stood on the bridge with a serious face. This time, you encountered Nurgle. Who will you meet next time? As long as I don't take the initiative to provoke them, the illusion on the Astronomicon and the Vengeance are enough to cover our whereabouts. It is impossible for them to focus all their attention on us. This is just a hypothesis. Angren still shook his head. For him, liberating this star region occupied by chaos is indeed a top priority. But if Shenyan makes a mistake for this matter, he doesn't want to think about the possible consequences of this matter. Imagine, if he falls to chaos, unless the Emperor himself steps down from the Golden Throne, who in the Empire can stop him? Moreover, if the Emperor does that, humanity can basically be declared extinct. The hypothesis is just a hypothesis. I already have sufficient experience. Wait. The wizard frowned suddenly, and the vengeance stopped in place in an instant. He pretended to listen attentively, closing his eyes. Angren stood beside him vigilantly. Although he was not a psyker, his instinct as a Primarch was warning him frantically, and for a moment Angren thought he was exposed to artillery fire. The similar stinging pain made him frown, and the muscles in his arms trembled slightly. What happened? He asked in a low voice. The space was blocked. Shenyan opened his eyes and said solemnly, "Just now, all the star fields around us were blocked. The close connection between the material realm and the subspace was cut off." What do you mean? Yes, it's what you think. Shenyan looked deeply at the porthole. It was dark outside, and there were not many stars. Some of them took action personally. Angren was not a scholar. He was proficient in fighting and war, and was familiar with all the skills that could kill the enemy. He had honed them to an unspeakable level with the blood of the enemy over a long period of time. He was an excellent general, but not a very good scholar or philosopher. Unlike his brother, he was not a philosopher, not an artist, and had no interest in literature and mathematics. In his spare time, Angren usually chose to train alone. He would stay in the training room for 4 or 5 days, facing dozens of real-life training puppets to hone himself. Through this uninterrupted and cruel training, he became what he is now. This also means that he could not fully understand what the wizard just said. But Angren is an excellent general. His sense of war allowed him to quickly grasp the context of the whole thing and find something unusual in it. The voyage of the Revenge is completely secret, right? He asked quickly. Of course, all kinds of illusion spells and shielding arrays are always running and never stop. Then, Angren said gloomily, this means that we have never really escaped from their sight. A trap, right? Shenyan nodded thoughtfully. One thing leads to another. I didn't even realize we were being watched. It's terrifying. Angren bared his teeth in displeasure, like an angry dog. Disgusting conspiracy. Even among them, Tzeentch is the one that disgusts me the most. As soon as the word Tzeentch was spoken, it began to echo on the bridge, one after another. Angren's voice gradually turned into some kind of lewd sound that made people feel cold all over in this endless echo. The blasphemous words seemed to have magic power, and they spontaneously formed vibrations in the air. The originally invisible air actually showed some ripples in this vibration, as if the space was being torn apart bit by bit. Then, purple light shone through the torn gap. For some reason, Angren suddenly felt a great anger out of nowhere, almost tearing him in half alive. It is not Sinch or his followers who have come here, but I, the two guests. A metallic creaking sound came from the far end of the bridge, and the light dimmed, leaving only an ominous purple light. The creature's scales scraped against the ground, making a dizzying sound, and a rotten musk began to fill the air. Would you consider welcoming me? The creature poked its slender head out of the darkness, its narrow shape making people feel uncomfortable but full of strange beauty. The messy white hair was scattered behind its head in a unique way, and the long crimson horns protruded from it like a crown handed to it by Slanesh himself. And that face made Angren feel like he was falling into an ice cave, and the blood in his body seemed to freeze instantly in an instant. It was a face he was very familiar with. It was Fulgrim's face. The creature walked out of the darkness completely, and the ambiguous purple light hit its body, full of corrupt charm. Its legs were gone, replaced by a long, thick snake tail. Its torso and head were deliberately stretched, as if it were some kind of bad joke. Its chest cavity had mutated to accommodate its new arms. Its skin was a brilliant purple, its shape was perfect, its skin shone with the light of 1,000 gems exploding at the same time, and its posture when it moved was enough to shame the elder. We can say that even after the fall, Fulgrim was still handsome to the point of grotesquely handsome, as if someone had twisted the original meaning of the word and wanted to laugh at the world. The twisted shape was beyond the limit of what the human mind could accept, making people feel a kind of sincere beauty between disgust and numbness. This body was so grotesque that it could not even appear in the deepest nightmare of mankind, because it was the nightmare itself. The creature with Fulgrim's appearance raised his right hand, the original right hand. Its nails were painted with paint, and it chuckled. "Why are you staring at me like that, my dear? Oh, wait a minute." It frowned, and its androgynous beauty burst out at this moment. The arc of the frown was heartbreaking. It looked at Angren's face and suddenly laughed. The just right reserved smile formed a wanton temptation with its naked body. The creature's four hands began to wander over its body. It licked its side face with its forked disgusting long tongue and stared at Angren closely. "My brother, you are so handsome, like a gem wrapped in stone. I really want to peel off your skin and take a good look at the scenery inside." Angren's breathing was very heavy, and the sound in the breathing grill was very loud. He had a blank expression on his face, but the skin on his face was shaking all the time. Shenyan could see from the slight trembling of his body that he was trying his best to suppress his anger. "Come on, my brother, no, my new brother, join me, it will surely make you happy, and this handsome gentleman, oh, you are so handsome." Its laughter became more and more seductive. "We can go together as a group of 3, what do you think?" "Stop," Angren roared. The armor seemed to be flowing like silver liquid, climbing up from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. The black and red warrior stood in place, as if affected by his emotions. The shape of the armor itself became hideous. The thick and irregular sharp spikes were bright red, and the high-temperature airflow came out from the gaps in the ribs of the armor, distorting the air. "You pathetic monster! How dare you use his face and his voice to say such depravity? You shameless disgusting monster!" The creature said lazily. "Is that all? Be a little more ruthless, dear, we are not even flirting." It even stretched lazily. "Can't you be a little more romantic? Say something really powerful, like insulting my past or something like that. Really, how can you be so stupid? You actually want me to teach you how to scold me?" Angren's face twitched, and for the first time in his life, he wished he didn't have ears. The wizard stretched out his right hand and stopped Angren, who wanted to rush forward. He narrowed his eyes and stared at the creature's unpleasant body. The other party noticed his gaze and actually straightened his naked chest and showed a teasing smile. Shenyan noticed that it did not realize what was contained in its golden pupils, and this discovery made him smile calmly. but the creature interpreted his smile as something else. It exhaled a breath of warm and fragrant air, but Angren, who smelled it, almost wanted to vomit. The smell of a myriad of things mixed together was fragrant, but it carried an unconcealable smell of corruption. It was like a beautiful dying flower. It was like flowers blooming on a pile of corpses. Their fragrance came from the countless corpses buried underneath. "Do you want to try it too? Oh, dear, don't be shy. If you do better than him, I'll give you a little reward. How about that?" In between words, it licked the gaps between its fingers. "You are so ugly. The Ogren orcs are prettier than you," the wizard said coldly. With just this one sentence, the smile on the creature's face disappeared. Angren looked at Shenyan in surprise. He still underestimated the wizard's ability to belittle people. This ability to accurately and quickly grasp the pain points of others was really something he could not learn. And Shenyan continued, "You've abandoned your human form to pursue the pleasures of depravity. You seem content to be a wriggling, pathetic creature. Do you know slugs? They're just like you, disgusting and twisted, but slugs contribute to the natural ecosystem, while you can only crawl on the ground, leaving your winding traces and dirty water all over the ground. Even the mud can't stand you. Honestly, you're so ugly. I'd rather fight an orc than let you touch me." "No, comparing you to them is an insult to them. They look much more normal than you do." "You," the creature spoke gloomily, and Angren thought it was going to get angry, but it didn't. It began to tremble. The forearms of the alien moved slowly, making meaningful hints, touching each other, entangled with each other. The creature's eyes rolled up slightly, and its body trembled and let out a long moan. Then it twisted its body and made an impatient sound. "It is wonderful, my good sir. May I have the honor of learning your name? I will write it down, and I will recite it every night. Your name will strike my lips." It recited long sentences in an elegant rhythm, like a poet. Angren was becoming increasingly uncomfortable, and he had gradually calmed down. No matter whose face this creature had, it was definitely not someone he knew. At the same time, its forearms stopped moving. They stretched out towards each other, and 4 corrupted weapons were taken out from nowhere. The shapes did not match each other, and each one looked like a clumsy graffiti, with chaotic colors, reflecting colorful light like a mirror. Highly poisonous. Angren immediately realized the danger of those weapons, and a flash of golden lightning flashed between his hands. A huge lightning axe appeared out of thin air, and electricity snaked on the ground. The creature looked at the weapon in surprise and chuckled. "It must be nice to be hit by this treasure once, right? You will find out." Angren seemed to have completely abandoned the influence of anger on him, and deep cold air blew out of his breathing grid as he spoke. The ground began to spread its layers of ice. The true nature of the Primarchs was revealed at this moment. They could affect reality with their will alone. The 4 blades struck as fast as venomous snakes. The monster's intention was clear. It had an incredible agility from the beginning of the battle and planned to use this agility to suppress Angren's range of movement and then kill the mage directly, or at least touch him. This is what it thought and did. But the development of things was completely different from what it expected. Angren stood there without moving at all, and a sneer appeared on his face under his helmet. Golden flames appeared out of nowhere, spreading across the bridge like a wall of fire, and quickly pushed to where the creature stood. It let out a panicked scream and immediately realized whose power it was. Shenyan calmly watched it run around in the flames in a panic, then turned his head and said to Angren, "Is there a conflict between Tzeentch and Slaanesh?" "How should I know?" Angren did not understand what he meant for a moment. "I think there should be. This idiot came to our ship with the help of Tzeentch's power, but Tzeentch did not tell it anything about my current situation." Shenyan shrugged, watching it feel no pleasure under the burning flames, but just screaming in pain, and laughed coldly. "Some people do not deserve mercy, or even death." It took a long time to review, and some changes were made before a new chapter was published. If it is released, there may be an extra chapter of duplicate chapters. If so, I will add an extra chapter tomorrow. PS Update: the previous chapter has been released, and it cannot be deleted or the title can be modified, so I will add an extra chapter tomorrow. I am very sorry. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.